The Halo universe is filled with amazing stories and fantastic heroes. Heroes that are able to surmount any challenges they might be faced and anything that is thrown their way. 343 Industries is proud to partner with Limitless Solutions, an amazing organization out of Florida working to provide prosthetic limbs to children all over the country. They actually work with a lot of different IPs and properties to make sure that these limbs can have themes. Our partnership makes sure that they can have Halo-themed limbs. The Limitless team creates all of their own sleeves in-house, and so we've provided files for them to guide some of their efforts. The newest addition to our Halo arsenal is the Cat Spartan B320 prosthetic sleeve for people to be able to select. You have a fantastic character who's doing all these amazing things with a prosthetic limb in universe, and now you can have a replica of hers for your own. We're also super excited about the Halo Infinite Master Chief sleeve, which will also be available for selection at this upcoming study. Having that training, having that guidance makes all the difference for folks who have been selected for the Limitless studies. Because Limitless Solutions is a nonprofit, they want to make sure that these limbs can be available to people at no cost. But it's also really nice to know that people can have this part of their identity and the things that they love be a very physical, very real part of them. To unleash the full potential of the Bionic Kid, visit limitless-solutions.org.
Squad. Yeah, as soon as you see one, you know the reinforcements are coming quick, so you better get that trade or you better take some cover. Collect the medals, there's two, going for three, that's formal, baby! G1 are gonna grab this overshield on the way back with this flag. Here we go! Sudden death is kicked off. And Trippy is gonna find the first G1 member, now a second, a third, and it's all over here, Dave. Optic Gaming is gonna get 3 down, the flag return, and a 3-0 over G1.
This is the last chance for United to try and turn that over.
Spider-Man advantage here, 4 seconds on the clock. Kenny United jump on the ball, they're flying in here. Ryan grabs, but the rest are slaying. Rain tries to get away, but game is tied here. Overtime is forced. It's a clutch play from United. However, 4 dead. FaZe may still run away with the game yet.
Absolutely. 3v1. Heatwave's going to make this battle a little bit easier, but it's Snipe down you've got to deal with, but he deals with it perfectly. Back shot to take down Eric Rona, overshield up as well. Renegade starting to take over.
Big 1v1 play, look at the scoreboard.
Oh my God!
He is popping off here.
Newest piece of the puzzle. Nick has the game in his hands. He's got the camo. He's got the Heatwave. All he needs to do is pick up a win for FaZe.
So much information. He does not want to misplay this, though. He has the advantage. He can go.
Into the fridge he goes. Side down, he's dead. Renegade picks up one. Here comes FaZe! Under the road, there's a flank coming in from Drunk, though. He picks up one. 2 kills to go. It's 49. One more. And this could be the biggest upset we've seen so far in the HCS. Bound picks up one. Drunk desperately looking for that final kill. Soulside gets it. Native Red. Pull off the unbelievable.
Oh my God.
Always with a sniper, at least to look over the overshield if they're not picking up themselves. And Boo Boo, well, he's got all the choice, Dave.
Boo Boo had that OS, taking most of it.
Do it again!
Doesn't need to zoom in! You have a zoom in button, Boo Boo. Use it if you'd like, but I understand if you don't. 3 opponents at the top of this ramp, and he gets aggressive. Can he get out with his life? Cover fire from up top. Just zero in position. Incentivized finds the snipe. A 50, 48. It's Fnatic moving on to your top 8.
And Cloud9 is still in the hill clutch. Oh, big time snipe out of Stellar, and that's going to close the door on game number 1 as Cloud9 edge out.
Eco Smith has the camouflage and only 1 minute and 30 seconds left in this game number 4. And Ascend, I mean, you can't even make this happen at this point. You gotta just get back-to-back flag runs, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That flag was run, and Cloud9 win this series handedly, 3-1.
Both smack each other in the jaw, and we'll see each other again in a moment. Lose it!
Essentials make it 3. Optic, it's another successful push, and it's another setup, and now they're only, what, 12 points away from the winners' finals.
9 seconds remain. 5 seconds remain. 2 seconds. Optic Gaming secure the clean sweep.
At this point.
The hill's ripe for the picking here. Stellar's got himself the Stalker rifle, which caused some problems, but Ryan, who does have the rockets, is he's going to be perched up over toward the cafe. United do manage to get in there, but a massive kill there for Stellar. Could this very well be it? As he's on the move, finds one toward PD, gets the kill. One more tires. See you later. United at home with a clean sweep from Cloud9.
41 to 37, but there's only 27 seconds left on that game clock.
Look at this now, 41-39 for 2-kill game here. Renegade stays alive, 20 seconds left. Oh my God, down to the wire here.
Have they got the time to close the gap though? Can they find the bodies of Native Red?
They're gonna run.
FaZe have got to chase. And at the moment, all they see is shadows.
They gotta go now.
7 seconds left until the upset is complete. Nick's gonna fly in. He can't get the kill, man. He gets the kill. And we're done. One of the most unbelievable days of Halo.
The 2022 Halo World Championship is presented by AMD, Astro Gaming, Dolby, the Marines, Zowie, Trolley, and Rockstar.
Welcome to the Championship Sunday here at the 2022 Halo World Championship, live from Seattle, Washington. Today is the biggest day of the season. It all comes down to this. Only 6 teams remaining, but only one can hold the trophy and call it their own. We will find out who that will be by the end of the day, and to bring some clarity to all the madness going on here today, I have my expert desk ready to analyze everything on our screens, and analysis is exactly what we're gonna need, because if day 2 was anything to go by, my brain is all of a scramble right now. You know, things have been crazy this weekend. I have a funny feeling, Gaskin, they're about to get even crazier.
One of the most insane Saturdays like we've ever seen. It sounds like Saturday destroyed my voice, but it doesn't even matter at this point, because we go into Sunday with so much on the line now. Like, this is the World Championships. This is where you get the chance to put your name in history, and there's so many teams who still could.
Yeah, there certainly is so many more in the running. I think the craziest thing right now is that there have been so many upsets here on set, so many teams that have managed to do the damn thing in time. We've got Native Red making a huge run at this moment in time, but it means that some of our top teams, some of our favorites from the entire season are up for elimination. So there's so much to play for right now.
Oh, it's insane. I've never seen a day like yesterday. It was just game after game, series after series. We just did not know what was going to happen. And the wonderful thing is, it was yesterday. We've still got a day in front of us. We've still got the Cinderella story of Native Red. We've still got Optic Gaming, not only looking to win a world championship, but go back to back as well. And of course, we've still got some of those big dogs in that elimination bracket as well. Sentinels, Cloud9 still waiting to see if they can cause an upset as well. It's going to be an incredible day of action.
It certainly is, and Brav, the future is still bright for all of our teams still in the running, winners bracket and elimination bracket alike. What has been one of your favorite moments so far this tournament? Because there's been so many.
I mean, how do you even pick, right? First of all, I got chills on your show open here. It is the most important day of the season, as you said. How can you say anything but the Native Red Cinderella story, right? I think Optic Gaming's probably feeling like, wait a minute, these guys stole the story yesterday, right? I think everyone normally would be talking about a team like Optic Gaming, maybe a team like Cloud9 or Sentinels at this stage of the tournament. But guess what? They stole the entire show. I think everyone was so stoked to see what they could do, what it represented for their year, right? To do it on the most important tournament of the year is so special. So I think Native Red's run of chaos yesterday, their reign of terror, was absolutely insane. Like Mark said, we've never seen anything like it in the history of competitive Halo. That was the wildest day 2 in 2 decades of professional Halo, and now that sets us up perfectly for a championship Sunday.
They certainly have stolen the show, and speaking of stealing the show, If you did miss it yesterday because of all the crazy tournament action we have got going on the main stage, we actually did hold a cosplay contest, and I gotta say, it was absolutely incredible over at the community stage. All these awesome people showed off their incredible creations for that $5,000 prize pool. We had Spartans, Only Agents, Master Chief, and actually the winner was Mamillo Skirmisher, worn by Alexis Smith. So incredible stuff happening over there. You can see Jeff, he's, I'm pretty sure, I don't know if he's judging or he's just hosting there, but he got to see everything unfold. And the effort that is put into these costumes, Gaskin, is insane. So to see those on screen, on Xbox, absolutely incredible.
We have a very talented community across the board. It doesn't matter if they're playing, building, you just, look at it, look at, oh my God, it's fantastic.
There's the winner.
It's incredible what some people can do. Like, they're far more talented than I think I could ever wish I could be. But if you've put that much time into it, you deserve to be able to turn up to the biggest stage of them all and then be recognized on the biggest stages.
Yeah, I think not only just the creation, but having to actually wear it as well is something in itself. That's something that you have to get used to. But incredible stuff, and congratulations to all of our cosplay contestants as well. Well, folks, if you are watching and tuning in all weekend, and you probably know this by now because you've had many tabs open, like I gave you the advice on day one, you would have had Twitch drops, and you can get some today as well. So we've got some epic things for you guys to pick up, and all you have to do is watch for at least 2 hours today. And quite frankly, that's probably the easiest task you've had in a while, because who would want to miss Championship Sunday in the World Championships here? It's going to be absolutely insane, so make sure you guys are tuning in and picking up those Twitch drops as well. Well, gents, this is it. This is the moment that we've all been waiting for all season long, from day one, starting things out on the desk. It is the beginning of the end here for this season, and I'm very excited to see whose weekend it is going to be. And Gaskin, if you had to give a little bit of a guess right now, in terms of all of our teams that could potentially take that trophy, who's looking most likely for you?
Optic Gaming, without a shadow of a doubt. I think that's about all I need to say, otherwise my voice might go. No, but genuinely, I mean, Optic Gaming, the way they've played, they've only dropped, what, one map? That was to Native Red.
Native Red.
However,
hey now.
And that is our winners finals. But the kind of business style we've seen from Optic throughout this season, how they've developed, how serious they've taken practice, how they've wanted to improve time and time again, and they have inevitably got better every single event. It's all leaning towards an Optic victory here, but it just seems like there's a couple more hurdles left, and Native Red is definitely a big hurdle right now.
Yeah, Native Red certainly is going to be a big hurdle, because they are coming out for blood. I actually saw the coolest graphic yesterday on social media, and it's a Grim Reaper knocking on doors and opening them, and there was just blood spatter everywhere, and they were knocking on Optics next. And I was like, they really are the Grim Reaper of this bracket. They are coming out when you least expect them to. Now, in terms of whose weekend it is right now, I mean, Onset, Native Red are having the weekend of their lives, but where does it stop?
You tell me. You tell me. I have no idea. I'll be straight up. Yesterday, I saw some of the series that Native Red were in, and I didn't think they'd be here today on the Sunday. I didn't think they'd be in a position where we find themselves now, because they were just, they found another level. They ascended to a level we haven't seen from them. Those game fives, they were just some of the most fun Halo to watch and cast that we've had all year. Let alone in this year, maybe the Halo Championship Series full stop, the reverse sweep against Cloud9, who does that? Then they go into a game 5 with FaZe Clan, who wins that? They do. And now they find themselves up against Optic Gaming. Optic would have looked at that other side of the bracket, and I'm pretty sure out of all the teams that were there, they would not have been as prepared for Native Red. So I am just gonna say, for Optic, the winner's final is gonna be a war. It's gonna be a battle. And Native Red, they're gonna have something to say about it.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, you can see it right there, Upset City, and that's certainly what it has been so far, because, I mean, with all of the upsets going on, the fact that Oxygen's also still in the running right now as well in the elimination bracket, and things are getting tough for a lot of our top teams who have been really battling it out and staying consistent all season long, and suddenly we've got a Cloud9 and Sentinels in the elimination bracket who are fighting for their lives at 6th. Brav, I mean, did you ever expect this coming into the weekend?
No, nobody had this on their bingo cards. Nobody had this on their bracket. I don't care what you say. There's no way anyone would have predicted this correctly. It's unbelievable that we will see C9 or Sentinels exit at that stage. We also lost E United before we even got to Sunday, one of the arguable tournament favorites as well in the Dark Horse running. So it's been a wild bracket so far. We just called Lucid backstage, and they were like, were you just watching the other side of the bracket and wondering what on earth is going on? He's like, yeah, it was absolute carnage, and it was.
It was carnage indeed. Well, we got 4 right now in the running, starting the day in the elimination bracket. Who have you got, Gaskin? Who's got the best chance at making this crazy run happen?
It's Cloud9 doing Cloud9 things yet again, isn't it? Like a disappointing start. They drop down to the elimination bracket and everyone goes, for goodness sake, now we've got to play a Cloud9 for top 8. Why is that a thing? But Cloud9, they've done it. I mean, they've done it in the last event. They seem to be doing it every single time. And they've just got a thing about them, Cloud9, that comeback mentality that, oh, it doesn't matter if we're in the elimination bracket. They haven't missed a grand final all season long at major events. And you just have that kind of feeling that they have the ability to do it again.
Yeah, it's definitely there. The magic is there. I don't think that has disappeared. And I think something that's pretty special about some of our top teams with experience on their side is they just don't take this knockback as the ultimate defeat, right? They're like, look, we have another chance at this. We know exactly what we can do. Even 2-0 down in a series, they have the potential to bounce back. We've seen that time and time again. So I would not be surprised if Cloud9 getting that little knock early on will wake them up a bit and be the beast that we all know on Championship Sunday. Well, let's see what all of our players are playing for, shall we? There's a lot of money on the line. We got $1 million. We have 400,000 in first place and so much more money going all the way down to 16th. That is a lot of cash on the line and we're getting closer to the top.
One thing I got to say is Native Red placed top 12 in Orlando. They've already 10x'd their prize pool here at the World Championships compared to where they would have placed had they placed the same. So you can understand why those guys were a little stoked at the end of the day yesterday. But pretty unbelievable pricing here, of course. First place taking home the lion's share of $1 million.
And not only that as well, every single match, you're looking at how much it increases that prize pool. So if you win one more match, you're almost doubling every single time that you step. It's nuts.
We might have Game 5 Slayers that are for a $110,000 difference, right? That is actually going to happen, and we're going to have maybe a Game 7, maybe a Game 14 that could be worth more than $300,000, which is pretty wild to think about.
Yeah, it has been absolutely crazy, day 1 and 2, and I cannot wait to see what day 3 brings. And obviously we have so many talented players, coaches, so many different people making things work for rosters. And today's Championship Sunday, so why not celebrate it with something special and to give back to all of our players and what they have been achieving all season long. So we want to celebrate all of their accomplishments across the entire season. And of course, that starts with the US Marines Commendations of the Year. We're heading on over to Blaze to get that one started.
Thank you so much, Lottie. Seattle, it is Championship Sunday, and we have had a fantastic year. How you guys doing today? Now it's time to honor the best players and coaches in our league throughout the entire season. As Lottie said, it's our Marine Corps event commendations. And to help me do this, make some noise for Captain Aaron Webster and Staff Sergeant Ian Mills. Captain Aaron Webster is Marine Attack Helicopter pilot who flew the AH-1Z Cobra and now works with the Marine Corps Recruiting Command as Partners Action Officer. He has played Halo since it first came out in 2001, and his favorite Spartan is Emil A239. Staff Sergeant Ian Mills is an intelligence analyst at the Marine Corps Intelligence Activity. He is a 20-year veteran Halo player, and his favorite map is Sanctuary on Halo 2. Now, it's time to present the awards. First, Best Slayer.
The role of a main slayer is to primarily just get kills. That's what it is. It's in the name. Somebody that served the role as main slayer who, in the past, and I would say even today, is Snipe Down. I think he's the one that comes to mind. Another one would have to probably be Roy. I just want to give a big shout out to my girlfriend, Kylie, my mom, my dad, my older brother, and just all the fans, the Green Wall, that have just been supporting myself and my team the entire season. It is an absolute blessing to be doing this, and I appreciate all of you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, give a big congratulations to Lucid. Lucid's average KD during all the majors is a 1.40. With his highest KD earned at the Raleigh Kickoff Major, he currently has the second highest KD at the World Championship, as well as your MVP. Coming up next, Best Coach.
Role of the coach in Halo essentially is to make sure your team is where they need to be, keeping track of the game clock, also objectives like power weapon time, and that's like the basics. A coach to the success of a team is extremely important. Without a coach, there's certain game types that you just will not have a good track of time, a good sense of where you need to be, and ultimately leading to a win. Yeah, I would just like to say thank you to all the fans of, Cloud9. Shout out to my family, friends, and I don't plan on stopping anytime soon.
Seattle, make some noise for Coach Hoaxer as he led his team to 2 LAN championships at the Raleigh Kickoff Major in the NA Regional in Anaheim. He has also led his team to every Grand Finals this year. Coming up next, it's the best objective.
Yeah, I think the value of a good objective player is just so crucial for a team. The objective is to win. You have to be able to accomplish that, and you have to be able to play for your team to really see success. In every game mode, there is a specific thing that needs to be done, whether that's grab the odd ball, sit in the hill, capture a stronghold, a flag, or even in Team Slayer, the objective is to get kills. So to me, a good objective player can accomplish all those things at a high level. Yeah, shout out to my team, family, friends, anyone who makes it possible to be able to be here and to be doing what I do. And shout out to all my previous teammates over the years. They've shaped kind of the player I've become. So without them, probably wouldn't be here.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up to the back-to-back 2016-2017 world champion, it's Snakebite. He also got best objective in Kansas City as well. Now last but definitely not least, it's time for the best support.
Great support play, more or less, is just great Halo play. Like, you're doing whatever needs to be done. So maybe that's main slaying one game, maybe that's objective the next, and that's just how it is. The Halo player that always comes to mind for me when I think of great support players is definitely Richie Hines. Me and my friend loved to watch him because he would just do everything on the map, and we had this thing called a Hines game where you'd go positive, but you'd have more assists than kills. And we just thought that was the coolest thing ever because he's just doing everything for everyone else. One person I would love to thank for this award is definitely my friend AJ, aka Dolo. That guy yelled at us to play good Halo, and that's been ingrained in me since I was like 13 years old since I met him. So thank you, AJ, for making me the player that I am and helping me find my way. And shout outs to the fans. Like, I love you guys, love the support, and that just makes me want to play even harder for you guys. So thank you so much.
Halo fans all around the world, give some love to Penguin! Penguin was your best support at the Orlando Major with over 300 assists. But at the Raleigh Major, he had over 500. Penguin for best support. Now Seattle, all around, give a huge congratulations to these amazing humans and our winners of the Marine Corps event accommodations. And thank you to our Marines.
Thank you so much to the United States Marine Corps, and thank you to all of our players for the exceptional job they have done all season long. Congratulations to all of our commendations there. But the awards don't stop, because we did have an FFA championship happening this weekend as well. And Bob, congratulations, our FFA champion. Please make some noise for your FFA champion this weekend. Amazing stuff. Presented by Astro, of course. Now, Bob.
Yeah.
This was a tough one to grab, huh? Because everything's on the line. Talk to me about how you managed to pick up this trophy and what it means to you.
It means a lot. This is my first Halo, so, you know, it means to win a trophy like on LAN, like for my first year. So I'm very happy that I won.
I'm so glad. Now, Bob, obviously it's a little bit different from 4v4, right?
Yeah.
Obviously you're on your own here.
Yeah.
What's the mentality like going into something knowing you're on your own, it's solo, you got to do this for you?
Yeah.
You know, how'd you get yourself prepared and ramped up for it?
Honestly, I didn't really get to practice as much, but I mean, I just had a strong mental of like, you know, make sure I trade and make sure, you know, I do a correct job of like trying to get a kill every life. So that's what I did.
Let me ask about maybe, what, 7 days ago, the prize pool was 5x'd, I think, from $5 grand to 25 grand.
Yeah, it was crazy.
You being an FFA god, you probably saw that and you were probably like, oh, wow,
yeah, it was crazy. I was texting everybody like, yeah, they bumped the prize pool. Like, I can't wait to go.
Heck yeah, man.
Like,
Did it add to the nerves at all, seeing that it was 25 grand all of a sudden? It was a little bit of a bigger event?
Yeah, no, it was definitely like some nervous, but I was able to control it.
Heck yeah, man, congrats.
Bob, I was able to watch a little bit of it, right?
Yeah.
Through a phone stream.
Yeah.
I didn't get to see, it wasn't the best POV, but I still saw you taking faces. But who would you say was your hardest competitor? Who really ran you down to the wire in that final?
So there's two people, Porky J and Command Station.
Yep.
Really good players.
Yeah, both great players.
They were giving me a tough time every time I couldn't say their name, but I could tell, like, it's them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So definitely them two.
Awesome.
Incredible stuff. Bob, you are an absolute true hero, and congratulations once again. Our FFA champion, everyone, please put your hands together for Bob. Thank you so much for joining us. Absolutely incredible. Well, folks, we have some action to get into. We do have our first main stage match, and that is going to be our elimination quarter-finals. It's Cloud9 versus Sentinels. And this one, I've said it before, is going to be a banger. And you know why, Gaskin?
Why?
Because their tournament life is on the line.
Oh boy!
It is all to play for right now, right here on that main stage in front of a full crowd. And this is going to be a tough one. Cloud9, they had an upset early on, something that no one expected. At the last moment of their season, has this shaken them?
I don't think it will shake them. I think this is a team who, no matter where they are, no matter who they face, no matter where in the bracket, they have to look forward or backward. They know they are champions. They know they can get it done. It doesn't matter who's in their path. I'm so excited for Cloud9 today because Cloud9 on a Sunday is a very different team to a Cloud9 on a Friday, for example. Cloud9 are going to mean business today.
Yeah, they certainly are going to mean business. And Brav, when you're looking at this roster, speaking to Eco, he feels like they match up with Sentinels better than any team here. This is their team if they want to take him down. Why do you think that is?
I think he just has played so much against these players, right? He's seen their play style throughout all different Halo titles, right? He's seen how they've evolved. He's seen how they approach this game. And I think you can really tell, right? I think just like Bop was saying, I could see how free-for-all players are playing. Their names are blacked out in free-for-all, but I knew who it was. I think you could put Sentinel's gameplay in front of Eco, and he would recognize that gameplay, right? I think they just have so much scrim time, so much tournament time against each other, and that's given him a bit of confidence. But we'll see if he can make it count on the biggest stage, on the biggest day of the entire season here on Championship Sunday.
We've heard it from Lucid before, real recognize real, and we got to recognize Eco right now. Our USMC service record, what he does for this team on set is absolutely huge. It is everything. This guy is what keeps this system churning. What does he do?
He does it all. I mean, he's the brains behind how Cloud9 operate on the map. He is, the player who is telling other players what to do while he is still performing at such an incredible level. And I had a very, very quick chat with him before the tournament got underway on Friday. And he said, I asked him, are you preparing for the top 4 teams, those teams that you expect to face in the final? And he's like, we know there's some minor adjustments we have to make in the pace of what we do during the games against those teams, depending on who we are playing. And I'll be interested to see if that pace is going to change, if it's going to be quicker, if it's going to be slower here against Sentinels. But Cloud9 and Sentinels, it's one of the biggest matches we could ask for. I mean, how many world champions have we got on that stage right now?
Exactly.
It's ridiculous.
This will be the highest total aggregate world championship players on the stage at one time today, right? One's going home, one is staying on. It's pretty wild.
It certainly is wild. And yes, here is the other team that could be going home or could be bouncing forward. Sentinels. The big question right now is, Sentinels, where are they at coming into Sunday? And that is always the question we pose because you never know what you're going to get. Gaskin, is this going to be a championship team that we see?
My biggest question will be, how have they prepared for Cloud9? It was Cloud9 who deleted them in Orlando, not once, but twice. So they need to be assessing that. They need to be working out why that's happened because there's always going to be the chance you could face Cloud9 again. If they can get past Cloud9, there is no reason why they can't go on to win a world championship.
Very true, and I'll tell you what, you saw him on the stage earlier on with his commendation as best objective player of the season. But this guy's doing it all at the moment this weekend. We're seeing the Slays, we're seeing the IGL coming through, and the objective as well, rightfully so. But we want to know what he thinks of this weekend. We want to know where their heads are at from the leader himself. We caught up with Snakebite. Let's check this out.
Being a leader throughout the years is something I've really had to learn. I've learned from a lot of great teammates in the past. It's definitely been a learning process and something that I wasn't necessarily the best at, at the start of my career. But as I've gotten older, I think just the just being about your team and wanting success. And, I want to win for them as much as myself. And I think that's really kind of what it comes down to.
There's the double. He knows Snipe down below weak, and he says, I don't need to challenge, I'll get time. And that's going to basically be a triple.
I think to win this World Championship, it comes down to our intensity. I think it's something that every single time I look back and think of kind of our shortcomings of what's gone wrong for us, it's a lot of nothing to take away from other teams, but just comes down, it feels like it always comes from an internal mistake that we've made, or we just didn't come out to play our best. And that's a great thing, that's a great problem to have, and also the worst problem to have at the same time. So for us to win this World Championship, we have to be intense from start to finish and play with purpose, and I think that we can win the World Championship.
They know they have what it takes. They've done it 2 times before with this very roster. They've stayed together. They're the longest roster in Halo history. Can they do it again? That's the big question. They have so many different competitors who are out for blood this weekend and have been all season long. They have managed to win Kansas City, but Cloud9, they got the best of them twice last major. Can they best them once again, or will Sentinels bounce back? That is the big question on this main stage this morning. Well, folks, it has been a long season. It has had ups and downs, and this weekend it hasn't stopped there. We have a roller coaster for you, and it all starts on day number 3 once again. Well, I'll tell you what, we are ready to go, and your World Championship Sunday starts right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. It's Championship Sunday. Welcome into the 2022 Halo World Championship. We're down to our final 8 teams, Puckett and Walshy. And Dave, we're going to find out who's taking that step forward. Who is going to claim the $400,000 in the title of World Champion tonight?
Yeah, and what we got next is a matchup that we could have expected in the Absolute Grand Finals, but we are seeing it in elimination round 2. One of these teams going home in 5th/6th place, which is a devastating loss for either of these franchises.
You're looking at our Raleigh champions in Cloud9 taking on the Kansas City champions in Sentinels, and we're starting things off with CTF Bazaar, Dave. As we're looking at these 5 maps, though, do you give one team the edge over the other? How are you feeling about this showdown?
I mean, I kind of give Cloud9 the edge in whatever the game types are. They seem to have Sentinels numbered. They have won
6 of the last 7 games that they played on land in Orlando. They just seem to have the answer to whatever Sentinels has thrown at them, but we're kicking it off right away. Here's Frosty going out in the market on Bazaar.
This is the battle for top 4, and it's opening up with Eco drawing first blood. Sentinels replying right back, and there you see the Rockets already down. It's coming down to a 1v2 as Cloud9 gathers up this first overshield. They're gonna have early map control.
And look at this, doesn't activate the West right away, wants to get maximum value out of it. Finally putting that overshield into his chest and decides to go over towards the sewer. I mean, maybe go on the Seattle Underground Tour later this weekend, get some top control.
We have not crowned a world champion since 2018. This man on your screen, he won that title. Going up against, though, a 2-time world champion in Snakebite.
And 3 just went down from Cloud9. I think that was a mistake to not just control the top when you have the numbers and the power-ups.
Shot to the back of bounds. Snakebite's gonna convert the first. And you can see his teammates trying to pinch in. There's some nice cover fire over the back of Royal 2. 3 down for Cloud9 momentarily, and Sentinels are starting to posture up in the top mid.
And look at all these minute battles going on in the market. So many times these battles are decided decisively and quickly, but these teams just posturing so well across the map.
And Dave, you're looking at the kills. Snakebite has the same amount of eliminations as Cloud9 at this point. He's doing it with the Bulldog, making 7, going for number 8. The damage has been done. Can this Sentinel squad capitalize? So we haven't seen either team make it to the other space.
I mean, historically, they should be able to capitalize. The 2 CTF Bazaars that they've played so far on land over the last 2 matches, they actually got outslayed. They had a .98 KD, but still won both of those CTF games 3-2. So objective efficiency is the name of the game for Sentinels, but we're not seeing them get inside the Cloud9 base.
All about efficiency. Royal 2 trying to trade out with Stellar. Stellar comes out on top of that win. And now you can see Cloud9 get aggressive. The first nade connecting by Lethal, but this overshield, you can tank those, Dave. He's pushing up top. Bound's gonna pull his flag, and there's no one with shield willing to contest for Sentinels.
Not at all, and that's the name of the game for someone like Bound. He puts out as much damage as he takes. He is known in the last couple series for literally putting out the most damage and taking the most damage in the last 2 times that they played in Orlando against Sentinels.
Stellar taking down Frosty, trying to get closer to this flag, but it's going to be rallied in. Bound is bringing it up top, and we are going to see it go down. First flag on the board. Cloud9 with the lead early on here.
And great timing for that as well. There are 2 members down for Sentinels. Rockets come up in 5 seconds, and this is going to be a great position for Cloud9. Just as I say that, though, Frosty doing Frosty things, fighting against that new star in Bound, and falls.
Bound with such great movement there, and he is going to pick up the prize. Rockets are out. First one doesn't connect. Second one will, and the melee will trade. What a run there from Bound. Now we go over to the captain, Eco.
Eco pushing on through the sewers, trying to get control of this bar area. Gets a nice flank on Frosty, helping out his teammate Stellar over on the flag, and this is going to be the push. Flag being pulled for Cloud9. They're not satisfied with just 1 cap.
And Stellar's going to be the man moving this one. He's got it in hand, doesn't drop it down low yet. But Dave, once you get this flag out in the middle of the map, you feel good, right? You can just stay up top, rain down fire. You're causing chaos on 2 different levels here.
Yeah, I mean, you feel good. You're kind of like native red, like things are going good, but there's more work to do, and that's what Cloud9 needs to do. They need to get a couple more slays before they can comfortably move that across the map. Trading out kills, trading out that flag grab, but that OS is still up for grabs.
That was a game-changing moment right there. Big props to Royal 2. He was the player who got that flag return a second before the overshield pops. That very much could have been Cloud9 at 2-0.
And look at this prioritization from the Sentinels roster. They decide to take over the bar side of the map here on Cloud9's half. They get a couple kills, and they're just gonna clean on up. Snakebite gets the kill on Stellar, but Eco, the last one remaining, trying to buy time, wait for a teammate to spawn, and that's where Bound comes back and helps.
Eco on your screen, running with the rest of the crew. Cloud9, yes, they are the red team, chat. Sentinels wearing blue in this one. And you're gonna see 3 down for Sentinels again already. Flag
Under pressure, but bound, cut down by Royal 2. Again, the defense, they're coming up clutch for the Sentinel side. It's a 1-point game day. Yeah, you can do so many things right here on Bazaar. You can get the Slays out of your base. You can get the power up on the side of the map. But once you finally get to their base, that's where you have no room for error. You can't have your flag carrier die. We mentioned at the start of the game, Snakebite had 6 kills. Cloud9 as a team was sitting on 6. Now check out that scoreboard. Cloud9 dominating the slang. No one from Sentinels really able to string together a killing spree. And you were just highlighting a player, Dave. Who's got your eye over there at C9? Penguin's got my eye. People call him the best support player, but I'm seeing the best Slayer so far in this match with 15 kills and only 6 deaths. And you know that's the way he wanted to bounce back after losing that game 5 to Native Red. Penguin only had 3 kills there, already at 15. Stellar, not worried about this flag. No one really threatening for Sentinels. And here comes Eco again. He's trying to sneak behind 2, but again, it's defense holding strong for Sentinels base. And they got all the information they need. They know where those members of Sentinels are. They can hold these power positions, and the 6-minute mark is when both the power up and power weapon are popping. So Overshield being grabbed by Cloud9, Rockets being grabbed by Cloud9. This is going to be tough for Sentinels to stop. I feel like we're watching a tug-of-war battle, but the rope, it is being pulled heavily in favor of this Cloud9 squad, and you're seeing Stellar just run amok in the base. Penguin comes down through the hole to help, and you're gonna see a flag ran once again. You just need another pick, and this one's going out. And look at that spawn awareness from Stellar, either hearing that call out or just knowing that they didn't have the thruster corner blocked, and so kills Frosty, staggers his spawn. He's got no effect on his flag run. It's all up to Royal 2 here. And this is the 3rd time we've seen Stellar move this flag out. Can he get away with his life? The answer so far is yes. Teammates doing a fantastic job protecting. Frosty's gonna find one. Penguin, though, is gonna cut down Royal 2, who is closest to that flag. Making his way through the double doors, dodges those grenades, but Snakebite is on the prowl. Gets the stop here, and this is going to be tough to stop, and that's flag number 2 going in for Bound in the Cloud9 squad. And a nice job, everyone falling back with that flag. You saw the clutch defense stopping Royal 2 short. Bound grabs that flag, takes it right in the base. 2-0, we're playing to 5, but you have to think, with a 2-0 lead, 4 minutes and 40 seconds, you can even change your play style as Cloud9 right now. You can just run out this clock. Especially on Bazaar, you'll see maybe this next couple minutes, Cloud9 might still push into the Sentinel's base, but hold up 1 second. Got to cover this push that's coming in. All right, that push was now stopped there. Sentinels are getting close in the flagpole. But what I was going to highlight is during the last couple minutes of the game, you'll see Cloud9 stray away from blocking the spawns in the Sentinel's base. They don't want Sentinels to spawn over in the locker, over towards the sewer, where they get a head start towards the Cloud9 flag. Another overshield going to Cloud9 as Bound is setting up for it. Let's crank up our Astros and go to a listen in with your team leading by 2.
What's up? Yeah.
Yeah, pushing the flag, with Charlie.
I'm gonna go. Okay.
He's pushing their elbow, pushing their elbow. BR, bridge into BR, 2 dead. One in their BR.
Look behind you.
I'm gonna throw.
To their tree. I'm pushing it. I'm in their base, guys.
I'm watching their BR.
Their wall?
Their BR, bridge, 1 shot.
Their BR behind you guys, flanking you guys. 2 flanking, 1 is combo thrust.
Yeah, he's on BR.
They're doubles in their BR. Their BR was weak, Royal 2.
They're all weak now. Put the shot. Nice, good shot.
One in the tree, he's one.
Watch that tree.
One can be double insane and bottom mid somewhere, I think.
I died to the tree. He's coming out the tree to wall.
The doubles lethal?
So, yo, nades are up. Shocks were up.
Doubles
Shocks at him. Shocks at him.
You
got him.
2 bottom mid.
I'm trying to. We should play elbow side.
Rockets are next, guys.
Main body with you. Our side, top rockets.
10 seconds.
He only sees me.
There's got a doubles weak.
One shot sewers, Frosty. I don't know. He's weak to our spikes.
And we come out of that listen in, and how good are the comms from Cloud9? There is no panic in these voices. Not at all, just stoic and collected, but here comes the opportunity for Sentinels. This might be the best chance that they've had thus far. They have Frosty over the flag. They have 3 members down, and they got the flag all the way over to the sewer. This is a squad. You got to play all the way to the whistles. If the Sentinels can get set up, they can run it up on you, but already flag carrier in trouble. Sentinels are going to get stopped again, Dave. A rare mistaken run from Sentinels. Generally, if they're running towards sewer, they are blocking those spawns. Instead, they ran towards sewer before knowing where the members of Cloud9 were spawning, and now that flag is dead in the water. Looking at your numbers, Penguin continues to crush 25 with 7 assists. You got Eco now dropping 14 assists to go with his 14 kills. Everything working for Cloud9. On the other side, Lethal. He's been the one struggling in the kill feed, Dave. He's still on single digits. I need to see TJ take his game back up to his normal level from previous Halos.
Yeah, the stats not showing so well in his favor. Well, let's see what TJ, aka Lethal, can do with this overshield. He's pushing on over towards Tree, realizing he does not want to charge into a 1v2 or 1v3 in a close corridor fight. But also, time is not in his favor, as there's only a minute 42 for Sentinels to get 2 caps on the board.
Really nice awareness there by Cloud9. The Needler is going to melt that overshield. Eco's still playing some base defense, and they know it's not the 2 flags we got to worry about. It's the 90 seconds on the clock. Just slowly bleed out this game. Penguin, the base defense has been true all game long.
And he'll take that trade any day of the week. Generally, when you're on the defensive at your base, if you go kill for kill, your reinforcements are going to come back faster.
I know we got a lot of Sentinel crowds here in the a lot of Sentinel fans here in the crowd in Seattle. But you got to give it up for Cloud9 right now. 31-15 from your support player of the year, Penguin. Bound, the man brought in to replace Renegade, doing his job. This Cloud9 squad is looking ready on Championship Sunday, and they are 50 seconds away from game number 1 here.
They are looking dangerous, and look how they're just holding down to the center of the map. Now, one error that can come with this play is if they get too turtled up and too defensive, this could set up Sentinels for a counter cap or a double cap. So we're going to see how Bound decides to play this one, because he is no longer in the fight, and it's now going to be up to Penguin and Stellar to defend their flag.
You got to play perfect from here. 30 seconds to get a flag cap and another pull to force that overtime. Penguin taken down by the grenade. Snakebite able to finish that one. He's going to run the flag with Royal 2 covering, but the pressure, the defense, they're coming in 2s. Eco and Bound forcing them back with the nades. Frosty's here to support, and that flag is pulled, but time running out, Dave. You can't get this back in 6 seconds.
They have to get it back, and not just that, they have to get a second pull, and that is going to be it here for game number 1. Cloud9 taking a 1-0 lead here in this series.
The last 8 games they played against each other on the main stage, 7 of them going to Cloud9, and this one could be the biggest yet, a game 1 in the best of 5.
And that is the exact strong start you need. I don't know exactly what it is with this Cloud9 roster, but they seem to have this Sentinels roster figured out. You saw so many different situations where Frosty would be the first kill. Look at even in the kill feed at this moment. Very beginning, they saw Frosty that very first death. They're able to find this powerhouse Slayer in the form of Sentinels in Frosty and pick him off before he can swoop in later.
It was just total map dominance. Every overshield felt like it was just falling in the hands of Cloud9. Map control was there after the first rockets, and honestly, Dave, it was a slaying affair that was one-sided. C9 coming out, causing problems for Sentinels, who are just known to be so individually talented. They got out teamwork here in this first game.
They got out teamwork, they got outslayed, and they got outplayed.
And there is the flag, the whole squad rallying back. Bound, breaking in, putting number 2 on the board, and from there, they could just bleed out the clock. 4 minutes of defense and a 2-0 finish to Bizarre. Cloud9 strikes first.
Cloud9 strikes first, but it's all about who is striking last in this series. Whoever wins that final game will be our victor. And Livefire Slayer, this one could slow down. Yes, we saw some chaotic and fast moments there in Bizarre. Well, all in all, Bizarre is a slower paced mode. Same gonna be here on Livefire Slayer. Not until we get later in this series. When we get into those final games on Recharge, King of the Hill, and Street Stronghold, will you see that pace really pick up?
Eco's gonna take heavy shots before being able to fire back, and he is forced down. But we're gonna start things off with a Slayer who's been dropping a 1.34. Dave, Eco, not known to be the man who has to put up the numbers. He's been doing it all tournament long, though, especially in these TSs.
And he needs to do it soon, though, if that's the case, because right off the rip, Sentinels, 4 kills, 0 deaths. They get control of the heat wave, control that sniper. Now, how are Cloud9 going to react? Because they got a couple random picks. Can they turn that into a larger advantage?
And
Can you just tell me a little bit about Frosty? I know he might fall here, but I know we're coming back to him eventually. Frosty, this is a guy that I was commentating in Call of Duty, and he comes over to this team. Then he comes right back to Halo with Infinite coming out. He's been a Sentinel's mainstay, but I feel like we haven't been saying his name enough on Championship Sunday.
He is just a freak in this game. Any game he touches, he is amazing at. I put him in my top 3 in Halo Infinite as of right now, but the stats and this performance is really showing it. I think Cloud9 really has figured it out. When you listen to different interviews of the Cloud9 players, they do target those superstars on roster. They make sure that they can't get fully activated. They shut them down before they can catch fire.
Nice job. Sentinels forcing back Penguin, but here comes Frosty with helping. You're just going to see Sentinels rolling over the top here. Penguin and Stellar put on their back. They're going to have to run for their lives as the heat wave still in the hands of Sentinels. Now finally, Cloud9 with Stellar have it in their hands.
Look at that. Stellar just not letting a weak Frosty get away. Wants to make sure, like I said, he can't get in a very comfortable zone. Let him trade kill for kill.
Overshield's going to be popping. Stellar trying to protect from above. And he's losing all of his support. Note the pinch is eventually coming in. Nice job to trade it out, but this is going in favor so far of Sentinels. Up by 1. Lethal with this overshield. This is where you can really start to grow that lead, Dave.
They can grow that lead. They're going to see how they're going to push over towards C-flat. But look at these defenses. Look at all the grenades and the flank from Bound. That overshield was just decimated, melted, evaporated, whatever adjective entered there.
Snake Bite's gonna fall as well without the trade. Some big moves from Cloud9 in the last minute, and they're gonna reclaim the lead 15-13 here.
But look at these reads across the board. It really does feel like Cloud9 knows what Sentinels are gonna do before they even do it. They have these perfect flanks. Someone like Royal 2 who is so sneaky over towards the mud gets green gunned and finished off. Lethal, who takes a very safe and great route with that overshield, gets destroyed. Every single step of the way, Cloud9 are just prepared for these pushes.
Royal 2 trying to push in. Eco trades out 1. But that was 2 in favor of Sentinels, and these kills keep getting traded. 19-17, a 2-point difference between the squads. As we are going back and forth, this game could come down to the overshields as you see both teams start to move to this side of the map.
Look at all those damage players over at the shortcut. Stellar charging for these finishes. Here's a one-shot Frosty and wants to finish a one-shot Frosty. Unsuccessful though, and this is going to be a great setup here for Sentinel.
You got the heat, you've got the snipe. Oh, it's all headshots for Snakebite. He can only find 2, but his teammates with the shields dropped, able to clean up. 22-23, Sentinels retake the lead.
Now this is slowing down again. You see those chaotic bouts. As soon as a team knows the sniper's not in the safe position or they have that damage advantage, they want to press that advantage and break that step. Other than that, they're going to chill for a little bit and wait for that opportunity. Nice little trade there from Penguin on Royal 2. Lethal's going to trade out a kill as well on Stellar. And just trade after trade, these teams are so evenly matched.
I was going to say, Dave, it feels like a lot of mutual respect. Everyone's just okay with the trade out, right? 1 for 1, we're good with it. 25-26. Over the top comes Bound, though. Great angle on 3 players. Shields are down. Check the angles. Corner is clear. Royal 2 is down.
But also, no real damage being done on Bound here just yet. So it's like he still has a full overshield. He charges in this garage, and look at how quick he gets behind enemy lines. Every single time he's charged in, he's not just fighting on one front. He's sliding past that first threat, damages someone else, and that puts someone in a precarious position. They now have to decide, do I face forward towards sandbags and fight the rest of Cloud9, or do I have to deal with an overshielded Bound behind me?
Sentinels are down 1 game and currently down 2 kills. Let's crank up our headphones and listen in with one of their star slayers, Frosty.
I'm in weak Bound, and then Swan cuts.
Got melted by West. It's like 3 there. There's a heat wave down tower. Watch. Go for it.
Garage coming out of it. Shooting at me.
You're alone, Matt. You're alone.
Two top pushing me. Garage coming outside.
I'm here, Matt.
One in B. One side. 3 tower.
Living.
Try to play our lives a little bit harder here, guys.
I'm looking garage. I hear him top mid.
You're out of snipe, right?
I hear them literally above me, top mid.
Back mid.
Yeah, bottom mid, inside bottom mid.
Come right. Let's walk up. We're going right. Let's see if we can find it. I'm just gonna like bully tower. So let's see if someone peeks on. That's what I say.
Yo, A flag guys, make it. Fall on keeper.
He's weak pillars side, Penguin.
B pillars. Okay, we're getting play bros. It's in bro.
They go B, guys. I'm in one hit. Nice. One throw. OB, yeah, two down. I should be able to get this. I should be able to.
I'm trying to hold you guys A plat. Yo, Keter weak, and then A plat. Nading you guys.
A plat falling or no?
And Keter still, watch my name. One cave, I think.
I killed him.
Okay, look.
What about snipe as well? Snipe, guys. Snipe. I just got it. I'm going B.
Hold on.
Nice. Let's go.
I love that engagement from Snakebite. They were able to gather that overshield Dave, and then Snakebite just feeling like a bull, rushing through the tunnels, finds Eco, and then he knows when to peel back. We're not trading anymore. Now is when we take the lead. They're up by 1. Can they hold on? No, it looks like Cloud9 taking it right back.
Yeah, in that specific situation, Snakebite didn't want to trade out a melee for that full shield OS. He knew there was no chance of him losing that VR battle, so just wanted to create that distance. But here the sniper is changing hands back and forth. Cloud9 only have a 2-kill lead, and that can easily be taken away with a well-placed sniper.
They only need 6 kills, though. 8 kills to go for Sentinels. And Lethal trying to survive. Bound was on his back. He's getting pinged up from all directions. Lethal goes sky high, and somehow he's still on his feet. Finally tracked down as Bound turns it into a double.
Bound behind enemy lines. Name a better duo. He is just every single time finding these routes, and look at that sick movement, just ducking his head perfectly down behind those rails to avoid that last headshot. 4-kill lead, sniper in their hands, overshield coming up in 40 seconds.
You know, I'm not going to call him a sneaky beaver. Bound, definitely a slippery pickle right now. And he's got the snipe in hands. 2 players looking across the top. They know we cannot challenge this fight, cannot give up any kills. Cloud9 just 3 kills away from making this a 2-0 lead.
Generally, when you have the sniper, you're the furthest player back on your team. Maybe not the case when Bound has the sniper's hands. And look at this push there.
Challenge.
3 members of Sentinels charge for top there, get that crucial kill. But now they need to find these other Cloud9 players. They have the high advantage. They're in a great spot, but they cannot trade out kill for kill. 49-45, that's going to be it.
Cloud9 with the melees trading out at the end. And they are in a dominant position in this best of 5 now.
It is looking so good for Cloud9. And I mean, credit to Sentinels for that last push. Sometimes when you're backed in the corner like that, teams can opt to just sit around and wait until they get picked up from the sniper. Instead, they made a concentrated push where they figured the sniper would be at, get the sniper pick, try to see if they catch any other Cloud9 members off guard and do their own setup, but Cloud9 are just too good. They traded out slay after slay to close it out.
50-45 is your final score. Penguin, support player of the year, doing the damage in game 1, but it was a whole squad. That's stellar top frags for the team at 15. Everyone contributing during this game 2.
It is a team effort. No individual is carrying this game, but as I look someone getting behind enemy lines, look at Bound continually creating these opportunities for his team. I think this is the double-edged sword known as Bound. There are times when he is behind enemy lines, creating those first opportunities to create a push. And those are the times that he's just first death and leaving his team in a 4v3 scenario.
I mean, just look at that play as well. Stellar takes his turn, 3 players down at OS. Stellar's right behind you on the stairs. Cloud9 always with the player on your flank. But coming up next, we're going to Strongholds. The map is Streets. Dave, if you're Sentinels, you've got a perfect win rate on this map throughout Seattle.
You need something to bounce back on. Yeah, 2-0 for Seattle. They haven't played a juggernaut in the form of like Cloud9 just yet on this, so we're gonna have to see how this pans out for Sentinels. This map, out of all of them, is gonna be the fastest paced we've seen thus far. It's gonna be the most chaotic. There are too many points of interest across the map that these players are gonna have to make a lot of individual decisions. We're gonna see if that plays perfectly in someone like Bound's playstyle or overwhelms them, and we start to see some mistakes, because so far, Cloud9 are looking real good, Puckett.
Opening battles, it's 3 down already for Sentinels, and that is not how you wanted to start this game. All momentum back in favor of Cloud9, but Frosty's making the plays. He's got the rocket. This is how you can flip it back. Penguin says, we're not giving you that opportunity.
Yeah, somehow Frosty was able to grab the B stronghold, get a kill the rocket player, secure the rockets. I mean, about all you could expect or hope for in the last player alive scenario. But Rocket player after Rocket player going down. I mean, I don't want to put any bad juju out there, but those Rockets might be cursed.
And we call out Sentinels is scoring 25 points as the trip cap was almost underway. Bound clutches up to keep C in their control. Frosty rotating over though, David. This is going to be Sentinels trying to go with a full court press.
They get a 3-cap position for just a short period of time. And look at this. Frosty is realizing this player's no chance going back to back commando. He expected that player to double back towards driveway or go towards the dumpster.
And it is Bound, the sneaky beat behind the corner, gets the first shot on Frosty. He turns back with a stalker, but instantly punished. And we mentioned it, Renegade, the former star slayer of this Cloud9 squad. When he left the team, everyone's wondering, who do you grab? What could fill that role? Bound seems to be the answer.
Bound seems to be in the chaotic times. We'll have to see how it is during some of those neutral, slower times. I have yet to see that just yet, but so far, looking real good. However, when we're looking at Cloud9 and being critical throughout this game, they're doing great in the slaying department, but they have only 10 points on the board.
Until this trip cap, right, Dave? I was gonna say, good that you mentioned it when they were only at 10 points, but now look, 24, 26, every second you are climbing back up, and this could be a tie game, but Sentinels, clutch kills, 4 down. This should be Sentinels taking full map control for now.
Yeah, Sentinels gonna grab these 2 strongholds. They are aware that Cloud9 are gonna spawn over at Cafe or PD, and they're gonna defend these 2 strongholds before they make a push and try to get a trip cap. With Frosty and Snakebite both falling, trip cap's out of the picture. At this point, save your life and see if you can even hold on to your 2.
Late to get there is Bound, but he's true for the first. Can he clean up Lethal as well? Lethal on the stairs, his teammate survives. It's Penguin getting out of dodge. The grenades are traded, but B was not captured.
Not captured, but eventually acquired by Penguin, and that's just fine. Look at how these players are playing the lives. When we went into a couple listens, you heard from both Cloud9 and Central Side saying, play your life. What that means is make the opposing team take as long as possible to kill you. Play a little more selfish. You don't need to do anything miraculous on your own. You don't need to do a ninja. You don't need to jump out and get a stick every single time. Instead, buy as much time for your teammates, and those little advantages are gonna roll into a big snowball lead for your team.
If you're just joining us, welcome to the Halo World Championship. We are live from Seattle, Washington, and we are down to the final 6 teams. This is a battle between 2 champions. Cloud9 from Raleigh, Sentinels from Kansas City, but only one's moving into our top 4.
Only one moves on, one goes home, and it's difficult. I would not expect to say that about either of these teams this early on Sunday.
Bound trying to challenge as Cloud9 is going to get pushed around at B. Penguins under fire at C as well. This was the push Sentinels needed. They're still in control, but you can see that scoreboard getting ever closer to a tie.
Just like that, Eco realizing the numbers advantage not in his favor. Sometimes counterintuitively, if you don't have numbers on the map, getting a trade can be your best case scenario.
Here's Bound with another double kill. Chat, how many have we seen from this man? On the other side, observers, if we can get eyes on Royal 2, we haven't shown the light on this guy enough throughout this series. I want to see what's going on currently, leading the team with 13 kills.
13 kills, grabbing the B stronghold. Let's see how he lays down these shots across the map. He has such a strong, steady shot, especially long range. And look at just the little poke shots the damage he'll do. Anytime someone just peeks out on a screen for just a minute period of time.
That's 2 down. And 2 traded right back. Bound another double kill. Keeps rolling them up. He's been the cleanup crew, Dave, and it seems the man always has a bulldog, a stalker rifle, something in his hand.
Just doing everything to grab those weapons out of the sandbox here in Halo. Now that massive lead for Sentinels is now quick within striking distance. Only a 25-point lead here for Sentinels when off the gate, they were up about 60.
They opened up so strong. They had an early 3 cap. That opened the door for Cloud9 to come back. Cloud9, momentary 3 cap, closed that gap, and now we see the Sentinels, though. We mentioned it, Dave. This is a squad that can win efficiently. They don't need to blow you out when it comes to the slaying. They're definitely not doing it in this game, but if you look at the scoreboard, they're now up 50.
They are now up 50, but here is Cloud9's answer. They have a dub cap. They have Sentinels trapped over in Tram. Now let's see how they decide to put the squeeze on. Lethal at least able to sneak on out, but those kills are traded out. That's 3 down for Sentinels. Now, is this gonna be a strong trip cap here from Cloud9, or do they decide to hold their 2? Look at Eco's focus. He is more focused on bottom Tram to make sure they secure that spot.
He's just blocking spawns and dishing out damage. Eco has done it all tournament long. You look at his numbers, he's been fragging out in Slayer, but across the board, he has been pure lethal though. Coming up with half shield, taking the fight and winning, and that's gonna open up a rocket opportunity for Snakebite here.
Yeah, even though Cloud9 has control for the time being, I would expect a new case, but Penguin with the stalk rifle destroys Snakebite, gets the rockets out of his hands, and is now pushing his team closer and closer to a tie game.
Everybody's running around with a T2 combo these days. I don't want a battle rifle. Give me all the power-ups. He's got a rocket. My beam's bigger. Eco across the map. Lock it down top of A. You see C, B, all in control of Cloud9. The trip cap against the Sentinels, and the scoreboard is showing it. 175 and growing to 150.
Trip cap in effect, but Bound cannot overextend in this position. This could go from a dub cap to even a trip cap in favor of Sentinels. Look at that, just by Bound trying to get a little greedy and help over on B Street. Cost him and his teammates lives.
This is massive for Sentinels. You can't let Cloud9 get to that 200 mark. You're 100 points away from keeping yourself alive in this series. How do you close out this game 3? We go back to Bound. Cloud9 defending themselves at B. C-Cap already down. And he is just doing a phenomenal job of staying alive. Penguin comes behind, causes chaos, finds the melee, and forces a second player down. Cloud9 always with an answer to this pressure from Sentinels.
Bound just giving so much respect to Sentinels there, assuming a grenade's gonna come flying in a different angle, so he's ducking in and out of that stronghold. Doesn't want to just commit and die there immediately.
He's getting flipped back and forth, back and forth. Eco versus Royal 2 cross-map battle. Eco's gonna force him back, Bound jumping in, but Lethal, he's there at the perfect time. There's the teamwork we needed to see from Sentinels as they recap C.
A reset at what cost, but the surprising part right now is that Cloud9 have not grabbed A throughout the entire time. Eco was at bottom A tower, but looks like the Cloud9 strategy is holding B and C if they have a choice.
They're spawning back PD, and Lethal's in trouble. The boom boom's around the corner. Down goes TJ. Sentinels in trouble. Snakebite though, perfect grenades, keeps his team in it at B.
Snakebite just jumping around, trying to stay alive, gets picked up by Bound. These players, when they are weak, they are called out and they are hunted down fast. Puckett, it's a trip cap in action. 228 points on the board for Cloud9.
3-1 in Orlando. 3-0 to send Sentinels packing in Orlando. And now, 10 points away from another 3-0. The AR comes out. Bound sitting on 15 kills. Penguin gets to the 20 mark. And this game day is almost done. That punch from Royal 2. Can he hang on? Penguin's there.
But it is over. Cloud9 3-0 versus Sentinels. Sentinels going home in 5th/6th place this event. We're used to saying hail to the Kings. This time is pay our respects to the Kings.
Last time the battle was top 3. Now the fight for top 4. Cloud9 continues on. Sentinels are out.
Cloud9, look at that. You know they're pumped to win this, but the work is just beginning. They put themselves so low into the elimination bracket that they have to just continually fight here. They're not used to this position. They have been in the grand finals of every single LAN event we've had so far this year. Right now, their tournament life breathes a little bit easier, but still not there just yet. They have to win 2 more matches to get back to that grand finals.
I didn't see a weakness though, Dave. That's what I'm worried about for everyone else in this tournament. Looking at this Cloud9 squad, your support player is top fragging. Your objective-minded players are in the perfect position. You controlled the spawns, you controlled the slays. There wasn't a moment in this series that I thought Sentinels had the upper hand. This was a dominant showing on Championship Sunday by Cloud9.
It was. I mean, that game number 3, it looked like Sentinels started to get their groove, started to click on all cylinders. But ultimately it got shot down. You just saw all those different plays from Cloud9 getting the slays. I mean, slays weren't heavy in Cloud9's favor in that game number 3. It was 69 kills for Cloud9, 61 kills for Sentinels. Overall, throughout all those games, it was Cloud9 outslaying Sentinels. Taking a quick look at this series, though, Puck.
They started the year as Raleigh champions, and they're looking to close out as world champions. A 3-0. Gonna help you out along the way. A 2-0 on Bazaar. 50-45 in the closest game of Slayer. And then after trailing early on, C9 finding their top form, locking in all 3 cap points, and taking a 251-67 dominant win in that game 3.
Just looking real strong there. So, like you said, Puckett, not many weaknesses there for Cloud9. They are looking to make the long run. They want to make this a long day. I fear for anyone that has to play them later in this event.
All right, Cloud9 still in the running. Everyone vying for the title of national champion, world champion, and of course the $400,000 that comes with it. Dave, we got to sign off, my friend. Give it up for Dave Walshy, the GOAT, my friends. That's it for me as we send it back to the desk.
Thank you so much. What an incredible series from Cloud9. Look, they're the kryptonite, right? We talked about it. Sentinels versus Cloud9, the matchup. And it certainly works. They have their number. Gaskin, what did you make of the series?
I feel like it had to be that Slayer, didn't it? That was really Sentinel's chance. All season long, Sentinels have been this Slayer team. Like, they actually had the best Slayer record coming into this tournament. But as soon as Cloud9 got those few kills, they got that kind of 5-kill advantage. I heard it in the communication. There was kind of, guys, we're not losing this from Sentinels. But I think subtly there was an undertone of knowing they were probably going to lose this, that yet again Cloud9 were going to be that enemy that defeats them right at the very last hurdle. And it's so tough to watch to see these world champions eliminated at this stage, but unfortunately Cloud9 just seem to have the playbooks down when it comes to playing against Sen.
Cloud9, one of the most impressive performances I think we've seen all tournament long. I think nobody ever can take Sentinels lightly. These are 2-time world champions that have just been taken down. And just a reminder, if you're watching Halo Infinite for the first time, if you're watching competitive Halo for the first time, 2 of the members of Cloud9, they've got a world championship to their name as well. And I'm just excited to see what Cloud9 do moving forward. I think Optic would have watched that series. I think the rest of the bracket would have watched that series and thought, wow, Cloud9 looked terrifying.
Right, and like you said, Sentinels not an easy team to do that against. I think they knew exactly what they had to do. The Sentinels is also an all-business team, as we've said all season. They come to play on Championship Sunday. However, this series, we talked about it before we got into the games, right? Eco feeling confident in terms of play style against Sentinels. It really showed here in the 3-0.
It certainly didn't, and I gotta say, there were some tells, I think, in that series. The first map, Bazaar CTF, Penguin was on fire. I think that's your first thing. It's like, if Penguin shows up that way, it's almost game over.
Yeah, I mean, West Coast buff. We were talking about it, right?
Yeah.
Online, we were saying, you know, Penguin's always the guy. He's not quite there, but he's got to play on the highest ping. When he gets to land, that man is special. But there's also a stat here on the Sentinel side, which is almost shocking to me to see, and that's Frosty. 0.68 KD from one of the best players we've ever seen play Halo. That is something that you do not expect to see.
I mean, and also, Penguin 1.56 KD. That is absolutely incredible. Let's not forget, Penguin led Orlando in terms of overall assists. Really a support player at that event. They have changed the dynamic here at the World Championships. 1.56 at this stage of the tournament in terms of a KD is absolutely incredible from Penguin.
It's so interesting to see how different matchups suit different teams. I mean, you're looking at the Optic series yesterday, Sentinels pretty damn close, and you look at the stats, they're all very similar actually on both sides. That was just totally one-sided affair in terms of the stats there, in terms of what happened on the main stage. Let's take a look at the brackets, though, to see where we're at in this World Championship. We do have our elimination bracket in Cloud9. They take down Sentinels 3-0. They will move forward to meet FaZe Clan, who had quite the task of their own earlier on to go and take down, of course, Native. No, wait, hold on. What happened? FaZe, they moved forward, but they did fall short to Native Red. That was what I was going to say.
They did indeed. They took down Oxygen a little bit ago as well. You can see the 3-0 in the bracket, which pushed them into this position. And let me tell you, that wasn't the easiest of series. Game number 1, FaZe were actually down 2-0, and they managed to go back to back with their flag caps on Bazaar to give them that lead. From there, they gained a little bit of momentum. Game 2 looked very comfortable, and it looks like FaZe are in the prime form now for that match against
they also almost won that last Strongholds 250-0. They're about 3 points away from doing that, so FaZe has some momentum here.
We're going to get to see Eco versus Renegade on that main stage at some point in time, folks, and that one is going to be insane. Let's take a look at the winners bracket, though. Our winners finals is set and ready to go. Optic Gaming versus Native Red. You probably wouldn't have believed it if we had told you before this weekend that Native Red, it is their time to shine, and Gaskin, they're looking damn good right now, and the big question is, Can they take down one of the most polished teams that we have had for this part, this end of the season? I mean, Optic, they haven't skipped a beat, and I don't see any mistakes that they are making currently.
I mean, they are the only team that's been able to take a map off them, so at least that's a start, right? But you look at how Cloud9 just played. If Native Red took down that Cloud9, knocked them into the elimination bracket, I think Native Red, they're on a tear right now. I think they believe they can win a world championship, and sometimes belief is all you need. Confidence going into those BR fights. So this is going to be an incredible winners final.
It certainly is indeed. Well, that's going to do it from the desk. We're heading to a quick break. When we come back, though, we do have some more epic matchups. And my goodness me, what a series. Cloud9 just taking Sentinels by storm. 3-0 sweep across the main stage. The roar from the Cloud9 fans coming up next, though. Winners finals, Optic versus Native Red.
At Lovesac, we design furniture for life. Real life. Messy life. Life that changes and brings us together for movie night. A life where batteries run down and get charged up again. Because now, Lovesac Sactionals can be upgraded with Stealth Tech and immersive surround sound by Harman Kardon hidden inside. Upgradable, washable, and guaranteed for life. Don't just hear it, feel it at a Lovesac showroom near you.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Chief, what do you need?
I need directions. This place is a maze.
Okay. What's around you?
A large ficus.
Okay, I've got your location. Setting a nav point now. Walk north until you see the elevator. Get in the elevator. Go to floor 4. Walk a half click south and be careful, Chief. This place is crawling with fans. Fortunately for us both, I like crazy. What is it, Chief? The Banished?
Worse.
Look in your pocket. Pretty incredible, isn't it?
Wake me when you need me.
Welcome back to the Halo World Championship.
Awesome.
That was amazing, wasn't it? Incredible to get Master Chief and Cortana. Obviously here, we've seen them walking around the venue. They're incredible. I mean, voices of my childhood, the nostalgia, the feels. It's just amazing. Honestly, I could just talk to them all day for that matter. I mean, Walshy, for you, there must have been lullabies, right?
I was like, I've heard your voices for the last 20 years. Funny enough, I went to talk to Jen, aka Cortana, and when I'm at home, like, I kind of maybe don't use the kindest of tones with our AIs at home. I'm just like, get this done, get it done now. Whereas my fiance, she's like, could you please and thank you. And so Cortana took the AI side when she sent a video. She's like, hey, you gotta be nice to the AIs for when we take over.
Very, very true. Take over, they probably will. But I tell you what, someone who's been taking over is, of course, all of our players all season long. And the AMD Power Plays of the Year have been absolutely incredible. We have looked at so many insane skills from our players on our screens all year long. So let's take a look at our AMD Power Plays of the Year overall and see what's been piling up.
I watched this 1,000 times.
This is one of these moments where when you're casting it, you're praying the player can hit the shots.
Oh, something big's about to happen, and then suddenly we switch over to Chick, and it was just like a flash. I think I just let out noises.
Yeah, I mean, disgusting. That clip is probably the best overkill clip I've seen, maybe ever.
Arguably, not only is it the best clip of the year, but probably of all time on main stage. I think for him to hit those shots, the big pressure moments playing against G1, who are a very, very good team, and they needed that win to progress in pools. I think Chick, one of the all-star players of the year.
Just adrenaline, like, yeah. I didn't even realize at the moment, just when I saw the medals, like overkill, so what the fuck did I just...
I think that clip is so special from Chick because it's hard to hit those big moments in Halo Infinite. You're not always going to get 4 people challenging you that quickly. Sometimes people want to stay alive, so they will get away. You don't always have the opportunity to hit an overkill. But with that precision, to hit those shots with a sniper rifle, to have that confidence to go for those shots as well, That's why I think it's so special. And the fact it's a European player. It's someone who maybe isn't considered a top player at the time from North Americans, but now he's done that against big players. I think it just makes it that extra bit special.
Not only is he hitting some no scopes, he's also being pressured. He's down to half shields, no shields, and still has the confidence to peek out and find the faces and thread the needle, hit those shots. I think the player at bottom tower, he can see a pixel and he still manages to line it up, and I think that's so special and something that you won't find, and there's a reason why it's the best play of the year, because we will not see a better clip for that, I'd wager, for the entirety of Halo Infinite.
Bottom middle is so important to be able to flank round. You don't want to be flanking too much, and that's what happens. Quadrant, once they recognise the players on their own, they will just jump on you, and that team should be so difficult to play against, and Chick may be starting to heat up.
Wobbling them wings, it's an overkill!
It doesn't matter how many times I see that clip.
It's true.
Keep it coming. I don't mind. Have it on repeat. That overkill is disgusting. And I think, you know, an overkill is one thing. To get it with a BR, to get it with rockets, but with a sniper rifle, on your own, shields down, Walshy. That takes some skill, some risk, and some things in between your legs as well.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm gonna get some tweets. They're like, "Well, check out my Kilimanjaro. These are the top pros actually shooting back, and it's not main stage. This is what makes it so impressive. It's against some of the best players in the world. That's why it's so impressive."
As a caster as well on set, moments like that, when Chick is doing something that is just so unbelievable and so incredible. You know, you hear Dan scream, basically. There's nothing else he can do. How does it make you feel casting over that? You know, does it get you going? Does it get you hyped?
You go from a professional to a fanboy in about 5 seconds. It's insane. Like, you just see what's happening as well. You can kind of predict what's about to happen. You're like, he's not going to hit this one. It's like, oh. And then you go, he's not going to hit this one. It's like, oh. And it's like, he's just like destroyed the entire team on his own. And I think the one thing that always stands out to me with that clip is like the first kill, because he's taken down to literally 0 shields, no scopes the guy bottom mid, and then from there it's just Chick on a tear. It's ridiculous, and again, I love the fact it's a European player as well, I have to say. So Chick, we love you, amazing play, well deserved.
Absolutely incredible. And I think as well, Bravo, we talk about this time and time again, and what happens when plays like this are made and executed properly, the after effect that happens. I'm pretty sure SLG went on after that to get an overkill of his own.
Right.
So the domino effect that moments like that have on a team is huge.
I mean, that's the crazy thing, right? We're calling this the play of the year, and for very good reason, but the fact that there was an overkill off of the back of that is just absolutely insane. It's one of the most insane sequences of professional Halo you will ever see. Probably the craziest 45 seconds or so that we've seen in Halo Infinite, without a doubt.
Amazing stuff. Well, congratulations to Chick. Unfortunately, Quadrant didn't make it to the Halo World Championships this time around, and we do miss them dearly. But Chick did record a special message for all of you. So Chick, let's hear it.
So yeah, thanks so much for the trophy, for the AMD clip of the year. I feel so thankful. Thanks for my teammates. Thanks for my family for the support, and you guys as well for the support. That's huge for me to be like the winners of the first season of the clip of the years, like for this year. That's amazing for me, and I feel so thankful for everything I've been part for this year. So yeah, thank you so much, everyone.
Congratulations, Chick. Très bien. Absolutely amazing stuff from this guy. I can't wait to see what he brings next season, as well as Quadrant and the rest of his team too. But we've got to move on. We have matches to play. We have a World Championship to get through. We have a champion to crown by the end of the day. And our next one is definitely going to help a little bit for one of these teams. It's our winners finals. Native Red versus Optic Gaming. We see the green wall, we see the Cinderella story happening, and they're going up against each other. And this one is going to be tough. I think more so for Native Red, and I'll tell you why. Native Red obviously coming in, I think, against Optic as a little bit more of an unknown entity, because what they're bringing right now hasn't been there all season long for them. So what they're doing is something a bit different, and it's working. But Walshy, from your perspective, what do they need to do to take down Optic Gaming in their perfect Halo?
Well, you're saying it's a Cinderella story. I was looking at these guys' shoes, and they have some fire slippers on, so I think they are dressed in the part just perfect. What do they have to do? They have to not be content. It is so easy in a position like this to say, oh my God, we've done it. We made top 3. This is great. Let's see what happens from here. It's like, no, you have to be bloodthirsty. You have to have your sights set on #1 and nothing less. If they're feeling anything as far as excitement and the work is over, it's going to be a quick 3-0 from Optic.
Onset, we saw him on our screen a second ago with stats to go along with it, but Tarlik, he has been a nightmare for teams. He has been so good with the help of the rest of his squad. But is he going to have to put up the numbers like Lucid? Is he going to have to compare himself to a powerhouse like him to get the job done with his team?
100%. Every single player on Native Red has to play probably the best Halo they've ever played in this series in order to continue this dream story. I mean, on one side of the stage, yes, we have the green wall, but Native Red have been a bulldozer all the way through this bracket, just taking down team after team after team. And you're highlighting Tarlik quite rightly, because he's been superb so far, but if one cog of this machine starts to fail a little bit, then Optic will pick them apart.
Yeah, absolutely. One last thing on Native Red as well. Let's not forget, they've already made over $100,000 this weekend, right? Like we said, 10xing their potential prize pool if they were instead in top 12. But also, listen to the last thing that Tarlik said after they beat FaZe. He said, all those times getting 13-0'd by Optic pays off. Now they're playing against Optic on the main stage, right? They need to dig deep and they need to find something special.
On the other side, something special certainly has been happening for this squad, and it's Optic. You know, our major champions from Orlando and Walshy. This team is squeaky clean. They put up a very tight ship here, and it's very difficult to take them down. I feel like a lot of it is because they play simple Halo, but they execute it perfectly, and they always have weapons in their hands, so they need to keep the toys in the back pocket. But what do you expect out of this roster this morning?
They're always ahead of the game, and they're keeping it that way. Every other team out here is positioning and figuring out, all right, what do we need to change? How do we counter what they're doing? Whereas Lucid and this Optic squad are saying, play our game. We are not changing much based on who we're playing against. They are such a strong squad, and their strategies are just so solid.
They certainly are extremely solid. I've got to say, Lucid on our screen right now has been performing out of his mind. You saw him pick up our regular season MVP. You saw him pick up the main Slayer award as well earlier on in our commendations. This guy is insane, and he pieces things together for this roster. We actually did manage to catch up with him this weekend to find out how he's feeling about this World Championship, what he needs to do to get it done. So let's hear from him.
Winning that first major, especially in Orlando, was a very good feeling, especially because of just the overwhelming support that we had. The cheers and overwhelming energy was just amazing. I would attribute my success now especially primarily just to the devotion. I think it's a very basic, fundamental attribute of just how much focus you can put into something at one time, and I put my best foot forward and I tried my absolute hardest to put in the time and recognize why or why not something is working. I think we're gonna win Worlds because I feel like we have a very clear understanding of why we just won. It didn't feel like it just fell into our lap just because I was hitting crazy no-scopes and didn't feel like luck. Obviously, I'm a firm believer that there is, of course, some luck involved at some moments. That's always going to be there, but I think we won with intention, and that's something that we are making sure we are carrying into every single series we play, online, on LAN. That is the way to win.
And Lucid, of course, is our A&D power performance as well. This guy is just electric. I think what he does for his team, not only is it the flashy plays and obviously the stats and the numbers, but I think it's the feel good too. Sometimes he just does the impossible, the unthinkable, and I think it gets the team going the most. I mean, Walshy, looking at his stats here, the growth as well. I didn't think you could grow this much getting into between day 1 and 2 of our World Championship. So day 3, surely, the numbers go up even further.
I mean, the more impressive part is that you're playing tougher and tougher teams as the days go. So if he's somehow putting up even bigger numbers against this red-hot Native Red, like, get him out of here.
Yeah.
He's like, look,
that's safe. He's a security risk for sure.
I prefer the challenge kills. Give me the challenge all day, every day. I'll rip the faces off those guys instead. I gotta say, it's absolutely incredible. Very typical, as you might say if you're one of the kids. But it's absolutely incredible. I'm very excited to find out what's gonna happen. You know, can Native Red continue the Cinderella story? Can they get into that grand final? Or will Optic have that confidence heading into that final match of their day? If they get into that grand final position, it's gonna be very hard to stop them. Let's head on over to our casters right now. We've got Jersey and Gaskin looking very dapper indeed. Gents, it's over to you.
Thanks so much, Lottie. It's Championship Sunday, baby, and I tell you something, such is the occasion, Dan Gaskin has downloaded the voice pack.
Yeah, I'm one step away from Master Chief. I'll get there eventually, but honestly, what an amazing series we have here. Optic Gaming versus Native Red, David versus Goliath, and somehow Native Red just keep taking down squads.
The green wall up against the Game 5 gangsters of yesterday, and how they would have loved to close out the tournament with the way they were playing on Saturday. But now playing against the Orlando champions. They've already beaten the Raleigh champions. They've already beaten the Kansas City champions. Why not do it here? On the biggest stage of them all. Against the best team on current form in the world. Game 1 then. Ladies and gentlemen, it was the Orlando crowd that spurred Optic Gaming to victory. Will you do the same here? Or will Native Red crash the party? Shields up, weapons out, we're into this one.
What a start this could be as well for Native Red. Their best game type, Strongholds, they have been perfect throughout this tournament. They are 3-0. Optic need to be at their very best.
ABG Rockets, BNC in control of Native Red. Not for much longer though. It's Optic Gaming, begin to turn the screw. Rockets in hand, APG, and nice and snug over towards C. 2 down, both teams. Drunken Manny, Optic, Formal Matt, and Lucid, but Trippy will join them very shortly. APG is having the quietest start to the game I think I've ever seen, but he has a very important role here with the Rockets over his shoulder. Nobody looking to contest them just yet. Perhaps this is the moment. One rocket goes in, Manny desperately gets away and succeeds. Now they know the Rockets are there. B is very much off limits until that rocket is cleared out. Formal puts down cover fire. They continue to score. This standoff is perfect for Optic Gaming. 2 rockets have been fired. They haven't found a home. And now this is the opportunity for Native Red to push forward. But Druk has fallen. Talik answers back. 3v3 for a moment. But APG makes sure 3 go down for Native Red. But APG getting hassled and harried. It's going to be 4 dead for a bit. Drux comes back up off the respawn and tries to capture C.
And even though this may be a really strong game type for Native Red, it's exactly the same on the other side for Optic Gaming. They are 11-1 since Kansas City and Strongholds. They've only ever lost once, and that was to Cloud9. That was Cloud9 at their very best as well. So Optic know this is a good start for them in this series. It's not like they're going to be struggling.
Good start. Everything's gone according to plan so far. Let's have an actual listen in Optic Gaming and see how they're navigating things.
Driveway maybe? Going driveway maybe?
Inside, going driveway?
In top back. One shot top back. Guys, you got driveway there. One shot. We're not there. We're not there. Yeah. One shot.
Rockets.
Nice. They're taking B. They're going to B. Great shot, Joey.
One shot in B.
We're taking C. We're fine.
Stay alive, Matt. Stay alive.
They're gonna spawn in cafe.
Right, we're split right now. Just
already.
Yeah, you're on your own, Matt.
So you guys can maybe play towards B, guys.
2 guys today. We're looking at
Play to B. Play to B. One hang up looking at C.
There's at least 2 guys, eh? They're going purple. One of them.
I hear you driveway.
I'm in there. Very weak now.
Let's go.
Alright, we're playing B. Very weak in B. On Joey.
Absolute B, guys. Absolute B.
You got soccer.
Sitting in B.
2 guys in B. 3 guys B. Yeah, soccer there. They still have numbers for a second, Matt. Shotty's on respawn, Joey.
Stay alive.
Absolute square.
I think heaven.
They're here.
One guy's sitting.
Guys back there. And a PD.
I hear that. One guy cuts me.
Out of depth. You're on Tommy. 2 dead, guys. We're playing for A.
Mini, Joey.
Very weak. Arcade.
Absolute arcade, guys. Caution. Absolute arcade still.
Absolute total.
One shot.
Nice, guys. They're going to be in C. Can we shoot C? Okay, Matt's going to put a little pressure.
Getting spiked.
Left side of hill. Max, 2 guys in hill. Nice shot, Matt. Okay, we're good. Watch purple, guys.
Sprinkle cuts. Cuts half shields. I'm gonna probably die.
Play for Tommy.
You're good.
Just sitting.
Back out of that listening then. A and B in control. Native Red having it a bit of their own way for some time. But now Optic Gaming retake control. 3 dead for Native Red. Struck over towards C. Waiting for his teammates to spawn back up. Rockets are about to pop. APG's got eyes on the prize. Plasma grenades go down. He's trying to get that combat involved. Or perhaps just trying to deny the area. So Holstein steps out. That's a step too far. Truck comes too. APG puts him away. Could be about to lock in a triple. Manny in a 1v1. APG! Shut down by Manny.
You thought it was about to happen as well. You thought APG was about to give him the wiggles. But what a start this has been from Optic Gaming in the winners bracket finals. Double kill for Lucid as well. They are really setting themselves apart. It's a triple for Lucid. He wants more, but they're not going to show for it. Druck only on 1 kill at the moment. Druck's been so consistent, Jersey, this tournament. But right now, he's 1 in 10.
Triple kill for Lucid. It's a triple cap for Optic Gaming. And they are really cranking up the pressure. Can Native Red bandage up as they are bleeding points. Manny gets 1. They get 2 now. Optic Gaming give them up. Fights over towards me. APG with the shots. Finds 1. 3 dead once more. Manny, all 4 dead for Native Red. And is Optic Gaming just a team? Is it a step too far?
I mean, we talk about giants, we talk about being a giant killer. Native Red already taken down Cloud9, for example. They've taken down FaZe. But is Optic Gaming maybe the biggest giant of them all? Is APG just about manages to get the trade. Manny, the last remaining player. He also falls in 225 to 38. This, unfortunately for Native Red, is almost impossible to come back from when they're playing in this way, Optic. There is such little mistakes that we're seeing.
Absolutely dominating so far. Rockets in 5, we might not even need them with the way this game has gone. It's been all one-way traffic from the get-go, and all the kills are going in their favor. And Native Red are 4 dead, and Optic Gaming secure game 1. 2 away from the grand finals.
It almost looks too easy for Optic Gaming. Strongholds where we've not seen Native Red lose so far in this tournament finally take their first loss. What does that do to the confidence of those gentlemen on your screens there? This is going to be a tough old mountain to climb. It's a very green mountain as well. Optic Gaming, flawless, as we would expect. Native Red, they need an answer here in game number 2.
And looking at the series layout when we loaded into it, I was quietly confident in Native Red. Because of the 3 objective game types that were in this best of 5 in scrims recently, Native Red had won 2 of them. As we loaded into Slayer Aquarius, that was one thing these teams didn't do only a week ago, was scrim Slayers. Is this the opportunity for Native Red to get right back into this?
Well, they've already taken a Slayer off Optic Gaming this tournament. So yes, this is going to be their best chance. But it has to happen now, I feel, Jersey. Otherwise, imagine if you go 2-0 down against an Optic Gaming this confident in themselves. Aquarius Slayer, a solid game for both of these 2 teams. Very consistent throughout this entire tournament from these 2 teams. But if Native Red go 5-6 kills down here against an Optic Gaming who have not let up, you start to fear about where this series could go.
Slayers have been an Achilles heel for Optic Gaming. No better opportunity for Soul Snipe and the boys to bounce back here, and one man that needs to do just that after a disappointing performance in game 1 is Druck. He's got the Optic Gaming skin on. Green and white colors, perhaps looking for rub of the green. 3 kills to 1. This is good for Native Red. Getting the better of the early engagements. They've got the camouflage. Manny scoops it up and disappears with it into the night. Neither scooped up. Back whack into Trippy. Had no idea he was there.
Native Red certainly have showed that they can come back into series, can come back into games. Look at the reverse sweep they had against Cloud9. Manny trying to stay alive at the moment. Needs help, does get the help. It's 8-5, Native Red, this is a perfect start for them. You have to at least demonstrate you can compete, and I think we've learned that all tournament long, that Native Red are the real deal. This man on your screen is one of the reasons why. Tolik, his slaying capability, his BR ability has been unreal. I'll tell you what, you put a commando there, doesn't matter. BR, commando, it's all the same, he's gonna get those kills.
12 kills to 8 then. Shots ringing out across the map. Tolic tries to help his teammates by backing down Lucid. Does so successfully. Unfortunately, 2 of Native Red are dead. Tolic looking to just anchor this base. Now moving out with his teammate fresh off the spawn. Moving over towards the heat wave. It's not going to be up though. It can only mean it's elsewhere in the hands of somebody that can really put it to use and crank up the heat. Manny fires shots, backs down APG. Didn't do much damage, but it was enough. Make Orlando champion think twice. Camouflage. It's going to be an influence here, as it so often is. APG already situated top middle. He's in prime position, but Tolic looks to stop that.
Oh, wow.
And does. We're all tied up then. Struck gets the wiggles from Lucid, killing spree. And he has really stepped up his game over the last couple of days.
Lucid's been incredible. From pool play to bracket play, he turned into the Lucid that we know. It was an okay day in pool play, but bracket play, he became the beast that we all know and love. Native Red need to shut him down. They cannot allow Lucid to kind of get into that same form today as Formal will fall. I'm going to be looking at Druck. I'm going to be looking at Manny. Those are the 2 guys in Slayers who have stepped up for Native Red. They've been the difference makers throughout this tournament. Druck had a very slow game number 1. Has to be better here in game 2.
It was a hot start for Native Red. Some of the steam seems to have left as we've headed towards the mid-game here. Let's have an Astro listen in with Native Red to see how they're getting on with things.
I'm playing Peter. I'm I believe you guys. And there's 1 RP. There's 1 RP as well. That's a Peter. Yep. Blue flag. Looking at that. Yeah, I gotta go in. One shot. Two blue. He's on the commando. What's up, Lucho? What's up, Lucho? Bring elbow. He's on the heady. Yeah, he's coming. Almost up now. 200. 103. He dropped. Nice. P2 right now. P2 right now, Chippy. P2. One shot yellow side. One shot yellow. There. Hey, don't try to retreat. One shot like retreat. He's absolute. Dead. Alright, stop the first. Bring it back. Guys, Camo's down. Yellow goes on top. Yellow table down. Help monkey. Camo. Watching. I'm backing up. Wait, where are they spawning? I know I saw P there. Let's meet you guys. One shot. I'm challenging P. One shot P. 2 to the bridge. I gotta go check it. One's in P-door. Yeah, fridge still. I'm looking at this. Back food, Chippy.
And that is 4 players who know each other inside and out. Native Red, the call-outs, a lot of kind of 1 shot here, 2 shot there, but you've got to imagine they know where they're pushing, they know where they need to push. A big double from Soul Snipe. Maybe he could be the one to lead the charge here for Native Red to get them back into this game, back into this series. It's 35-34.
Native Red have come back from an 8-kill deficit here to put us within 2. And a perfect kill and a killing spree. And you can see who's been at the center of it, who's been driving the team forward. It's Soul Snipe. With 10 kills and 8 deaths. He's really picked it up in this Slayer now. We're all tied up. Camouflage. It'll be up in the next 25 seconds. And it could really be the one that dictates who's going to win this game.
Native Red, they're quite scattered at the moment, but they might actually be able to catch Lucid off guard. If they can take a lead, if they can pin Optic back into a base, this is very winnable, very achievable for Native Red. It's exactly what they were able to do in the previous series when they won a Slayer against Optic, just in pool play. We've been speaking about it all tournament long. Native Red, they just need that belief. As soon as they beat Cloud9, they knew they can beat these teams. And they know they can beat Optic in a Slayer.
Soul Snipe gets a killing spree. Tolic has now gotten a killing spree. And you can see it's helped the cause no end. They've taken the lead. against the Orlando champions. They're ahead by 2 now. As we head towards the curtain of this Slayer, Trippy tries to get away. Formal will help combine to get the kill. And now Talik over towards the lockers in the closet area. Camo's up, and you can see he wants desperately to get his hands on it. And at the same time, keeping it out of arm's reach of the green wall. 2 kills then is all that's required for Native Red now. Camouflage still up for grabs. Who's going to be brave enough? Native Red need 1. The tie-ups up here. Will it be Manny? It won't. Soul Snipe playing this one careful. Talik's in an engagement across the map. And slows down to a crawl.
Yeah, Optic want to slow this one down. They want to maybe keep their eyes on the camouflage, see if they can bait it a little bit. Talik is not going to play into it. Soul Snipe goes down, 49-48.
Hold on a second then. It's not over yet. Camouflage on the end of a hook. Optic trying to reel Native Red in. Trippy steps out. Has he overextended? Here comes 2 members of Native Red. Struck down to no shields, has to back away.
Oh, Nate!
Nate goes down! Formal gets the grenade! And Optic Gaming snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. And they double their series lead.
That is a confidence killer. 49-47, and you throw it away. But it's Optic Gaming do what Optic Gaming always does. They find a way, Shurs. They slow it down, they bait. And the grenades, absolute perfection. Trippy comes in, he assesses the area and says, all right, we've got 2 here on the radar. Of course, not the actual radar. Gives that information, the nades get banked off the right corners. And Native Red just explode, and Optic Gaming, wow, what a comeback we've just seen. They are on a warpath right now.
You speak about radars, and it was a human UAV that got the final kill. All that experience from Formal. They knew to slow the game down. They baited, they twisted and they turned, and they manipulated Native Red into exactly where they wanted them. A nail biter. And up next, King of the Hill recharge. We're not slowing down here.
I do think this is good news though for Native Red. This is statistically Optic Gaming's worst game type from Orlando. It's a great chance for Native Red to get back into this series. But at the same time, I feel like I've said that all tournament long, right? Yeah, this is, one of Optic's worst game types. They've only lost 12 maps since Kansas City at Majors. 6 of them were Slayers, mind, but a couple of them were Recharge King of the Hill. Native Red need to get the job done now, or else they'll be down in that elimination bracket. And as for Optic Gaming, they are 1 step away from the grand finals.
Last time these 2 matched up, Native Red won 3-2 in scrims. Can they match that feat here? On the biggest stage of them all, in Seattle. World Championships on the line. Formal steps to the hill, he has the camouflage. Clambers up. We've seen these moves before. This was where Royal 2 shut him down. He's got the shock rifle! And he's making the plays.
He doesn't have to worry about Royal 2 anymore. Sentinels eliminated from the tournament just prior to this series. In Optic Gaming, they've got their sights set on one thing, and that is a World Championship. And Formal, one of the greatest FPS players of all time. Multiple World Championships across multiple games. He wants to do it once more.
Soul Snipe on double stack. Formal misses 1. Takes in the battle rifle, gets himself into a little bit of a skirmish. Very quickly gets himself right back out of there. Challenges Talik, gets the kill. The movement's on point, all 4 dead for Native Red. Optic Gaming are absolutely steamrolling right now.
Who can stop the green wall? Soul Snipe drunk, yet to register a kill. It's like target practice at the moment for Formal. Everywhere he looks, there's a head he can connect with. And already Optic are set up for this next hill. Camo's up in 25. Native desperately trying to get around so they can push through long haul. That's the easiest way to try and target this hill. But Formal's patrolling. He's rolling. And now it's a 3 versus 2 on this map.
Trades. Good enough for now. Lucid has control of the long haul hill. 2 dead for Native Red. Shock rifle transfers hands. So Trippy, as does the camouflage with the help of the grapple. Pops into his chest now. Tonic, pop that ledge! Not anymore, you're not. Soul Snipe lined up. That one will win. Broke down to no shields. Trippy puts him away. Killing spree. Soul Snipe keeps challenging, baiting out Trippy. Eventually, they take him down, but they're a sliver away from securing the second hill. This has got to be perfect from Native Red.
Native Red can do it though. We've seen it before. This is a hill where you can hold for that long. You've just got to have that setup. At the moment, they are setting up over towards gold, so that's going to leave blue open. Optic going to take advantage of that. Formal falls first. Actually, 2 have gone down. So at the first test, Native Red, they've passed it. But APG looking to try and disrupt ever so slightly. Needs to wait for spawners though, as Optic, if they start rushing this, they get a little bit too antsy, they may give this point away.
This is perfect for Native Red. They're holding the line. Calling, jumping up and down.
They've given up.
Trying to get as much information as he can. That's better. Native Red back into this one then. What can Soul Snipe do? Optic Gaming have set up towards the elevator now. Trippy backed away, top catwalk, tries to scamper away. Not today. Drug soars in. Formal in his sights. Sticky grenade goes down. It's going to be a trade. Drug's in a battle for his life here. And he loses. Camouflage. Little Biggie playing soon. But Native Red's got 2 picks here. Trippy steps in. Will eliminate Soul Snipe. Can he get Manny? Gives him the wiggles. But Manny stands strong.
Had to stand strong. Cannot afford to die there, otherwise you are leaving your team in such a desperate situation to try and wrestle back control. It was Trippy. Trippy was the MVP of this series when they last played in full play. A 1.44 KD. He was playing unreal. He's been playing unreal all tournament. And now he's got a camouflage to work with. And we've already seen what Trippy and a camouflage can do on recharge this tournament.
Optic Gaming here to put to the test here. No doubt. Comms are as frantic as ever before. Let's have an astral listening to find out.
There's more. There's more than either. Tower. Okay, slow down, reset.
Yeah, Hill's moving. Repulsor. We're all good here. Down by 1 cap, that's it.
They're going turbine neither.
Yeah, triangle.
Yeah, they're gonna have a shot. Absolute. Sword, one shot.
Sword, absolute.
Alright, yeah, last guy.
Sitting there, sword. Going in no one shot, both shots now.
Alright, listen guys, make sure we're really efficient with our kills here, okay?
Yeah, 100%.
I'm thinking on top of me.
One.
You guys see flat.
You guys see flat.
There's 3 guys see flat. There might be 3 there, careful.
There's still see flat. There's still see flat.
I'm here.
Might have backed down. They might have went just repulse.
Sitting 6-2, one sticky.
Yeah, we gotta get him out of the hill.
Long haul, guys.
You guys see flat. We're missing 1. 3, let's go.
Tommy's weak turbine tower.
We're both are weak. Repulsor, nice set.
I'm
Keep watching Tommy. We're lucky. Oh, he's pushing. C flat. And they are definitely C flat. So on.
C flat. Oh, Silo, back Silo. Jumping out sword. Buy me Silo.
Come on, Joey. Back Silo.
Back Silo.
Wait. Might be Hills.
Yeah, he's Hill still.
Not quarter still. 2 guys in Hill.
During that distance, we've seen a massive triple kill from Druk. The overkill just evaded him. If you keep this hill alive, it's even Stevens on this 4th hill. Native Red have control, but it's not comfortable. That much is for sure. Trippy drops down to his death. Formal backs away, gives it up. Here comes the push. Tolic Steamrolls in, camouflage. Will cloak him. APG gets handled. There's 3 members of Optic Gaming in Tolek's vision. Can he take down Formal? That grenade doesn't hit as hard as he needed it to. 2 dead for Native Red. Trippy backs away. But Manny's hunting him down.
And we heard in the listening, Optic saying, let's be efficient with our kills. Get them at the right times, not just kind of pointless kills that aren't going to achieve anything, aren't going to achieve a setup. Soul Snipe cannot out-VR Formal. Not many people on this earth can. It's 2-1 at the moment. Native Red still hold the lead, but Tolek, the last remaining player, will just about keep the hopes alive for Native Red of getting this point. But at the moment, Optic, they're holding strong.
Native Red hold the lead. Is it to be put away now? Yes, indeed it is. We're all tied up. All square. 3 minutes left on the clock. It could very easily be next cap wins. As we move over towards Whirlpool, Trippy trying to get that kill, but stops and drops. Thinks twice about it. Soul Snipe drops down. Absolutely fried.
There was the stop, the drop, and that was the roll with the commando. It is Native Red who control this once more. Very difficult hill to try and manage, but Manny watching the right areas, grenades on point. Camo's going to be up in 5. Optic can play around a little bit here. They've got a little bit of wiggle room. We've got plenty of time on the clock. Often in Recharge King of the Hill, it can go down to this hill for the final hill, but I think that it's okay. We're probably going to see it go to 4 here.
Tolek has camo. They have all of the ingredients they need to secure this hill. That's going to help get the pick on the Lucid. They approach 40% progress on this 5th hill. Tolek's gone down though. Trippy tries to get drunk. He's down to no shields, and Soul Snipe's on hand to put him away. 2 members set up in Whirlpool. Soul Snipe overlooks it, tries to keep his boys safe. APG's already made it across mid-bridge. Not spotted this time by Soul Snipe. The information will come late, and trade will be the result of it. But Trippy stepped into the hill, and he stepped out just as quick to clear out back elevator, and he's done so successfully with the help of a teammate.
One thing I will say, Native Red do not look nervous at all, despite the fact they are 2-0 down against Optic Gaming. They still look comfortable in their way of play. Tolek still looks incredible, 18 kills at the moment. And they are so close to getting this 3rd hill and taking an advantage here. But now here comes the Optic setup. So, Native, you've got a good amount of scoring, right? How do you break the green wall right now?
3 members over the tower side. Soul Snipe. And Manny, with the help of the Disruptor, will shoot the pad and eliminate Lucid from the hill. And Trippy answers back onto Manny. And to Soul Snipe! It's fitting that his soul should be sniped. Trippy now, top pipes. Drug still using that Disruptor, still being an absolute nuisance. A scallywag, a scoundrel. Optic Gaming have made real progress on this hill. Native Red need to ensure they don't give this one away. Soul Snipe down to no shield, but will get the trade.
Camo's up. Good chance now for one of these teams to kind of grab it, maybe sneak away a little bit. You could make a huge play, but Manny actually doesn't need the camouflage to be sneaky. It's a great angle to stop Optic from scoring. Manny's so good at getting those effective kills, but Optic still scoring, will get the 3rd point, take the lead.
Optic Gaming on match point, on series point then. What have Native Red got left in the chamber? What's in the tank? You're playing against some of the best in the world. The Optic chance, ring out. 2 dead then. Manny has camouflage. He has the opportunity. It's not over yet.
This is where we learn a lot about the mindset of Native Red, of how far they genuinely believe they can get in this tournament. Do they see themselves as contenders? Are they going to throw everything at this game? Or are they more than happy to have a little scrap down in the elimination bracket final? From what we've seen so far, I think we all know what Native Red are capable of. Right now, 1 minute 25 left. You've got to make big plays. You've got to be brave with your calls. And Manny holding on strong, scoring so much right now.
Manny back on the team. He's back with his boys. Guiding them to their best ever finish. They are top 3 no matter what happens today. But is that to be the summit of their ambitions? Have they got more in them? They've exceeded all expectations. They threatened to do this all year long. But have Optic Gaming just got too much for them here? They've made real progress to tie this game up. There's a minute left on the clock. And Formal gets one, but he falls.
I just don't think Optic are particularly comfortable at the moment trying to set up around the hill. And it's allowing Native Red to really dictate the pace of play. Manny, though, does manage to get the kill onto Trippy. And Druck still scoring. Native Red so close now to tying up this game.
Keeping them at arm's length, but Lucid drops in. Soulswipe tries to put the finishing touches on this hill. 1v1 with APG, but Trippy drops again. It's careful now. They don't desperate this hill. 40 seconds remaining. They need to step a toe in. Manny falls. It's a full rotate through long haul. Optic Gaming prioritizing playing Slayer. They know they're in big trouble. Druck's going to prioritize getting kills instead of the hill. And with 16 seconds remaining, Druck's still getting kills, but he's nowhere near the hill. They need to get in there now. 2 members down. Druck's the last man alive, and he's nowhere near the hill. Completely isolated, all alone, still looking for kills, nowhere near the hill. And Optic Gaming with a triple kill from APG. Secure the clean sweep. Flawless. Fatality. They put Native Red to the sword.
Optic Gaming prove yet again why they are the ones to beat in Seattle. One step closer to the Halo World Championship, and now a series advantage in the grand final, whoever ends up playing them. Incredible execution. Native Red a slither away, Shurs. And similarly to what we saw in game number 2, so close yet so far, Optic just have the perfect strategy implemented at the perfect time. They force back the entirety of Native Red. They make Druck make plays out at blue. And Druck suddenly says, oh crap, I need to get to the hill, guys. And Optic Gaming, they find themselves in a grand final once more.
In that last moment, the call had to have been made that the rest of the teammates were going to prioritize the hill and Druck was going to get the slays. And when his teammates fell around him, it looked as though he wanted to take out a phone and call an Uber to get to that hill. But it wasn't going to come. He wasn't quick enough. And Optic Gaming, some perfect Halo.
Every single time they're on our screens, they impress me more. And they really do have their eyes set on that World Championship. 3-0 against Native Red. The Native Red that's been destroying every giant that's come in their way so far, but unfortunately their run comes to an end in the winners bracket. Remember, there is still an elimination bracket for Native Red. This story is not over yet for the underdogs. The Cinderella story still could happen.
Native Red rocked and knocked down to the elimination final. Where they will wait for the likes of Cloud9. And then you wouldn't know what way that's going to shake out. You wouldn't know if Cloud9 is even going to make it there. They've still got FaZe to go through. There's so much left still to happen. But Dan, what a performance, it must be said, out of Optic Gaming. They look absolutely flawless at the moment. It's over to Lottie and the boys to break this one down.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it certainly was rocky up there for Native Red. They kept it close at certain moments in that series. The first map, though, was a dominant performance from Optic. And there, Native Red kind of woke up, but it wasn't enough because, Walshy, Optic, they are so icy in moments where you think Native might actually have this. They might actually have the upper hand. Optic deny, deny, deny. It was just absolutely insane to watch.
Yeah, especially on that Aquarius Slayer.
Yeah.
They're up by 3 kills. They're at 49. Like, all right, they're going to close this out. Right. They're just going to trade out a kill here or there. It just doesn't happen. Somehow, Optic clutches it up, gets those nades over towards Car2, even though they had control of Dynamo grenades. Like, it just blows my mind.
It really was. They tried to set up that two-man gen push in the end. We'll get to the highlights of that game in a minute. We'll take a look at the highlights from the whole series. Here's that Aquarius Slayer, actually. I mean, I agree. That should have been a Native Red one in the books, and you have to think that was kind of the dagger, right? Losing that one up 48-45, that's tough to come back from.
I mean, Onset, we saw that happen and unfold before us. You know, we see them, you know, Trippy popping down in their closet. You think to yourself, here we go, two-man push now, coming through, no problem. One kill, at least a trade. That didn't happen. Small mistakes like that, they won't fly with Optic.
Yeah, I mean, Optic were kind of allowed to win that game, I feel, somehow. It was full map control should have been in the hands. It was a fresh 3 or 4 dead that Native Red got just before that situation, but sometimes you just look at a team to pull off big moments and pull off big plays when it counts. Optic did that, and even at the end here, Native Red gave it everything in this King of the Hill, and those final moments, again, when it comes down to the wire, there's only one team who are going to come out on top, and that is the team who has looked so dominant ever since that NA Super.
Really difficult to watch that last portion there for Native Red, so close to capping that third hill, taking it to an overtime. Walshy, talk to me about the final moments there. Druck just absolutely destroying Optic members, although they just didn't have the numbers to jump in.
Yeah, that's the scary part, is it wasn't for lack of individual performances. We saw someone like Soul Snipe going off over in the fridge side on Aquarius. We saw Druck going off there on Recharge. It just felt like so many times they stepped up, but it didn't matter. Just this cohesive unit, this pressure from Optic just constantly just battering them down and taking them down.
I mean, Bob, what impressed you the most about Optic in this series, do you think?
I think really the end of that game 2 summed it up, right? Even when they're up against, their backs are against the wall in a situation that they absolutely should lose. We've heard Lucid talk about it in interviews all season long. They focus. They spent a huge time focusing on the late game play calls. And even though, like Dave said, they had a huge disadvantage, they're actually getting actively dynamoed in their gen. To find a way to win that game 2 is incredible. I don't know if everyone caught it at home. It cuts to the player cams, and the Optic players aren't reacting at all, right? They just won an incredible game on the main stage in the winners finals. That was a $110,000 series. I don't know if that was mentioned earlier. That series was
I don't think it was.
That was for $110,000 on its own. Optic has a massive come from behind win, and the camera cuts to them, and they're just straightforward like this.
I'll tell you why.
That's it.
I
These
know
guys
exactly
are lasered.
why. It's the quote of the day. The work isn't done yet. There's more work to do, and that's exactly what Optic are bringing into every single series and afterwards. We do, of course, though, have an elimination match happening actually back in the kind of wings here in the event, and we will take a look at it in a second. But we are 1-1 right now in this series. Cloud9 versus FaZe. This is interesting. The stats so far from this series, you can see right now. We have a pretty strong Cloud9 team right now in terms of KD. FaZe, they need to step it up just a touch if they do want to go toe-to-toe further down this series. What do you make of the stats so far?
I'm just looking at Bound.
Yeah.
He has been my question mark when it comes to these close series, and he is highest KD, but more importantly, highest damage. And these aren't just free kills that he's sitting in the back waiting for his teammates to create an opportunity and then he's finishing off one-shots. You know that he is up front and close. He is behind aim lines to get all that damage done.
I know, and talking about damage as well, Eco, obviously, you know, the lesser KD on the stats board right there, but 11k damage up there with the rest of his teammates, putting in the work, making sure that the team is doing what they need to do, putting in the damage across the map as well. It's going to be absolutely huge. Let's jump into the game. Why not, fellas? Because we want to know what happens. We want to know who's going to be meeting Native Red in this elimination final. FaZe versus Cloud9 happening right now on our side stations. And I don't know. You know, 1-1 in this series, can FaZe start to ice up a little bit? Can they push forward? Is Cloud9 going to be really hot off that Sentinels win on the main stage? What do you reckon, Onset?
It's a tough one. 1-1 is where we want it to be, though, right? You want to go into game 3, everything's still on the line. Both teams still, you know, playing great Halo. And I think Cloud9, the way that they won their series was so impressive. Sometimes when you go into the next series, you're almost expecting to win that game 1, expecting to win the game 2, just because you've dominated the team you've played previously. But FaZe seem to have something about them today. I don't know what it is. FaZe kind of gone about their business, scraped through a couple of series, and the longer they play, the more series they get under their belts. All of a sudden, I feel like FaZe becomes stronger. They're almost like they're eating more of their meat and vegetables, and they're ready to go.
Yeah, indeed. Bob, what did you make of FaZe yesterday? Obviously, falling short to Native Red. They have some work to do now, find themselves against Cloud9. You know, what do you really want to see that might impress you going into the series for the rest of it?
Yeah, I think, make no mistake, that was an upset, right? That is a disappointment for the FaZe side, and that gave them a lot to think about in the evening. But let's think back to Renegade's quote. He says, "This is Worlds, baby. I ain't losing." I think the man means it, right? He had a night to sleep on those matches, and I guess what? I don't know how much tossing and turning there was, but I can tell you one thing. That match was on their minds. I think that gave them a lot of energy, a lot of momentum and maybe some motivation as well coming into Championship Sunday.
For sure, there's a lot of motivation on the line, like you said. Some of these series, they're quite expensive mistakes or
they are
rebounds into things, because my goodness me, the fact that we had a $110,000 series just a moment ago, and trust me, this one is going to be expensive in itself, and expensive as well on the line for the pride of these players, because someone is going home by the end of this, and someone is going to meet Optic. Fellas, over to you.
I mean, what a time to jump in, right? What a game to jump into. As I say, one of these teams, unfortunately, will be going home. They will be done with their tournament after the final BR shots are fired. Cloud9 and FaZe Clan tied up a 1-1 here. When Catalyst capture the flag.
And how about a chance here to have a little bit of HCS red zone? We get to see what's going on in the feature station. By the way, also the return of the trio, the onside Walsh Brock trio. Good to be cast in some games with you here in the red zone. We'll see exactly how Catalyst Slayer starts off between these two squads, but I think it's safe to say between C9 and FaZe, we expect this one to go the distance, playing for their tournament lives on the line.
And looking off the start, we do have a Penguin flank. Now, this is a delicate balance. Do you grab that flag early, or do you secure that first kill? And Penguin realizes the safe play is to try and get a kill first. When he now sees a double kill from Bound. If he's not able to secure this kill, I expect Penguin to grab this flag right away. He's charging back to block these spawns. And can he get out of the base before any FaZe members can contest?
Just as he pulls that flag as well, the perfect timing as well on the collapse. Eco gets the final kill on Falcated, who was the last player alive. So now, all of FaZe Clan on respawn. So every time you're looking at the top right and you see a Death X, that is a step closer for Cloud9 to put this first flag in.
Textbook run for Penguin as well, right? Hits the perfect slide on the bottom of the map to go as fast as he can. He also drops and shoots a little bit, which I argue is essential on these runs. Nice little toss, should be able to bring this one in. It's a nice cap. C9 on the board, 1-0.
That was just so clean. You saw every little step that Penguin took there. That was also a neutral scenario.
Yeah.
Consider that FaZe, they didn't really have any semblance or any idea that Penguin was in their base. They're all worried about center of the map, getting control, getting those slays there. And before they know it, as soon as two people drop, the flag is pulled.
Especially on a map like this, right, where you see Penguin sees that, he knows he had the extra time, just to how sectioned off those spawns are.
I mean, I just want to talk about Bound at the moment. Even though Stella's running this second flag in here for Cloud9, Bound is going crazy in that kill feed. He's currently 7-2, and every time he sees his name once, it almost immediately is followed up by Bound again. He's picking up double kill after double kill after double kill. He is having a huge impact on this game for C9.
Yeah, Stellar as well started the game off 4-0. Now he's 6-2, and he helps with that flag going back home as well. Let's keep in mind here, 2-0 this early in the game. Cloud9 really showing up on Catalyst.
Yeah, they're coming out strong, but there is plenty of time. The one thing that could hurt Cloud9 is if they try to force too many flag caps. One entryway that teams can get back into a CTF game is that counter cap opportunity.
Flag is away here. Someone from FaZe has managed to sneak in and actually get that flag out of the Cloud9 base. You almost expected for a second there with the way that Nick was kind of looking across the map that they're thinking FaZe maybe going to give this one up, but it is a flag pull that actually came in on the opposite side. So now we have that flag standoff situation where every kill is pivotal. 2
dead here for Cloud9 though. And they take a look at the outslaying as well. I mean, you have Stellar with double the kills of anyone else on FaZe, waiting for that return based on the movement there. 3 were dead for C9. Spartan and FaZe on the board in a big way, despite being outslayed by heavy numbers.
That one cap hurts, but keep in mind, during those flag standoff times, it can create a double cap opportunity because you need to have enough control across the map to cap your own flag and also return the opposing flag, which is at the opposite base.
Such an important moment for momentum for both teams. Jesus Christ, Spartan. That certainly got my eyes open as FaZe pick up 2 kills, but just to go back to what I was mentioning just previously, do you know what? Forget about it. Spartan's going wild.
Popping off here. The no scope, and then another kill as well. Still 3 dead for C9. As you said, Dave, it's a little bit of a slower one, but still technically a counter cap in terms of how the slays went.
Look at Sneaky Bound getting right behind Falcade to get a stop on the flag there, but Renegade's there to pick it up and keep it going. All that stands between this flag cap for FaZe is Eco Smith, who gets taken out by his former teammate Renegade. Slays being traded back and forth, and this is going to be tough because FaZe, they're getting pushed from both sides. Generally, when you bring the flag back to the base, you have one side of the map controlled.
Bound's going to keep flooding in here, trying to put the pressure on these FaZe respawners. The help comes in. Great damage again from Bound. And there's Eco with a double kill. And just as it looks like FaZe might have an opportunity to tie things up, the game turns on its head once more. C9 with a clutch return.
C9 fans there, you might have heard all the way on the other side of the venue at the feature station. They like the sound of that return. They also like the sound of this run here, already halfway across the map.
Bound moving this all the way through despite meeting so many shots, and that numbers advantage is huge. Renegade and Sparty, the only ones left. In fact, if they charge and desperate this too much, they're going to give up their lives and stagger their spawns.
The point I was trying to make a few moments ago before Spartan started doing what Spartan does was I feel like that was a really important shift in momentum for FaZe to get that first flag on the board for them when it was 2-0. You could say the same thing here in the favor of Cloud9. Now that FaZe didn't convert that flag, they saw it go home. What could have been 2-2 is now 3-1 in the favor of Cloud9. A massive moment, a massive return, and now FaZe Clan, you can see them, they're all in the black screen. 2 players now come off respawn, and it looks like Cloud9 have got full control of the map.
Yeah, that was all 4 dead. They will be spawning in the back of the base on the FaZe side. Renegade will be taken down. It's a great double team coming in from C9 as well, and they will start the push once again, and even 3v3 at the moment, though.
Taking a look at this push, though. No members really giving up those easy kills. As I say that, a nice flank from King Nick to clear out Penguin and these players, so they're able to fight out their base. And here's going to be FaZe on the offensive. This isn't that grave a position, though. They have to get another round of slays before they have any chance of even touching that flag.
Yeah, really interesting flank coming in from King Nick there that actually created the opportunity for FaZe to kind of break out, just taking the attention away. Those Cloud9 players who were probably thinking about moving that flag off the stand. Instead, they had to deal with Nick, and off the back of the plays that come in from FaZe Clan, the next overshield goes into the chest of Spartan. Now they have the opportunity to push. Cloud9 kind of trapped in their base at the moment. Renegade picking up that first pick means that they can push forward.
Let's see what Spartan can do here. Overshield has been taken off, but they have put it to good use here. There will be 3 dead. Penguin's your last player alive. Gonna see exactly where he is in the back of the flag. The nade comes in. It's a killing spree for Spartan. The flag run will begin.
Such a good conservation of grenades from Spartan there. That first spike grenade to take care of the player near the curb. The second player underneath the corridor. Lastly, in the back of the base. That's all calculated from Cloud9. Unfortunately for them, Spartan had 3 grenades still in his back pocket.
Okay, trying to force this one home. King Nick is in position to give him some help. Little repulsor, extra push on that flag is going to take it a bit closer.
Almost.
But Nick is still there. Now the flag comes in from Cloud9 again, and FaZe Clan cannot get the kills they need on the overextension. With that, Stella left on an island.
Wow, and look at this.
And now another counter cap opportunity for C9.
Flag off the stand. It's a nice grapple as well. That is a set play that they're going to run there, and that flag already the halfway mark as well. This could be the dagger.
Yep, 2 dead for FaZe Clan. This flag's all the way back. You need to take those flags back slow. Watch the difference here between Stellar and crew when they get this back to their base. Looks like they know the area is clear. As Bound is clearing the path, and that's going to be the 4th flag in for Cloud9.
This game could have looked so different.
Yeah.
Those final 5% of flag runs for FaZe Clan just haven't quite had the pieces go together in the way that Cloud9 have. 2 clutch returns from Cloud9. This game could have been 3-3. It could have been 2-2. And instead, those last moment decisions that have been made by Cloud9 have been so good, they find themselves up by 3 flags. It's 4-1 here.
I mean, absolutely. How about FaZe Clan just jumping off, going front bridge and getting taken down when they had the skewer as well, right? You got to think if they were able to bring that skewer back home, it might have been a different score, just like you said. Instead, 4-1. With 4 minutes left on the clock, and this looks like C9 all the way. They're going to continue playing their game, and knowing the way that they play, they're likely going to live for the 5th flag as well.
Yeah, Cloud9 has a defensive set. I can expect them to do that here for a bit, but if they're trying to play the game perfectly, you would expect them to maybe just hold down the center of the map, play a bit more defensive, but these guys are out for blood. They're playing against their former teammate. They want to send a statement here.
They absolutely do.
Let's never forget the words that were said before the unfortunate situation that occurred for Renegade when FaZe Clan beat Cloud9 the first time in Orlando. That was, of course, you're nothing without me. Well, they answered that question as they won the series that mattered most in Orlando, but you could argue this series between the two is what really matters most here. FaZe trying to be in a position to force a flag home. Eco's going to get taken down as well, and now that flag is going to get moving here from Falcated. Stella last alive, causing problems, but Nick takes him down.
So much work to get this flag out of the base. Compare that to the Cloud9 pulls, when they've just been able to do it so much more clean. Even though they got all those slaves over the Cloud9 base, this isn't safe just yet unless these members of FaZe have cleared it out, and it looks like Falcated knows that it's clear. Gonna run that in real quick and make this within striking distance.
2 flags the difference between the 2 teams then. C9 are picking up the kills though, so Falcated, you can see his decision to move forward on the map to hit that 50-yard line has changed almost immediately. Nick is gonna pick up 1 just to even up the numbers for a few seconds. But you feel like the next flag has got to go the way of FaZe. Otherwise, this is game over, and with that, maybe the series and the momentum is fully in the hands of C9.
Yeah, 2 dead from both sides still here. There is time on the clock, but my God, would it ever need to be perfect timing in terms of these runs here? Still 2 dead for FaZe, and Cloud9 will start to gain a minor advantage once again.
And taking a quick glimpse at the slays throughout this game, Cloud9 have only been outslain by 4 kills throughout this time. So it just goes to show the more objective, efficient they've been playing. They were able to get that first sneaky flag grab by Penguin. When it came to that standoff time, trading slays here and there, and that's where FaZe were able to secure a cap. But it goes to show, like I said, how well Cloud9 are making use of when they get these members down on FaZe and how they're getting those flag stops at the goal line.
The overshield was up for a few seconds there. Not sure if it was burnt or not sure if it's still down bottom middle. There's a lot of bodies and a lot of Spartan armor left on that light bridge. Looking across the POVs, it doesn't look like anyone did manage to get it, so we'll have to presume that was a burn unless we see some other information. But now we're approaching the end game here for FaZe and C9. FaZe need to go, but losing 2 players on the push with only 1 minute and 30 seconds left is not what they need in this situation.
Yeah, FaZe looking good here. Best they can. 3 dead for C9, but like we said, clock is their enemy. 1:21 here. They need to go. They need to go right now and have back-to-back rounds of slays.
And Renegade pushing in, did not see that spawn on the back of the flag. Sees bound, repulses that grenade, and FaZe give themselves a chance to run this one back, but there that chance goes. All 4 down, and their chances of getting back in this game are all but out.
A4D for FaZe. C9 just holding the map at the moment. You can see that Stella has no interest whatsoever in going past the 50-yard line. He's just holding things down. He knows that 50 seconds is all it takes for him to take the lead in this series alongside the rest of his teammates. A couple of kills, though, do go to FaZe. And the danger here, Dave, is, of course, if you turn up a little bit, it might give an opening here to push forward.
Yeah, FaZe only know one direction from this game. For the last 30 seconds there, pushing forward, and look at those kills. FaZe pulls the flag, but not able to get out far enough, and this is going to be difficult. Cloud9 not only just has to slay, they just have to delay.
That's really it. They're just going to delay here. 20 seconds left on the clock here, a matter of time. And as you said earlier, Dave, they knew exactly what they needed to do with slaying control now. Just 10 seconds left in the game.
10 seconds to go. And with that kill, even though FaZe kind of trying to hold forward, you know this game is done and dusted. You know that C9 will be up 2-1 in the series and look to continue their run in the elimination bracket. C9 get the job done. FaZe Clan put up a fight, but C9 looking strong in the series.
They certainly are indeed. And I've just got to say, I said it last series as well, but Penguin is frying today. Yes. And I already said, if he is doing that, then it's going to be very, very hard to take Cloud9 down. And the fact that he had the least deaths on his team, I mean, you can see him ducking, weaving, stopping them from killing him, being such a nuisance. Numbers game is everything in CTF, and that's exactly what Cloud9 did. I feel like, Walshy, the entire time we were watching that go down, and FaZe obviously being able to kind of rebuttal a couple of times there, it just looked almost effortless for Cloud9. Every time they were able to defend, it seemed pretty good, pretty seamless, nothing too worrying going on. But even when they're capturing a flag, it's as if FaZe didn't have enough presence there to stop it whatsoever. It was so clean every time they ran the flag. They got it in so easily. Talk to me about, you know, really what FaZe can build upon there to become a bit more of a defensive unit.
It's more of those staggered slays and spawn kills. So what would happen is Cloud9 would get those couple kills, and then they'd push in and grab that flag right away. Whereas FaZe, they were fighting till the very last member was there to actually get that flag out, and by that time, new Cloud9 members have spawned over at Car or Pink side, and they can rejoin the fight.
Right. Yeah. Yes, a lot of also, never asking on the side of Cloud9 who can pull it, right? They already know who's pulling the flag. The flag's actually already off the stand, and you're in trouble, right? Whereas FaZe, it felt like the question was who's going to be able to pull here. And Cloud9 looking good in that game for sure.
Yeah, they certainly were indeed. We do actually have a head-to-head for our next map of this series, which is going to be Strongholds. And this is one for Eco and Renegade. We saw the video, folks. We saw the drama go down. This is a big one on that main stage for both of these guys going up together. But I've got to say, though, Renegade, when it comes to the slaying, it's obviously there. There is that advantage. But Eco is a bit of a Mr. Do-It-All, and he's dangerous in his own way. When it comes to these two and you're looking at them together and comparing them directly, Bravo, what do you kind of see?
I only see the rivalry. I only see how much each of these guys want to beat each other. Renegade might have a minor slaying advantage here as we get into game number 4, but it really is all about one of these two sending one another home. Former teammates for a very long time now on opposite sides of the stage as we jump in.
I was going to say, somewhat of a surprise we haven't had the game 5 today, just saying. We'll have to see if that does kind of...
game 5
well, you never know. Let's see what happens in this series. Cloud9 obviously up 2-1 at the moment. FaZe Clan finding themselves at a disadvantage off the rip here. A and B in the control already of C9, and you can see the pressure they've hit. Just almost immediately on to C. It looks like FaZe are having to try and flip A just to get some sort of semblance of control.
But here comes the FaZe push over towards C. They have OS to escort this one, and Renegade knows it's too good to be true. He said, where are these players at? I've played with them before. They're sneaking around here in the mud, and he's gonna hunt them out.
It was too quiet, and he knew it. As you said, he knew there was someone on the back pillars. By the way, we got to remind everyone, this match alone, this series is for $40,000 in prizing. You're not just sending someone home, you're also adding $40,000 into the back pockets as well. Lots to play
How do
for.
I get involved with some of these prize money matches? I just get in like these matches against Golden Boy where it's like, Dave, you either look humiliated or you walk out even. How you started walking in today? It's like, can I get some better odds than that?
Yeah,
I think
it's pretty tough.
You can have that conversation once you win one day. Let's see if we can get that done first. But Renegade, he's got the sniper rifle in his hands at the moment. And FaZe looking like they're showing a little bit of life. Really important reset coming in on B at the moment. It's a 30-11 scoreline. Narrowly misses that headshot, and there's that sneaky player again. It's going to be King Nick behind enemy lines. A little bit of a trade going down at B, but FaZe find themselves with one alive.
I mean, talk about that player versus player as well, right? When Eco's hitting that G-slide all the way across B, even Renegade can't hit that shot as fast as he wants. Nice shots, though, from Bound on C plat. It's going to be 2 dead for both sides momentarily.
One thing you also have to take into consideration with this matchup is how intimately these players all know each other.
Yeah.
It's not just having teamed with each other. It's the countless hours of random warm-up free-for-alls, knowing their tendencies, knowing their straight patterns. When do they challenge out? When do they throw a grenade? And you're seeing that come into effect here. Something like that Falcated and Bound matchup that you just saw prior.
Absolutely.
Overshield was on the map. Not sure who managed to pick that one up, but I do know that Nick is being extremely sneaky as his teammate Spartan here is going to be working with him to try and keep control of A. Eco picks up the first kill though, and all of a sudden A, which was being controlled by FaZe Clan, finds itself completely being turned over by Cloud9. Reason for that, every single member of FaZe Clan fell almost instantaneously, seconds within each other.
And look at this rotation from Eco. He could have jumped in B and helped cap that faster, but he knew the threat was going over towards C. Decides to rotate over, flank back C, and help his team at least control the double cap.
Yeah, points being really evenly exchanged here. It's not so often that you see about 50 here to 40, almost neck and neck here right at the early game on Stronghold's live fire. Small lead here for the moment for Cloud9.
Couple of trades across the board once more, but you can see C9 looking to pressure and maybe just create a little bit of indecision for FaZe here as they do push onto that triple cap. Very interesting to see that. The fact that they didn't really have the slays to create... Oh my goodness, as I say, it Bound steps up and creates a little bit of space with a whippy shot with that sniper rifle. Almost takes the head off of Spartan as well. He's going to challenge him. He doesn't care!
And He's crazy. He is crazy, but that is such a dangerous scenario to be where you're outnumbered and you have your last 2 members inside one stronghold. That just basically tells Cloud9 exactly where to push. You say, hey, you can kill both these players and continue a trip cap. Flying over to C.
A&B still in the hands of Cloud9 at the moment, 112-40. They have started to really establish a strong-looking lead at this portion of the game. And for FaZe Clan, it just seems like they're getting outslayed over the last few minutes. We've seen some big kills coming in from Bound, those little turnaround kills. And now you're starting to see the kill feed swing the other way for a few moments. But can FaZe take advantage of this? Yes, they can. I think that's the first time we've seen Cloud9 all 4 dead in this game. What does it mean? Control, but not only that, you've got a scary-looking Renegade running at you. This man's got an overshield.
That was all 4 dead, and like you said, Renegade, the man in charge with the overshield as well.
Oh, no! Bye-bye!
Gets repulsed off the map. The overshield is shut down. What a play there from Cloud9.
Renegade was looking so good, and just sort of like at homecoming, if someone's like tripping, someone looking a little too fly there.
Yep.
I'm watching out for all your legs so far this weekend.
Thank you, man.
That was just really difficult for for Renegade, as he had everything set up to go for that full setup. And sometimes getting repulsed with the OS, that is the game changer.
That is, I mean, and also that might get into the head a bit, right? But just for anyone joining us here at the Halo World Championship, maybe you haven't caught the season so far. Renegade on the FaZe Clan side left the Cloud9 roster earlier this season after an event win with them, thinking he might have better hopes at a World Championship on another team. Right now, they trail 2-1 and also trailing in this game by double the score.
I mean, from that moment, it's been all Cloud9. Look at the score once again, now doubling up on FaZe Clan and their ability to Make a play when it matters has been the difference in this game. Even from that 4 dead situation, that is the first thing that happens. Renegade gets that overshield. They're trying to pressurize the spawns. They're trying to really assert themselves, but that one turn, that one little twist in the tail, that repulsor off the back of Renegade, that's what's put us in this position now, and FaZe Clan have to come up with something else.
The other thing that's really impressive too from Cloud9 is just all the traps that they've been setting. You see Stellar fighting over from green side towards sandbags, rotating over towards tunnels. Just every so often they poke and prod, and they see if a FaZe member is overextending. They either have a height advantage, like you see a Penguin right now on top tower, or they have the jump as they've just been rotating. They haven't been overextending and trying to force a trip cap. They've just staying in very safe positions and unpredictable positions.
Look at Penguin staying alive so well. He knows these angles so well, like the back of his hand. He just holds that even when the nades are coming in. They do have guns on the overshield, but I think Renegade gets a full pop.
Well, let's see if he can make amends for what happened just a few moments ago. Renegade with the overshield once more. Penguin trying to do what he can, maybe to just get in a position where he can spot Renegade out, do a little bit of damage, but you can see that overshield has already disappeared, but not after Renegade has picked up 2 kills.
Unpredictable positions. Look at that. Right now, Renegade's calling out Penguin top tower, and Penguin gets the jump over towards top center. Yes, that specific engagement didn't go in favor of Penguin there, but shows the playstyle that Cloud9's been curating throughout this game.
Well, the overshield has been the difference. You can see now FaZe are back into the scoring column. 202 points though for Cloud9 means they don't have many mistakes left, but you have the scoring options. You have Renegade with a sniper rifle. One shot here from Renegade and FaZe Clan can start to roll.
Like you say, not much room for error whatsoever here. They're down by over 100 points. They are continuing to keep the slaying advantage though. They got Stellar dead. That means Cloud9 is actually gonna full reset here. Here comes the second push. FaZe Clan needs about 3 more rounds of slays to tie the game. It's a tall order.
Hasn't managed to get the clean up onto Bound, but knows that it'll be bottom middle. Bound's gonna poke again. He's gonna get one in the guts. Penguin, a couple of shots from him, but look at the pressure now coming in onto Renegade. Falcade keeps him alive, and most importantly, keeps FaZe Clan scoring. Renegade still has the sniper, but now you see the collapse from C9.
Bound and Penguin. Bound from the backfield gets that kill all the way to tower. It's a great angle to help out Penguin.
Just pure focus. Every single time Renegade is in a threatening position, they shut him down before he can go on a massive run. So anytime that Renegade's been poking out, trying to do that little extra bit of damage, he has been punished. The counter to that for someone like Renegade, for a focal point, is you have to just concede. You have to back down.
FaZe are scoring. Pressure coming in. Spartan with the flank. Spartan manages to pick up one, as does Falcade. Wow. And now you're seeing FaZe decide 2's not good enough for us. We want to go for that triple cap. They try and flip C, but having seen that C9 are in the area, they're going to slow down. They're just going to back up for 2 seconds. But that Needler, they won't! How does it feel?
To do that to a rival, I know exactly how that feels, and Renegade has to not be feeling great after getting hit by those pink mist bullets.
2 overshields for Renegade, and I'll be honest with you, he's probably not had that happen in a game in his life. It has been an amazing turnaround. That play means a triple cap here for Cloud9. It's only 25 points, and that is getting closer and closer to 250.
Wow, it's got to be right around the 15-year anniversary of the Needles against the rival, and it's great that we have Dave Walsh on here in the booth with us to call that moment, but what looked like it was going to be a FaZe win is now just 5 points away for Cloud9.
C9 have got this locked down. FaZe Clan have no chance. As Spartan makes a desperate play, it's not enough time. FaZe Clan, they've got to win 2 in a row if they want to keep that series going, but C9, one more map for them. One more map and FaZe will be going home.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that is just unbelievable. I mean, I'm shocked.
That's a series. My God. We jumped in late.
I was looking at you guys just for confirmation, like, am I deceiving myself? I'm pretty sure it's over.
That's the series, 3-1.
It's 3-1, yeah. Cloud9, they do it. That's it.
It's been a long few days.
It has been a long few days.
Sorry, everyone.
I'm so impressed with what I've seen from Cloud9. I've got to say, something that I did notice watching Bound's gameplay there is I actually love how fast of a player he is. And it actually does counterbalance kind of the rest of his teammates who aren't as fast as him. But I think that imbalance is what makes it perfect. I think Bound puts so much pressure on individuals on the other team who aren't really expecting it from a calm and controlled C9, which I think really plays into their favor. And Brav, like, I saw it happen there. And sometimes they're just not expecting the kind of bark and bite that Bound has.
Yeah, what's really interesting about Bound is earlier in the season, Bound will know this just as well as anyone who caught the earlier events as well. Keep in mind, we were criticizing Bound on FaZe for maybe being the first one to fly out and try to get a lot of key damage and maybe being a bit too early, being a bit too enthusiastic, over-aggressive. You heard him in interviews over the course of the season that he's been monitoring that. How aggressive should he be? He wants to be the damage dealer, the opening frag, but you can't get carried away with that. And I think he's found a really nice balance here, and what a time to do it here on Championship Sunday at Worlds.
He certainly has indeed. Some of the takeaways there from that final map that you kind of noticed here Onset, because it was a difficult one for FaZe. He did start to build up upon that comeback. Was it kind of down to desperating a couple of times, maybe a couple of mistakes that just didn't go their way, or did Cloud9 just kind of have it under control, let them gain a bit more control and sneakily just kind of eat away at numbers?
I think there's two key moments, right? Two key moments we'll highlight. FaZe do a great job. They get the overshield the first time. Renegade makes a desperate push off the back of a forward there to try and pressurize C9. Gets repulsed off the back of Green.
Oh.
That hurts, right? That, you're like, oh my God, like how has this happened?
Yeah.
He's right, okay, let's try this again. Goes and gets the overshield.
Oh no.
Walks up.
We're going through each of them.
Why have you got? why have you got a needler? I've done everything right here. How out of everything you've got a needler? Pink mist explodes. I've never seen a bigger smile. I've seen a lot of big smiles from Dave Wogs, but none bigger, by the way, than what I saw when that needler exploded. Those two moments are completely different. Even if he gets 1 kill, 2 kills off the back of those overshields, then maybe FaZe are in the series still.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, who is still in the series? That's Cloud9. They have another one coming up very shortly. As you can see, the elimination bracket on your screens right now. The Elim final is set. Native Red versus Cloud9. Elimination semi-final went 3-1 Cloud9's way. FaZe Clan, they are out. Their tournament is over. It is done and dusted. And Cloud9 still have another chance to rappel back up into that grand finals position. But so do Native Red. Even chances across the board for both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, the rematch, right? Cloud9 knows Native Red all too well, and it's a name they've been thinking about without a doubt. We'll talk about that in a moment, though. Let's take a look at the stats from that entire series. C9 3-1 over FaZe Clan.
Yeah, indeed. And looking at the stats here, I mean, it's pretty obvious right now. The slaying power from Cloud9 came through. It was like that at 1-1 when we looked at it. This is very similar to what we saw here. Anything that's specifically, stepping out to you here when you're looking at Cloud9 in particular, Walshy?
The two outliers. One is Bound's damage, just consistently outputting as much damage and the most damage every single game. Secondly, Penguin's deaths. He was getting harped on previously for maybe giving up a few too many deaths. He had the worst performance on that Game 5 Slayer match against Native. I'm seeing kind of the opposite going on today. Penguin's looking really strong. Bound putting on the damage as you hope and expect.
Yeah, on the flip side of that, though, I'm looking at FaZe, and who's the player we were focusing on? Renegade, the man who left C9. It looks like C9 had the recipe, the antidote, so to speak, to stop Renegade doing what he does best. They're the stats you don't expect from a player like him. You expect him to be in the KD at least above 1.
Yeah, another thing to note here is in Orlando, Penguin and Eco actually led the entire tournament in total assists. And the assists were actually a little bit distributed not evenly on the side of C9, with players like Stellar having like 100 less assists than a player like Penguin. And it's interesting now to see Penguin so high in the kills category as well. It feels like they're spreading the stats maybe a little bit more evenly across the board.
I mean, that begs teamwork, right? Teamwork is clearly 100%. There. They are sharing the love when it comes to the maps and what they're having to do there. The teamwork's clearly there, and they're building upon that. Can they build upon it enough with Native Red? Again, that is going to be a difficult one to answer. I mean, Walshy, Native Red had the best of them once before. Can they do it again? What do you think the chances are now after Native Red have had so much experience this weekend?
I mean, I almost consider it like lightning striking that first time they took out Cloud9, but Native Red still looks so solid when they played against Optic there. It was just Optic clutching it up at, in game number 2 and game number 3. So we're really going to have to see, was it just lightning striking once, or are Native Red just the better team at the end of the season?
Yeah, that is very true. Let's take a look at the winners bracket, though, and see where both of those teams are going to try and end up. Once again, grand finals. Optic Gaming in that grand finals, of our World Championships of 2022.
It has been a fat grind, though. You're right. It's been a long, long grind all year long, and they have found themselves in the grand final. It has been a fat grind with a PH. It's been absolutely incredible so far. But I got to say, when it looks like picture-perfect stuff is happening with Optic, it certainly is indeed. I mean, 3 O's across the board there of that winners bracket. I mean, Onset, that is a statement. Let's be honest. World Championships. They're still doing it in a clean fashion. Once again, I find it very, very difficult to put these guys down right now in a grand final position.
with the winner side of things. I mean, it's going to be really, really hard to knock these guys off the pedestal.
Yeah, understandable that you feel like that, and I'm sure there's a lot of Green Wall fans who are sat out in the crowd at the moment, or sat at home, or are hoping to see another 3-0 when it comes to that grand final, or maybe a 4-0, because it is, of course, the best of 7. I'm going to go and learn how to count, by the way, in the break before we get back into the series. So just bear with me, everyone, okay? I'll get it right. But yeah, I mean, Optic have looked unstoppable. Ever since they got that first win, ever since that Orlando performance, you could argue even since the NA Super, they've just looked like the team to beat.
I think we also said, right, in Orlando, we said they are on championship form, right? This is a world championship team. They look that good. All they had to do was bring that same game here to Seattle. And you look at their side of the bracket, it's 3-0s across the entire bracket. You look down on the bottom, it's absolute carnage with game ties everywhere. And they were very happy to 3-0 and get some extra time to watch the matches yesterday. And now they await to see who's going to come out of the elimination bracket to face them in the grand finals.
They certainly are indeed. Well, I tell you what, folks, that's going to do it from the desk. We're heading to a break right now. But my goodness, Native Red really gave it their all in that series and kept it as close as they could for all 3 maps. But Optic have that ice and clutch up every single time. Coming up next, Elim Finals, Native Red versus Cloud9.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin. Dolly.
At Lovesac, we design furniture for life. Real life. Messy life. Life that changes and brings us together for movie night. A life where batteries run down and get charged up again. Because now, Lovesac Sactionals can be upgraded with Stealth Tech and immersive surround sound by Harman Kardon hidden inside. Upgradable, washable, and guaranteed for life. Don't just hear it, feel it at a Lovesac showroom near you.
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. Always Marine.
So God, I'll be back.
Yo, what's up, Seattle? We're out here at the Halo World Championships, and look who I got here. Master Chief.
You're a noob. You call that a good KD? Boo. Don't get any funny ideas. You told me there wouldn't be any cameras. Get wrecked, kid. The vibe has changed. Oh no.
Are you serious, man? This is so cringe. You can't be doing this. These are our fans.
Sorry, Tashi. I'll let you down.
It's okay. Don't ever do that again.
I love it. Oh my gosh, Master Chief's voice, guys. I mean, Tashi, you gotta love some of the humor coming forward there, Clutch. I mean, my goodness me, the guy has a voice of an angel and a savior for the world.
Maybe not.
It is an angel voice, I think. You don't think?
No.
It's
Steve,
an iconic
Steve,
voice.
we love you. We love you. We think you're
Iconic.
fabulous. It is iconic. It is an iconic voice. Steve has the best voice. I absolutely love it. I've got to say that it's awesome having Master Chief in the building as well as Cortana and both the voices of the video games. I believe 22 years strong on the voice, which is absolutely insane stuff. So, got to give it to them. Absolutely amazing. Well, folks, what else is amazing is the fact that we have an elimination finals coming up on the main stage behind us, and it's going to be crazy because somebody is going home. We have so many matches worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. We've seen them all day long, and it's been insane. But we're going to have to say goodbye to one of these two teams, and it's going to be either Cloud9 or Native Red right here, right now, Clutch, and the stakes are really high. Someone's going to the grand final spot for a chance to take that trophy home, and somebody is going home, but empty-handed. Now, looking at Native Red, they've done this once before, Wes. You know, this is not unknown territory. They have taken down Cloud9 in this very tournament this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
What's to say they can't do it again?
I'm not going to say they can't do it again, but I will say that this time around, I don't think Cloud9's going to let anything slip through their fingers. So if Native Red want to take this series, they're going to have to grab it and run with it. They're going to have to start making some plays. And I didn't get a chance to see the Optics series, but I heard it was quick. And that doesn't typically bode well for your mentality moving forward. Cloud9 is on one hell of an elimination bracket run at the time.
Yeah, they are indeed. I think Native Red, the fashion that they took down Cloud9 was obviously extremely strong-willed. It was a reverse sweep. But Tony, surely that begs for a strong start for these guys to build that confidence that Cloud9 might be having on this elimination bracket run.
Yeah, I mean, if this tournament was done yesterday, I think Native Red might have won the whole thing. I think they had so much momentum going downhill. I thought maybe they could even beat out Optic Gaming. But now, coming to Championship Sunday, it's Cloud9. They are who we thought they were, and they're destined for yet another grand finals. What, about their 11th so far this season?
Yeah, just absolutely incredible. Cloud9, just when you think you have to count them out because they have an upset early on, don't be fooled, because they can bounce back just fine. Goofy, on the side of Cloud9 though, we do have some championship players. This is exactly where they excel. They've been here before. They know how to win. How did they win against Native Red when they fell to them earlier?
Cloud9 is rolling right now, Lottie. We saw them 3-0 Sentinels to start off Championship Sunday, and now taking down FaZe pretty handedly, 3-1. This looks like a totally different C9 than we saw earlier in the weekend, and I'm just going to say it. I don't know if Native Red can even win a game in this series the way Cloud9 is playing. And I hate to, and we were talking about this.
They won 3 yesterday.
Listen,
they won 3 yesterday.
That's my prediction. I think it's going to be a 3-0 in favor of Cloud9.
Okay, I understand where you're coming from. I think in terms of the way that they've been playing today, we've just seen them win 2 series. They have momentum on their side as well. I think that's another thing, right? They're really warmed up. They're ready to go. Native Red just fell to Optic, so there is a little bit of a difference in terms of mentality. But Clutch, you said the disrespect there. Do you think that Native Red have the experience to be able to get out of this lull?
No.
Just after being knocked down to Optic?
No, they don't have the experience. This is the first time here. Welcome to the Elimination Bracket Finals, Native Red. It's great to have you. But hey, you only get one shot at this, and those boys went to sleep last night with ambitions of a world championship. I'd be shocked if it just goes away that quickly, but I mean, Faisal brings up a solid point. Cloud9 are great, and they are clicking on all cylinders here. They are pretty much destined for the grand finals and to put on a show there as well. But, I mean, I don't know what it is about me, but I really, really want to see this Native Red team have success. And I'm not going to say they're going to, but I'm going to give them a chance. That's disrespectful to say that they can't win a game. Will they? Probably not.
What you're saying? You're saying they're not going to win a game, Clutch. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying they can. You said they can.
I don't think that. We'll see. Maybe they prove me wrong, but Eco Smith started off the day with the tweet. We talked about it. He said, whatever it takes.
Okay.
And
whatever it takes.
I think Eco has got something to prove.
Cloud9 are obviously the favorites going in. To say they're not going to win a game, I remember not too long ago where a little team called Believe the Hype were the underdogs. I remember not too long before that where a little team like Warriors were the underdogs. Native Red are the underdogs coming in, but let's not forget they literally just beat them just yesterday. I'm not saying they're going to guaranteed win, but I guarantee you they'll win a game. And I'll put some of that green money on that you're wearing right now.
Listen, they have a chance, okay? Because look at this. Look at this score. They have a chance, to say the least. 3-2. It was a reverse sweep yesterday. Let's not forget about this. This happened. It happened against the team they're about to go up against right now. Whether that team's performing really well today, they were performing pretty well yesterday, but Native Red, they were better by the end of that series. And it's whether or not they can have a hot start this time and turn it around. But look at the stats here, kind of all over the place. It looks to me like this was a battle, to say the least there.
Yeah, the big one that stuck out to me was Soul Snipe. His level of slaying prowess against a team like Cloud9 after games 1 and 2 that were absolute blowouts. So these KDs don't really tell the story, because games 1 and 2, let me tell you, weren't close. Cloud9 was in the driver's seat of this series. All of a sudden, a bizarre CTF game 3, they squeak a last-second flat cap into overtime. You get into overtime, maybe make some plays. They get into a game 4. All of a sudden, game 4 is pretty interesting. They make some plays. But their KD ratios from games 3, 4, and 5, I mean, yes, they're the games they won. Native Red dominated the second half of that series, especially that game 5. It was an absolute blowout. But you got to think about Cloud9 and how after that series, after being up 2-0, those guys are like, did we let off the gas a little bit? And they're probably like, yeah, we did. I'm pretty sure if we play them again, Cloud9's going to be confident. I expect them to be confident going into this series, and this could be an example made to Optic Gaming.
Well, it's the World Championships. Anything can happen, and things have been happening on the side of Native Red. Cloud9, they have their work cut out, but both these teams want to stay alive in this tournament. Your elimination finals starts right now, and we're heading over to our casters. We have Walshy and Golden Boy looking absolutely amazing. You two old men brush up well.
Old. Damn right we do, baby. Hey, you know what? It don't matter at the end of the day. We're here at the World Championship Seattle. We have to determine who is going to be the team that faces off against Optic Gaming. Of course, I'm your favorite bald commentator, Golden Boy, joined by your favorite old commentator, Walshy. I'm kidding. We're both old. But the joke is, though, well, actually, there are no jokes up here because these two teams are absolutely on fire. But Native Red, they kind of got a little bit of a beating, Dave, in that winter bracket finals, and they learned today.
They learned real quick that Optic cannot be touched thus far. So what I'm really looking for out of this series is one of these teams to come out strong.
Yeah.
Because if these teams come out flat and seem to be making a lot of mistakes, you know Optic are going to pounce right on top of that.
All right, well, this is it. Seattle, let me hear ya! Because it's time for the elimination finals between Cloud9 and Native Red. Two hungry teams, ambitious for an opportunity to face off against one of the best squads in the world, looking to cement their legacy here in Seattle, Washington. We're going to kick things off with a guy who has made a legacy of his own in Halo. It's Stellar who's going to kick things off here. And out of the gate, Eco starts with a kill.
Yeah, Stellar,
3 down,
along with his teammate Eco, were the 2018 Halo 5 World Champions. Can they make another grand finals here? We will find out, and only time will tell, but that's the best start you can hope for, is getting all 4 of those members of Native Red down and just holding down this tram position. Such a smart spot for Bound. Forcing these members of Native to charge on out before they get killed. Delivery.
Hey, that's nice. You know, a little care package sent your way, you know, right from the sky.
Don't forget to tip the driver. Then also, for those players out there who went live playing this weekend, don't forget to tip your casters.
That's right. Don't forget that tip us as well. But now Bounce looking to put the pressure on the player inside of Red Room. Able to stop him right in his tracks. It's going to be Talik. He goes down, and this was a very positive start for Cloud9 out of the gate here to be able to establish control of the Arcade Hill. And Native Red are just looking for some answers, any solutions that they possibly can have here. Soul Snipe's going to get tucked away, and that's back out of this one. Druck's going to get hit with that Stalker. And this damage that Bound is putting forward, Dave, is so important because it's going to prevent them from being able to make these meaningful pushes. But despite their best efforts, though, they still manage to make some progress.
Yeah, he's not just locking in on the first target and solely focusing there. Bound is a damage machine. He's a turret. He's going to lay out as much as he can before his life is gone, and that's going to be the first hill going for Cloud9.
C9 looking so strong. Now remember, we did see this song and dance before. Native Red Cloud9 faced off earlier. It was a reverse sweep. Those first 2 games, as Clutch said, were very strong for C9. And then, you know, maybe they did let go of the gas pedal a little bit. But Native Red's the type of team, they're very disciplined. And I think a lot of people have been sleeping on them, and I get it. They're the younger players. Not a lot of people know who they are. They're an unknown commodity in the HCS. But I think at this point in time, we have to respect the accomplishments that Native Red have been able to do here. And to get to this point with a group that really had quite the season.
What a good group of coordinated grenades there from Native Red to take out that player top C stairs. That was the opening they needed. Now, who is going to secure these rockets? It's going to be Penguin. While his team still has Hill, he was able to sneak out over, grab rockets. Now he's decided what's his safest route to high ground. You can't be caught at bomb stairs that entire time.
That was a beautiful rocket from Penguin. And you can see the kill column there for Native Red, pretty dire. As they're only going to have about 9 kills, make that 10 with that last one. And on the opposite side of that, I mean, Eco's got 9 of his own.
Eco is just slaying out so far. One stat we had heard, so this isn't related to Eco, but on Bound's end is Bound had one of his worst performances against Native Red earlier. He had 0.94 KD when he played against Native Red. However, when we saw him that last series against FaZe, he was 1.21 in KD. So this balance really does rest on his shoulders. Even though we see someone like Eco standing up right now, it really comes down to how is Bound performing and how he's playing with his teammates right now. And if you look at that KD, he's 3-1 right now.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well for himself here. As now we're going to start to see Native Red add a little bit here. It's a 2-0 lead for Cloud9, and if you blink, you missed it. That's how fast C9 were able to secure those first 2 hills. Soul Snipe in the back of the field, though, right here toward PD, running right into a very weakened Eco, who goes down. Stellar's also going to be weak inside of PD, but he manages to get 1 kill. Druck has to shut it down, and I'm really looking to Druck here as well. He was still instrumental for this team yesterday, and I think he's just going to have to be one of those players that steps up at the moment.
Also, this match, more so than any others, you're going to see such effective use of those thruster packs. when these players get in the hands. They were all so dang good at Halo 5. So when you see someone like Stellar or Bound or Eco, any of them grab that thruster, you're gonna see them just do those perfectly timed maneuvers and dodge those headshots.
Talik, unfortunately, was falling victim of a rocket there after being one shot in a fight toward Cafe. That's going to open up a lot of the field there and allow Cloud9 to start to make this push. And if Stellar, I was going to say, if Stellar could get to the back field there by Ali, it could cause some problems for Native Red, but that's not going to be a problem. We got ourselves a game. Native Red are right back into this one as they're able to get a point on the board.
It all comes down to these next slays. This is also a very isolated hill. If you're able to get those slays, you can get this Bulldog Hill with ease. Manny, or I should say Druck, has to decide when he wants to be poking out and laying down shots, or when he wants to hide and grab that free hill time.
And ideally, would have loved to have been able to have some help from Soul Snipe there. Couldn't get there fast enough off of the spawn. Does get cleaned up as well. Talik's having a pretty decent game thus far. He definitely revved things up. It was a slow start for him, but Talik is one of those players, as me and Tony have noted multiple times, he's a space maker for Native Red. He'll push the opportunities and he'll create that opening for his team to start to pounce on the weakened targets. But if Talik's slaying, it's scary.
Such a great prediction shot there from Manny, understanding that someone's going to push down those stairs soon. Also distributes the use of weapons. Doesn't decide that he needs to have Bulldog and a Stalker Rifle. Instead, his teammate is now over at A tower with Stalker Rifle, while he's in the close range scenario with that Bulldog in the hill.
Soul Snipe's gonna be so low there, but a cleanup from Talik maybe brings this one back. 3 players down for Cloud9. So close, no one there to challenge, and we're right back in this tied game, 2-2.
And it looks like Cloud9 are stepping tram, but not very comfortable as the push is coming in. You see Penguin trying to fight off from all fronts. Players come from commando, players come from stairs, and he's just waiting this one out. He realized that they're not going to comfortably step in this bomb center hill until he can clear his back.
Eco gets himself another rocket. Cloud9, another objective there, but unfortunately for him, that doesn't work out quite the way he would have wanted there, but thankfully Penguin's there for the cover-up. Talik going in for the challenge, but the Stalker Rifle's gonna hit him like a hammer. He has to back away though, Talik, and he gets cleaned up by Stellar. Penguin though, the help from C9 is absurd. Just when you think you have someone backs against the wall, someone else from C9 swings right in to pick up that kill.
And look at how much these teams and players are going to vie for slays first before jump this hill. Now that Cloud9 has the numbers advantage, they're going to hop on in, and they know there's only one player left. There's 2 strategies you can go for here. You can jump somebody in the hill and send your other one flanking out, or you can both hop in the hill and double team wherever they're shooting from.
Yeah, seems right now they're opting to go for is maybe to try and zone out the hill in the mid. They have Eco there for coverage, but no real bodies to get inside. 2 players down for C9, 2 down for Native Red as well. If they're Soul Snipe looking to push in here on Neon Street. There goes Druck on the kill feed though, able to get a kill.
And this is a little troublesome from Cloud9. You saw Eco trying to help out his teammate Bound, but nobody from the Cloud9 roster was getting one of those more prominent positions, getting over towards B rail, maybe getting up towards balcony. Instead, you get Eco towards bottom tram and Bound over at the Bulldog. You really need to transition into stronger positions to have that trump card when it comes to the bottom center hill.
Yeah, maybe this could actually be the position that he needs, right?
This is
right
a
by
great
the station,
spot.
right by the tower in the back by PD. He's got teammates inside now. You can see the members of Native Red starting to push out on the arcade side of the map, but Eco was not prepared for that player to push him from PD, and he's gonna have to back away.
Here's the thing is, even though he wasn't prepared, his position was still strong enough to be able to react to that. That's how good these pro players are, is even if it's not the spot they're looking for, they know that they can scurry away in a worst case scenario if somebody pops out or gets a fortunate spawn.
Smart call by Manny as well, not to just get too ambitious to go for that cafe push. He knew that the player was there, but he was not healthy enough to try and challenge for that fight. Mid control still going to be available though. Bound, scoped out at the worst possible time, but thankfully for him, the VR's true. Lands the shot though. Stellar gets another rocket, but maybe Native Red could do something with this. Instead, it's not going to happen. It's Eco again, and I can't imagine you would be able to win a game of King of the Hill if you're not controlling the power weapons here, Walsh.
Eco 2 for 2 with those rockets. Unfortunately, hitting himself on the couple of them can be a double-edged sword there, but ultimately making sure that they don't fall into the Native Red hands.
Bound in the hill. Now another enemy of Native Red in this particular instance is going to be the clock.
if C9 were to secure that, they could just play the Slay game the entire time. Beautiful kill there by Stellar. They have to force him out of this one, Native Red, and C9 for the time being have the coverage necessary, and that is going to be a capture for Cloud9. They go up by 1 at the 1-minute warning in this game.
Now here's the deciding moment for Cloud9. If they have the Slay advantage like they have 3 down right now, do they jump in and cap this 4th hill, or do they let the time run out? And it looks like Cloud9 opts to just jump in the hill. I don't disagree with this play for a couple reasons. One, if Native Red are able to get the Slays across the map, they can jump in and get a long-standing time in this hill. And secondly, if you know the other team is playing time, you can play a little bit slower. You can take your time. You can take some longer flanks. You can take your routes. And so right there, I like that Cloud9 give themselves both options. If for a reason they need to jump out and slay, they can, and time's gonna dwindle down. But they also give themselves a win condition if they are outslaying Native Red.
Yeah, and also too, I mean, look, if it ties up, right, we go to next point wins. I'm sure C9 doesn't want to allow that to happen, but they are also going to put the pressure onto Native Red to have to respond, have to get into that hill. There's no choice for them.
Yeah, it's also sometimes difficult to go out of that defensive mode back to offense. You're saying, wait, I thought we were running on the clock. Now I guess we gotta go back into offensive mode and get this hill. So I don't disagree with this play, but look at this time ticking up here for Native Red. They about 50% done with this hill. Rocket's coming up here soon, and Druck wisely backing down, realizing that 2 of his teammates are down, and he needs to stay alive.
Yeah, that's Penguin with rocks. Coming around the mountain, here he comes. He's got 3 players in front of him. Could end up ruining the days of Native Red here. That's 1 kill. Looking for the second as that player inside of Red trying to tuck away. Gets both kills for the double. Goes down, and now Bound's going to be inside of the hill. Talik has to respond from the ledge.
This is a different scenario. Now with only 20 seconds left, Cloud9 do not want to cap this hill. Their best opportunity is just keep Native Red out. Every single time you step foot in that hill, the timer stops. So all Cloud9 need to do is play defense for 8 seconds, Golden Boy.
Bound's going to get inside of the hill for a moment there. 8 seconds remain as they're going to now try to jump inside. Manny gets to stop. Now it's all Native Red inside of there, but instead of red, they're seeing blue. They just got to capture this one and force this into overtime. So close, but Penguin's going to go inside, and he manages to get at least 1 stop there. But Native Red are going to tie it up at the critical last moments.
2 players, no shield, just dance around those pillars, barely stay alive, and Native Red bring this to a tying hill. It all comes down to Tram here in overtime. 2 minutes back on the clock. Let's see who takes this.
Oh, doggy. I like what I'm seeing here from Native Red. Talik with the dog is going to bark his way to a kill there onto Eco. They got a body inside of it. Making some decent progress, but Cloud9's going to be tucked in the back of the base now, looking for an opening, and I'm trying to see the forward players here. Guys like Manny, they're going to look to try and cause a disruption once Cloud9 get inside of the courtyard. He's going to be a real difference maker here, and he's able to get a kill, which is massive for them, but does get pressured by Bound.
Native Red have everything going for them right now. They have the numbers advantage. They have the position in the tram. They had rockets coming up and nearby them. So right here, this is going to be crucial. They don't want to give this lead that they've secured thus far, and Cloud9 finally break through and have control of Tram.
So Cloud9 are through. They also have the rockets again. Surprise, surprise. Bound only has 1 left in the chamber, though. Still, lots of progress, and very weird situation to see Cloud9 in, because if they were to get outslayed inside of Tram, that could potentially spell doom and disaster here in game 1 for C9. But Bound's able to secure that kill. 2 players are going to be located down low as well. They look to get inside of Commando and force the attention here, but Eco is going to struggle outside.
He was trying to take that flank route to the dumpster and get support over on Commando side, but these crucial 1v1s are all being won by Native Red. This next setup can absolutely win them the game.
But they have 2 players pushing inside of the Commando. Talik's got to be a god here. He thrusts around the corner. Penguin goes in for the challenge again, and Penguin's able to win the battle. He goes inside of the back of Tram, gets that player. That's 1 shot, and it's down to Druck in the forward position to look to cause some problems. Manny in the overlook as well, but no one for C9's in the hill quite yet.
No one in the hill quite yet, but the kills are what's most important, because every single kill that Cloud9 acquires here is going to force members of Native Red to spawn over at Cafe or PD. They have to charge across the entire map.
1 shot for Native Red to break this setup. They have to kill Eco here, and he's in a beautiful position around the flank. Removes Talik from the equation, and they can't get there in time. And Cloud9, after a grueling game 1, managed you get that first win, and you have to wonder for Native Red, how many times are you going to get so close, yet be so far away, Walshy?
Those ones are the heartbreakers. It is so tough. I would honestly rather lose a hill game like 4-1, 4-2
Yeah, I'd rather get
rather losing 4-3 at a moment when they had the setup and they had the chance. I actually don't know how Cloud9 broke into that final Native Red setup.
Yeah.
I really don't know. They must have done pizza jump over Commando or something, because when I looked over from the
Penguin.
POV we saw,
Yeah, it was Penguin. They went dumpster into Commando. They had 2 players there, but then while Penguin was making that push happen, there was pressure coming in from the driveway as well. So it was literally like a perfect push that you could have asked for there. And then once they were in with the Stalker rifle, and there was just no way C9 were going to get out of there.
well, I know that one was a fast one, but don't you worry, folks. This next game's going to slow right down.
Oh, yeah.
We got ourselves
Catalyst.
a Catalyst Slayer. Things are going to chill out a little bit. Gonna take a couple breaths. Yes, there'll be some fast moments, but for the most part, these teams are going to play a bit more calm and collected.
Now, if you remember from yesterday, Native Red sent FaZe to the lower bracket on this map right here. They are a great team in Catalyst. They get the map. They've adapted to it quickly, but so is Cloud9. If there's one team that can adapt on the fly, it's certainly going to be them. You're, of course, going to want to see how they can take advantage of the opportunities that they'll be presented with the overshield, with the skewer. But you're right, Dave. It's going to be a bit of a slow one at times, and we are right back into the action with Game 2.
Looking at Eco, checking out his teammates' POV to see where these players might be pushing from. Look at that. Winning the damage battle across the map against Manny, and actually gets picked. That's an ego challenge. You generally aren't doing those one-shot challenges towards the same person that you were fighting early on, and Eco has broken behind enemy lines. Unfortunately gets hit by a grenade, and great movement by Drux to secure that kill.
Massive kill for him, but Penguin's on the follow-up. It's only going to be a 1-kill lead early on here, but this overshield could pay dividends for Cloud9. Taulik is waiting, watching as he's in the more forward position as he usually is for Native Red. Looking to disrupt the setup here of Cloud9. You can see Eco also applying that pressure on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, Penguin just holding down that line of sight, realizing that 2 of his teammates are pushed up, and then Native Red are likely going to retreat as long as his teammates are winning that battle and laying down the damage.
Keeping this one close. And he knows the player's going to be right behind him. Does manage to do a little bit of damage with that grenade there. Oh, see you later. What a kill from Manny. The young man stays alive here in Catalyst, but Eco challenges him instantaneously, and that is the danger of C9. When you think you have a moment to relax, in comes another guy and just whoops you up all kinds of different ways.
Bound was also so fast to secure that kill. He was chasing him down so quick, but Manny, like you said, practicing social distancing, making sure Bound keeps his space and going off the map.
Social distancing, always important, even in 2022. That being said, there is no social distance with this scoreline here. It's a 1-kill game, as expected on Catalyst. The action slows down to a crawl. Bound waiting for the prime opportunity. He's got the crosshair placement right on the corner, and he nails the shot on Taulik, who is unsuspecting, but let's be honest, he had to have an inclination.
A little bit. I mean, his teammates had already pushed on over towards that way, so you'd expect for somebody to get caught by that line of sight before it. And Bound's flying in. Whether he has an overshield or not, you know he wants to be aggressive. He gets the melee trade, but does not get the kill. Soul Snipe eats away his entire overshield.
That hurts. Undoubtedly, that hurts. He did so much to get that overshield on his own, but while all that was going on, Native Red were getting the kills elsewhere, which kept this one close. Thankfully for Cloud9, though, they managed to be able to put together a better lead here, but that nade was a homing missile. But it's okay, though. Still a 2-kill lead. I'm going to keep saying that. It's okay for right now for C9 until it's not, because Native Red has a tendency to sneak up on you.
Yeah, this is just been so back and forth. A lot of times throughout these skirmishes, you expect one team to pull away significantly because just the snowball effect that takes place in Halo. You get a couple down, you're going to win more fights and more kills in a 4v2, but the skill of these players to be able to trade out a kill despite being down in numbers advantage is just so impressive.
5-kill lead for Stellar and the boys in Cloud9. What does Native Red do? What are their solutions? What are their answers to the great Cloud9 equation? How do you stop this team? that have found themselves in championship matches time and time again in Halo Infinite. You're asking a team of young bloods to effectively do the impossible here, and Cloud9 will most certainly not make it easy for him, and certainly not this guy. Stellar cleans him up with the commando.
And the difficult part is taking down Cloud9 twice. Sure, you might be able to catch him off guard once. Yes, Cloud9 know that Native Red are incredibly skilled. However, going to this tournament, you know Cloud9 aren't studying Native Red. They are studying the likes of Optic. They have their sights on them, trying to figure out what their weaknesses are. So now that Cloud9 have been awoken, we're seeing the effects of that. We're seeing that Native Red aren't able to get away with some of the plays that they were yesterday.
We all know that this Cloud9 team, 4 monsters. And another thing to note here as well, just like it was in the Streets game, Walshy, same thing here, same song and dance. You're not controlling the power-ups, you're not controlling the power weapons. How can you expect to win the game? It's another overshield grab for C9.
Every single time they've been grabbing the OS, but more importantly, they get right in the action with that overshield. They smartly and wisely just push right into the base, get right in front of Native Red members, and they have to deal with it. Sure, there's some ineffective trades. We saw that one from Bound earlier that didn't go as ideal as they'd like, but over and over again, they get right where they should be with that power-up and do so much damage.
Bound got a little bit of intel. He heard some slides. They have no idea that he's behind him, so Soul Snipe now making a call. I need help. Where are you at there? But Soul Snipe manages to get away like Houdini. He's out of there playing with Bound. Even though does manage to get that kill against Manny, couldn't find the initial target there. He ends up falling with a trade, but not bad to be able to pick up those 2 kills, at the very least, to keep this lead going.
So many of those stalemates, so much information is gathered by those footsteps. I mean, some of these players, they should be picking up those Halo Adidas a little bit quieter.
They
should. On the map.
Those NMDs are nice, you know? Get a little soft step as you're making your way across the map. Not for me, though. I'm just too big.
Oh, yeah, you're bat-footed the whole time.
Bat-footed the entire time. You hear me coming from a mile away. It's a damn shame. 6-kill lead for C9. Plenty of time left on the clock as the action slows down. Manny, cross map, looking to locate where these C9 players are, but they're actually right in the faces of his teammates here. Massive grenade blows up. It's gonna harm Eco quite a bit here. Bound goes in for the help, but that's again, just right back to it. You get the kill, you get the trade. Good for C9.
Good trades, and are we gonna see Native Red get away with the OS? No! That is 2 members going down. Taulik, Soul Snipe, both out. Can Penguin deny this from Druk? And yes, that overshield is just a curse right now. I think that one fell off the map, and it's probably for the better.
It was a cursed overshield. We all know that when an overshield has a hex on it like that, it's simply not worth grabbing it, no matter how valuable it might be.
Down to the final 10 kills here. Cloud9 have had effective push after effective push. There's too much time on the clock to fully turtle up here, but it feels counterintuitive. Do you push as you have this lead? Yeah. Do you sit back as it hasn't been your style of play throughout this match? We're gonna have to see how Cloud9 react to this, and look at these flanks here from Soul Snipe, getting these effective skewers, diminishing that lead down to just 4.
Stellar was not ready for that haymaker around the corner. I'll tell you that much. Now as Manny and Druk play forward here, Cloud9 kind of staying back a little bit. Respectful insta from Druk. You never know if a player is actually going to be located tucked between that pillar there, so it makes sense to send that there.
Yeah, but as an insta for somebody waiting to jump up from that curb, what'll happen a lot of times for setting up double teams is somebody's either sitting back flag, or somebody is sitting right there at the corridor, and you can jump up and support them as you're watching a secondary angle.
Can we just talk about that particular moment right there? The way that Penguin flew out, anticipating someone being there, but also his teammate. You think to yourself, oh man, you're gonna get a lot of intel, and then in comes Penguin, like a bat out of hell, or Penguin out of heaven. I don't know where Penguins reside. I'm assuming they all go to heaven. Anyway, the point is though, that C9 play their advantages so well, they communicate for each other, and they're constantly playing with their heads spinning in circles, because they always know, especially against Native Red, that's what you have to do. And yet another overshield grabbed by Cloud9. That one's not going to lead to too much, though. But look at what we have here, Dave. The game's getting a little closer. C9, though, If they trade, they win.
Yeah, the kills just being traded out, so every single time Native Red secures something on the board, Bound and crew just answer right back, and that's been the story throughout this game. Cloud9 have gotten that little bit of lead, and we've yet to see Native Red get 3 members of Cloud9 down and roll this into a larger, into a larger lead.
Penguin knows that the push is going to come to him. He's got 2 nades that have to deal with this there. He's going to weaken the player, but Talik's able to get the kill. But it's immediately traded out there, which is exactly what they did not want. Number 49 in the books is Manny's going to go in for the fight. He's one shot, but he manages to succeed and stay alive to fight another day. But no one from C9 is there to connect. 4 kills for Native Red, 1 for Cloud9.
Native Red need to play this perfectly. They don't have to worry as much about somebody around the corner doing a melee trade, but still you have to worry about these players running around in duos. No mistakes allowed here from Native Red, and this is the great weapon to have in their pocket. Manny could potentially get a pick here and allow their team to have an opportunity to have that numbers advantage.
It's not quite a sniper rifle, but it could get the job done. As Manny plays around the corner. Penguins waiting this one out, and you can hear a pin drop here in Seattle besides my loud voice. That's the pressure.
You can also hear Golden Boy stomping around here in Seattle.
That's very true, very loud. I'm sorry, everyone.
Is GB heading the stage? Yeah, I hear him coming.
Can't help it. Even the NMDs can't help it. But look at this, to a snail crawl. Because they know what's on the line here. A chance at glory, a chance to become a Halo World Champion. Only a few have managed to achieve such a lofty goal.
Some people have managed it multiple times, GB. We won't go to that right now.
It's very true. It's very true. You're one of them. I'll give you your flowers. Thank you. Thank you. No problem, buddy. I care about you. But no action yet. 1:45 on the clock. This is intense.
Everyone's eyes is somewhere in the vicinity near their west, but not directly on it. They know that Native Red aren't just going to jump right onto it. So they're trying to see who's poking out, who's trying to get eyesight on it. But now we're actually starting to get into a time frame where if another 30 to 45 seconds pass, Cloud9 really can play out the clock. They can try to hide and not have all 4 members die.
Stellar's at the flag ramp, Eco at the mid ramp. Looking for the pincer in case they push this way. Callouts are being made. Stellar has some vision. That was going to be his ping to the left of Eco, as you can see on the screen. 1 minute remains on the clock, and everyone in Seattle, as I turn around and look, just glued to the screen. And everyone also now apparently turned to look at me as well. That's a little awkward, I apologize.
These players,
Here we go.
There's the OS,
Here we
and here's
go.
the opening. Goodbye, Druck. Hello, Cloud9 up 2-0. That is the strong start that Cloud9 need to roll into the series and potentially roll into the grand finals.
If you blink, you might have missed it. C9 just needed 1 frag, and they were able to get it. And Druck was left out there by his lonesome with no real options. And C9 go up 2-0 here in this series. 1 step closer to fighting for a world championship. Native Red now have to do the impossible again, because they did it once, and now they have to do it again. They have to reverse sweep Cloud9, but it's not Championship Sunday, as Blaze likes to say, or Championship Saturday rather. It's Championship Sunday. I even screwed up that joke. See, guys, your fault. Blame Onset as well. They can't do it. Good God, Dave, it's going to be so hard.
They've made it so difficult for themselves, but like you said, not impossible. That game was so close. Both those games were incredibly close. I mean, a 1 cap difference in overtime, a 4 Slay difference there in Team Slayer on Catalyst. It's difficult.
Oh, man. The tension is the highest it's ever been. The lion's share of a $1 million prize pool is at stake here, $400,000, and your name in the history books. And for these 4 players in Native Red to set the stage for them, they came into this season known as the Kansas City Pioneers. That's done and dusted. They're now Native Red. And they sit upon this stage at the precipice of greatness. But standing in their way, it's a team that has been there and done that, and they're looking to take guys like Penguin, guys like Bound, to the promised land. But that was quite the game, and we were right, Dave. It's one of those matches that goes down to a snail crawl, and that happened a few times that whole game too.
It slowed right down. Here was that melting of the OS, and Bound just turning away a little early, just assuming that Melee was going to get the finish, so that is difficult. One other play that we're not going to see on this one, we'll watch this last kill and I'll highlight the play I was going to say, but look at this ending here. It slowed down perfectly. Every single person knew that as soon as you ran into one opponent, you're going to have somebody else go pop out. There's no chance that you're disconnected from your teammates entirely here. But who was going to make that move? We all know the playmaker here from Cloud9. It's going to be Bound, just dropping in on this OS and then charging in to finish Druk. Look how he's just trap set. Yep. Every single player just has all these different traps set, waiting for somebody to poke around a corridor, and then Eco can pop on out and help with that secondary angle.
Yep, and that was actually going to be kill number 49. And then it was only going to be Manny who manages to stay alive there. And I mean, you know, again, as we look at how this played out, the timeline's kind of getting changed up a little bit here in the replay, but I think they're trying to match it to the music, you know? But the point is that Native Red, even if they were able to get that overshield away, and who better than Bound to be able to secure that kill for them? That's why they signed him on this team. Even if they were able to, they needed to at least get some value out of the skewer early on. They needed to find something, because asking for just a 14 wipe against C9, yeah, good luck.
They had multiple opportunities where they're down by 4 kills, and they just weren't able to close that gap. One play I wanted to highlight from Penguin earlier that I thought was genius and is literally in the book, The Art of War, is dividing the opposing forces. So what happened was Manny was pushing around a corridor. Rather than just first BRing him, he just starts chucking grenades in between, right behind Manny. Yeah. Manny had to commit, pushing out through that corridor, and didn't have any backup come from behind unless they want to charge their grenades and be one shot. And so it's just ingenious where it's like, guarantees a trade, guarantees you get to isolate at least one player and secure that kill in a time where he was down in the fight.
Yeah, very smart play there by Penguin, right? And, you know, but you're really looking for a lot of these Slayers to step up. And two players that we're going to put a highlight here too. It's going to be Stellar as well as Taulik now. Something to say, though, about Taulik is in that last game, while he may not have necessarily been in that upper echelon of the kill column, I believe he only had 5 kills that game. He also had 10 assists for his squad, so he was putting down a decent amount of damage, and you can see that in his damage output overall. But Stellar has simply been magnificent from Orlando till now. I feel like this guy's playing some of the best Halo I've ever seen him play, and that's saying something because he won a world championship.
Yeah, we keep highlighting just these replacements. We're like, oh, Bound is on this roster now in place of Renegade. He's got to be the one that puts off the most kills. And it's like, Stellar's like, hey, I'm here this whole time, and guess what? I can do that anytime I want.
Yeah, whole time. So he's a beast on the sticks, but so is Taulik, who's had all 4 players in Native Red, the greatest tournament that they've ever had thus far in their professional Halo careers. Short-lived, but you know what though? I did want to, since we have an opportunity, give a huge shout out to the Native organization. Actually met those guys last night. Organization started in February, by the way. So I think there might be a record for you know, fastest blow up in esports history. Has to go to Native Gaming. So huge shout out to those guys for supporting these boys. Also a big shout out to Jack and the guys over at Cloud9 for always looking out for the C9 team. But here we go, folks. 1 game away for Cloud9. They could end it here and now. But Native Red have done this before. They have reverse swept C9 in this very city, on that very stage. The name of the game is Oddball. Win 2 rounds, and you lock the W. Let's get right into this and start off with Taulik.
Very surprising that we see somebody actually grab those plasma grenades over at Hydro. I mean, how many times do we see that just get blown up right off the start? Yeah. Is that either some studying here from the Native Red roster, knowing what Cloud9 are going to do? Because I did see a differing start from Cloud9, just kind of going flying out from elevator side and putting that instant pressure on Camo.
Well, now that Native Red have just a few points on the board, they're looking to add a few more to the column here. Let's jump into an Astro Listen In with Native Red.
He's going back with the side.
Long one now.
Yeah, grapple, grapple, tell him. Yeah. Grapple weak, grapple weak. Top right, one shot. One top right, Kevin. He's glass. Yo, Mikey, I'm gonna go right, okay? Stacks on me.
Alright, I'm up.
There's like 2 top right.
Come in, I'm coming with you.
Yeah, one's glass still. Glass sniping, Kevin.
Glass sniping.
Blue pipes. Yo, kill CJ, kill CJ. I'm trying to kill CJ.
Balls like this. I got CJ.
Ball guys one. Yeah, I'm jumping up.
Grapple. Sniping your Batman.
Yeah, sniping top right, top right, turbine. He's needles. Guys, we ballot chest, have shields. This guy needles also.
One in needles.
How do you guys Nice. Mangler.
I'm trying to the red.
Top right.
Red stairs.
Weak ball. Ball.
Single stack.
Go, orange.
Guys, I'm ripping.
I'm
one shot. They might challenge. Yeah, red stairs.
Which other stairs?
I don't know where he is, man. Snipe grapple there.
One by red. He is grapple.
Red stairs right now.
Top right stairs. He's going long ball.
I can maybe shoot this. One's weak.
I am moving C. Yeah, moving C. You guys take that out. One weak.
Silo weak. Silo flat. And there's another guy bottom mid. Two flat. Another guy C flat. Long haul. That's long haul.
Looking. Wait, Sticky weak. I'm looking. And grapple.
I can't.
He's 100 in the corner. I'm trying to play for scammer.
Where's camo?
I need it.
Watch they're all one shot.
There's a guy. Watch Sticky. Sticky with camo weak. So watch this guy. He's Sticky with camo snipe. He's C-surge. One shot.
Okay. I'm gonna go red, okay? Alright.
Eagle team. Camo's in tower. I just saw him. He's in tower. Yeah, C1.
I'm going red then. I'm going red then.
Yeah, top glass. One of them. I need C2. Yeah, I'm about to jump out C2. Yeah, weak C2.
Yeah, I'm red.
He's weak. He's long. Tower one.
I'm down. Yo, I can grapple.
At the beginning, when we went into that listen-in, Native Red had the ball on their side of the map. They were controlling it, and then it all fell apart. And you could hear it too, right? So many players one-shot, but C9 keeping the attention of Native Red occupied elsewhere. They could not clean it up. All those opportunities they had.
Yeah, the one-shot callouts, those are really good to have when you have additional angles on the map. But you saw Native Red all combine towards C-Plat, towards Hydro. You really need somebody to break out over towards Turbine or control some additional angle to be able to finish off those players. Cloud9 just playing that position perfectly.
Good aggression here by Bound to just continue to put the pressure on to Taulik as the ball is going to be available. No one in the long haul to back up Cellar here, but he's going to be okay with that for right now. He knows exactly where these players are actually going to be coming from. Native Red are going to respond and bring this ball back up inside of Gold, but they only really have a few players here with Cellar lurking about and one player looking to push Gold. Really, he's just going to leave Soul Snipe by himself to have to try and hold this one off. He's going to do a soft play ball, toss that to the middle of the map there, put pressure on the Cloud9 to pick it up, but really, they weren't able to do much with that.
Yeah, that was a questionable ball rotation. I mean, you have somebody still over at Pipes, over at Gold. You really need to deal with that threat. And what that ended up doing for Native Red is they were down a BR on the map. And so Cloud9 just slowly chipped away at that, got the kills, and now they have control of the camo, the ball, and every position they want on the map.
Another camo grab, another power up for Cloud9. Name a more iconic duo at this point, because it feels like Native Red just have not been able to get themselves any of those coveted power items on the map time and time again. And with that camo out, it's just going to put Native Red in a real particular position to have to locate and take out that individual. So they can't really move around the map freely, because you never know if you're going to get popped up from behind and you just get wiped out.
Yeah, just look at the distribution across the map here from Cloud9. Just position themselves perfectly, making Native Red be able to clear out so many different corners of the map before they can push on over. And that's 3 down for Cloud9. There was also 3 down temporarily for Native Red. So look at that Harpoon setting up for Penguin to knock it down. And Eco's just gonna try and hold down these pipes.
Oh man, Eco ended up getting blown up there, but a lot of work was done in order to slow that one down. The ball's still gonna be available right toward the batteries. As Bound sneaks around the corner. Only 10 points remaining here for Cloud9. big BR battle, but Soul Snipe's going to be able to come out on top. Certainly not unscathed, though. And there goes the ball grab by Manny.
All 4 down for Cloud9. This is a chance for Native Red to fan out across the map, find out where these spawns are. They know that elevator side's clear, but I feel like you're also not seeing enough angles right now. You have nobody from Native Red over towards top gold to punish these pushes toward top center. Instead, they only have an angle here from the Mangler side. So this is disastrous here for Native Red. They did not fan out and secure positions across the map. Let's see if they can just use their 6 skill to work themselves out of this one.
No, also has 6 kills. This guy, Eco, and he gets a double kill out of that one. That's going to be another camouflage grab for Cloud9. Only 5 points remaining before they lock away this first round. Double kill there, taking out 2 players for Native Red. Don't matter. Cloud9 put the first point on the board. Now Native Red backs against the wall.
Yeah, and Stellar's over there at the elevator threat saying, hey, does this one go to the lobby? He's like, no, this one actually takes us straight to the grand finals. One more win, and Cloud9 are gonna see themselves in another grand finals like they've done every single LAN event this year.
What a run this C9 team has had. Legendary, to say the least. The consistency from this team. And I feel like this tournament is a little bit different, right? They were sent down earlier, and you can tell they're angry. They want blood. Native Red just seem like they're simply a stopgap in their overall story at this point, but Native Red certainly could not just be a footnote in the history books. They have to become the history books in order for them to get to a grand final, to get to that coveted opportunity to play for a world championship.
They were playing perfect Halo at the end of yesterday. They're going to need to play perfect Halo to get out of this situation. Totally possible for these guys. They're such incredible players, but we are seeing them being stopped at all turns. Manny desperately trying to stop that ball run, but Stellar winning that 1v1, getting the ball, and look at the setup rotation.
Kind of a similar position that Native Red were in, but you're seeing the difference in that they're covering the angles faster.
Bound's getting a little late over to the bat ledge, a little late, so you see them spread out a bit more. You notice how when Native Red had the set, they were just hunkered down over at Elevator, over at Turbine, just all those spots, but we're gonna have to see how this pays out because I also don't think that Cloud9 had the strongest of setups there. It was solid, but I've seen better.
Oh, what does help out though is when Eco puts down a sizable amount of damage there, gets a kill as well, stops struck. 2 players down though for C9 is Bound. Wants to make plays. Shock rifle onto Talik, doesn't quite have the angle there. Talik was kind of jiggle peeking a little bit around that corner to see if anyone was going to be coming inside. Oh! And he hits him with a clothesline from hell. But he now needs to locate Manny here. Maybe this is going to be the shock rifle shot of the century, but it doesn't work out for him. And then Cloud9 get the camo again, Dave.
Bound behind enemy lines, doing it once again, doing such a good job, buying time, laying down as much damage. Even when he missed that shock rifle shot, he still switches to BR and gets 1 shot on that opposing player. That is the difference maker at this pro level. If you go into a fight against an opponent who has 1 BR shot in them, those pros will win that every day.
Eco, hello. Why don't you say hello to my shock rifle? Oh no, it doesn't work out. That's embarrassing. That's okay.
Barely missed that one. Also couldn't tell if that other teammate was close enough. So what'll happen is if a second player is close to a shock rifle player, that charge is distributed amongst 2 players.
That is true.
I'm expecting to see that more in Season 2 of Halo Infinite. And before I go on too much of a rant of what I want to see in future seasons of Halo Infinite or House of Dragons, let's focus on the action at hand because Bound is once again the last one alive. Sees that shock rifle, gets out of Druck's hand, and look at this movement from this player. Even when he somehow misses a little bit, he is such a tough kill.
That man moves around like a spider monkey. Someone's got to kill him at some point in time. Kill him with fire, do something. Because you can't keep letting Bound get away with that. The shenanigans, he's still alive here. And all of this just impact. A double kill for Bound. Beautifully played there by the movement mastermind.
We've called him the breakout player so far this year, and he's showing it. 26 kills, 13 deaths, and doing everything he can to give his team this massive lead. We want to see a strong performance out of one of these rosters, and I'm absolutely seeing it out of Cloud9 and Bound.
73 points and counting. This Penguin has the ball over toward the Hydro side of the map. Is anyone from Native Red in the vicinity to stop? 20 points remaining before Cloud9 punch their ticket to the grand finals. Camo's gonna be up for grabs as well. See Talik and Stellar fighting down low, but Bound gets a double kill off camera. Here comes Struck. Has no other choice but to drop down because he was gonna be so weak. And this is it. 5 points remaining. He's gonna go for the rotation. Cloud9 are right there. The intelligence from Cloud9. And it's their destiny. It's their destiny to go to the grand finals here at the World Championship as they get another opportunity at Optic Gaming. And for two of those players, an opportunity to become a two-time Halo World Champion. But they have ran through the entire elimination bracket in one legendary run.
Applause all around there for Native Red. They played their hearts out this tournament. One of the many big upsets that we saw coming out from that roster. I mean, just falling short, it has to end at some point. That's the nature of the competition, GB.
That's right. The Cinderella story comes to an end for Native Red, but what a run it was. They have nothing to be disappointed about. I don't think anyone had them in the top 3 of the biggest tournament of the year after such an up and down journey for those 4 young men. 5 as well when you count our coach up there as well. So much to be proud of. But you talk about ups and downs, you got to talk about Cloud9 losing Renegade, everyone questioning whether or not this team has the passion to compete at the highest level. And I think Cloud9 has answered all of those questions today. They have the passion, they have the determination. They didn't need Renegade to go to a grand final in Orlando. They didn't need him here. And now they're playing for the lion's share of $1 million.
That was a $110,000 match right there. Native Red walking away with 110K, and this grand finals gonna decide who walks away with 400K or 220K. But taking a quick look at that recap, games 1 and 2, it was a 3-0, but those games were so close. Game 3 was dominated from Cloud9, but taking that out of the equation, those first 2 games could have gone any which way.
Yeah, you know, when you really think about it, right? Native Red, that was the story of their Sunday. Close games, but couldn't get the job done. But that being said, the stage is now set. It's Cloud9 versus Optic Gaming in our grand finals of the Halo World Championship 2022. But that's gonna do it for us. Dave, love you, bud.
Been a pleasure.
Always a pleasure. Until next season, that's it for us here at the Caster booth. Let's send it back over to our incredible analysts to break it all down.
Well, I tell you what, this arena is filled with an icy blue color right now, and that's because Cloud9 have the ice through the elimination bracket. What a run these guys have gone on. Clutch, knocked down by Native Red. Come back, Championship Sunday, get it done in 3. Insane stuff on this Cloud9 roster. Let's talk about the growth that we're seeing from them. They don't make the same mistakes twice. They always end up in this grand finals.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about this team that I just had the most confidence when we saw them lose to Native Red. Reverse sweep fashion, I was like, you know what, it doesn't matter. You're gonna see Cloud9 climb the ranks like they always do. The elimination bracket run writes itself, and it's almost like these guys enjoy this nice little run that they get to go on. But Optic waiting on them in the grand finals. We saw that matchup in Orlando, and that's going to be where can Cloud9 rewrite the ship, rewrite the story that we've seen in the past.
And you see the ice coming through here on this first one, Streets King of the Hill. I mean, Native Red, they didn't make that same mistake twice like they did versus Optic. They got into that hill, they took it to OT, they kept it close, but C9 always find a way, Tony. You know, Eco behind enemy lines, getting the little flank to make sure that score came off the board, and then Callus, CTF, it slowed down a bit. What was it like in those final moments, seeing the patience from C9 waiting for that overshield to pop up, grab it when Native Red couldn't, and get the win?
I mean, it's the discipline that they have that show that's why they're one of the top 2, one of the best teams in the league, and why they're always making grand finals after grand finals after grand finals. I say all the time, patience, not just a virtue, it is a weapon that Cloud9 used against you many times, and for the first time this tournament, maybe this year, Goofy was right.
What? I'm always right, Tony. Come on, I called the 3-0, and the 3-0 is what we saw. And the reason I felt so confident was because they got an opportunity to cast this Cloud9 roster to start off Championship Sunday, and they've just been playing it out of their mind. If I'm Optic Gaming, if I'm the green wall, we know they're out in force here in Seattle. I'll be a little bit nervous because Eco and the rest of Cloud9 is looking locked in.
And the reason I'm so confident that this grand finals is going to be a little bit different than Orlando, a little bit more highly contested, is that man on your screen, Bound. He is stepping up in his rookie season, using all the lands before this, the entire season as an opportunity to learn, and he's giving us the best version of Bound we have ever seen. This man is on fire.
It has been the question at the end of this season, whether or not Bound was that superstar replacement for Renegade when he left the roster. I think the answer is pretty clear here right now, but Bound has a ways to go if he really wants to put a statement on the end of that answer. Bound has been performing out of his mind at a high level here at the World Championships. It's his rookie year, believe it or not, folks. Yes, at home, if you're just tuning in, if you're just joining us for the first part of your season, at the end of this, Bound is a rookie right now. He's absolutely incredible. Will he fall under the pressure of Optic Gaming, Tony, do you think?
No, he's in the mind of a vet. In the actual experience of a rookie, I'm telling you, the man's the real deal. His movement's always on point. His shot is absolutely incredible. He belongs here. He's been doing it for quite some time, and it might be his first World Championship here, but it doesn't act like it. Bound's the real deal. We're all about to find out in the grand finals.
Love that. Vet mind in a rookie body. We love to see it. Let's take a look at the elimination bracket, though, and see where this team have come and where they are about to go. Cloud9 fall short pretty early on. Elim round 1.
That's crazy.
Look at that run. You know, we talk about Cinderella stories, right, being the underdog team. For me, Cinderella's Cloud9 right now. That shoe fell off pretty early, and they picked it right back up again to get into that grand final spot. I mean, looking at the run that they've had, Goofy, all odds against them and so many hurdles to get across. You're looking at Sentinels. You're looking at United, sorry. Sentinels, FaZe Clan. Then you got Native Red, who took you down before. That run's impressive.
Yeah, Lottie, and even when they lost to Native Red in the winner's bracket, I mean, yeah, it was a reverse sweep, and yeah, you hate to see it. It just didn't... It felt off. Like, It didn't feel like they were even close to Clutch's point. It didn't feel like they were even close to being out of the equation. They were a sleeping beast in that elimination bracket, and if you went up against them, I'm sorry, I feel bad for you, because looking at 3-1 against the Sens, 3-0 United, 3-0 Sentinels, that was impressive. That's when I knew these guys are here to play on Sunday, and they just kept it going, taking down FaZe and getting their revenge, that nice, sweet revenge against Native Red. When it matters most, they shut the door on their hopes and dreams and end the Cinderella story of Native Red. Now they're ready. Now they're in the grand finals, right where they belong, keeping the streak going. Cloud9 has never missed the grand finals at any of the HCS majors. I repeat, they've never missed it. That's so incredible to me. And now they're in this grand finals against Optic Gaming, and it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, and I think, look, they are at home here in a grand finals. Like you said, they've not missed one all season long. You know, but they've been on the back foot of a grand final now for quite some time. That's where it's going to be a little bit difficult. But if Cloud9 have learned anything, is that when you slip up, they rebound. They did it in Orlando. They rebounded after the United series. They get back into that grand final spot, but right now is where they have to close it. If they can take anything out of the book of Native Red, it's to do it where it matters most, in this World Championship. If you can reset a bracket here, Cloud9, everything is in your hands to take this one home. But Optic, they're going to be standing in their way. Folks, we're heading to a quick break. When we come back, though, boy, oh boy, it's going to be insane. The elimination finals saw C9 soar to the top and service at the grand finals, back where they belong. They've started hot on Champ Sunday, but they need pure fire to beat Optic. We'll see you after the break.
Trolley. Wipe my face off, trolley, trolley, trolley. Crush us with her teeth. Trolley, trolley, trolley. Eat us these bang. Trolley. Trolley, trolley. No more Needler, cause we stole it. It's the Feedler. Worms control it. Locked and loaded, just pull it. Let us wriggle down. Trolley.
At Lovesac, we design furniture for life. Real life. Messy life. Life that changes and brings us together for movie night. A life where batteries run down and get charged up again. Because now, Lovesac Sactionals can be upgraded with Stealth Tech. and immersive surround sound by Harman Kardon hidden inside. Upgradable, washable, and guaranteed for life. Don't just hear it, feel it at a Lovesac showroom near you.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Hello, Halo fans, and welcome back from the break. It is nearly time for the grand finals of the Halo World Championship, and it comes down to a best of 7, or maybe 2, to decide the fate of these last 2 teams standing. But before we get into the match, I do have a special guest on my desk, and every time this familiar face gets on the desk, something is usually going down in the Halo world, especially to do with the competition side. I have Tashi joining me. Tash, it's good to see you, my friend.
Hey, great to be up here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, obviously, absolute pleasure. I've got to say, it's been absolutely incredible so far. Have you been expecting what has been going on this weekend?
Honestly, no, but who has, right? So I don't feel bad about my bracket being totally ruined. But no, it's been an absolutely amazing tournament. I don't think anyone expected things to play out the way that they have. And we're honestly just so thankful to have such an amazing show to put on for all of these fans in the room and those watching online. So yeah, just thank you everybody for being part of this.
We love it. Thank you so much, Tash. Well, talking about expecting things, Tash, every time you come up on my desk, something is announced. Something is going on. So, Tash, what have you got in store for us today?
Okay, well, today we're going to be sharing the first details of the Year 2 HCS. So, in the kind of season leading up to this, you know, we've been really excited about how Year 1 has gone, but we've gotten some feedback along the way, and we're tackling that head on by adding more and more events. You know, a lot of players and fans have been asking about where the crowdfunded money is going. Well, we're going to make do and deliver on that right now. So the first thing I'm very excited to announce is the Optic Halo Invitational, taking place on December 10th and 11th at the Esports Stadium in Arlington. Tickets are available right now for Optic Nation Gold members, and we're absolutely thrilled to support this event and work with Optic to put it on. They've obviously had an amazing booth here. The fans are electric, and this is a tried and true Optic event in their hometown. So hopefully the whole crew here and everyone down in Texas shows up and shows out, and you know it's going to be a great show.
I just want to make sure the crowd realize, because I know you guys are lined up for Optic here, that's an Optic LAN opening Year 2. That is one where you guys can cheer your heads off. That is going to be absolutely incredible. I love that we're already seeing some LAN events right at the start of the season. And it's going to set the table, Clutch. You know, we love that. We love the fact that we get to see a LAN early on to see where teams are at off-season, what they've been working on, and what we can kind of expect from Year 2.
Yeah, I see it as opportunity for players, right? I see this as a major bonus to continue to do what you do best in the world, obviously. Make some money while you're at it. Competing during the off season. A lot of the times, I mean, when we were pros, it was you got the MLG season. After that, you got nothing, and you got 6 months of nothing, right? This is an opportunity to continue to compete, to continue to entertain, and what better entertainment than the green wall thrown away?
Absolutely, Tashi. So that's preseason. What have you got else for us? I want to know.
Well, we've got some more exciting stuff in preseason. This time we've partnered with Space Station, and yeah, let's roll the video and take a look at what they put together for us.
Hello and welcome to today's broadcast of Halo Championship Series news. I'm Active, and here is our top story.
Quite mysterious, that one, Tash.
It is, yeah. Well, the creative masterminds at Space Station are cooking up something a lot of fun. So this will be an online event again in the preseason, and yeah, they're kind of going for this newsroom style creative thing. You know, the Space Station team don't miss. So this will be a lot of fun. Again, excited to use some crowdfunding dollars to support and add more events to the roadmap, and yeah, just have more kind of tournaments. You know, we'll have some balance updates coming for Halo Infinite, so it's going to be really exciting to see how the meta changes. You'll have Argyle and the Pit going into the competitive rotation, so things are going to get spicy.
Team changes too. After a Worlds tournament, Hurricanes happen all the time, so we can expect new teams.
That's what I'm looking forward to. I think there is going to be a big change, and I know things are different now with orgs and contracts, so it's a lot different than when we played back in the day, Clutch, but I am excited to see what kind of team changes potentially occur.
Well, I'll tell you what, you've certainly delivered the goods here, Tashi. Thank you so much for joining us on the desk.
Oh, we're not done, Lottie. Come on.
Wait, there's more?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Christmas came early.
I'm ready.
It did, yeah.
What
and
else?
I actually look like Santa Claus. Yeah, so we're going to also announce the kickoff major for Year 2 of HCS. This is going to be in Charlotte, North Carolina, February 24th to 26th.
Okay, love to hear this. We have a major already in the books, folks.
Absolutely. So yeah, this will be the first one of Year 2, the first official HCS event. Going to be working, of course, with Esports Engine yet again, who put on this amazing event with us. And we can't wait. You know, it's going to be a lot of fun. You know, we've gotten great feedback about the majors so far this year. And this will be just another crazy tournament. We'll see all the rosters, like you guys mentioned, finally settled. Hopefully by then. I mean, there might be more roster changes after that event, actually. So that one will be a lot of fun. And yeah, we're excited to share more about the rest of the roadmap later this year.
I absolutely love this. So we already have so much to look forward to, even heading out, before we've even headed out of this World Championship. I mean, you can see the roadmap right now as we have it. Things are going to be filled in, and Tash, we know that the spots are going to be filled later on down the line as we do edge closer towards that year 2, but so much to look forward to. And I think the preseason for me is going to be huge to understand what is going to go on in that kickoff major. So we have so much to kind of look at, and for us as broadcasters, analyze too. So that's a win-win for me, Tashi. Thank you so much for coming up and sharing that, especially before the major event that's happening on the main stage behind us. I mean, Tash, Optic versus Cloud9. It's not that much of a surprise we're seeing these two titans in this one, especially Cloud9 battling their way in the elimination bracket. It's going to be pretty epic to see what goes on. Have you got any expectations for this one?
Honestly, I've been really kind of blown away by how Cloud9 have been so resilient today. I think, you know, they had their stumbles earlier, but you kind of just felt as the run was happening today that they were going to pull it together, and they look super dangerous. Obviously, Optic have looked great all weekend long. They look great in Orlando, but if I'm them, you know, I'm not overlooking this team at all. Like, Cloud9 are going to come out swinging. They have nothing to lose, backs against the wall. I would not want to play that Cloud9 team right now.
Amazing stuff. Well, we absolutely love to hear it. Thank you so much, Tash, for bringing your insight. Thank you for bringing us all of the announcements and the goodies. We will probably see you down in the crowd.
Absolutely.
Rooting for both of the teams, I'm sure. But I'll tell you what, it is about that time, folks, to get into the one match that is going to seal the deal for one of our two teams on that main stage. Halo fans, Grand Finals starts right now.
They let me pick. Did I ever tell you that? Choose whichever Spartan I wanted. You know me. I did my research. Watched as you became the soldier we needed you to be. Like the others, you were strong and swift and brave. A natural leader. But you had something they didn't. Something no one saw but me. Can you guess? Luck.
And there it is, what both of these teams are playing for. That trophy, that prize pool. That's a lot of money on the line. That's a lot of pride also for these guys to be taking away with them, especially heading into year 2. But what a season it will be, Clutch. To go through so much. It has been so competitive. There's been so many ups and downs for both of these teams on the main stage. Cloud9 being so dominant, not being able to get it done towards the latter half of the season, and Optic finally waking up when it matters most, right at the end of the line. Clutch, both of these teams want this right now. Who do you think's edging each other out?
I think this is the Green Wall tournament. I think that they have worked so hard to get to this point all year long. The ups, the downs, the questions. They've answered every single one of them, but now the biggest of questions. Can you do it in the most important moment of your careers? An opportunity for Formal to go down in the history as the greatest FPS console player of all time. An opportunity for Lucid to show he's a superstar, and the other two, they belong in those banners. They belong on one of those banners out in the hallway. I promise you that. We'll see if they can get the job done.
Goofy, Formal comes back to Halo this year. It's the start of a brand new title in Halo history. He's about to make history right now with his teammates, who a lot of them haven't been in this position before. This is their first opportunity in their careers to be up there competing for a championship title. This is everything. These guys have been working very hard, and they have been saying the work is not done yet. What work do they need to put in to make sure they take that trophy home?
I couldn't agree more. Job's not done. You got a formidable opponent on the other side, and that's Cloud9. But Formal, you said it. This is his first year back in the Halo after his hiatus, and what an FPS player this man is. An absolute legend. Already in the first year back here in the Grand Finals as favorites in the Halo World Championship. Formal and the rest of this Optic Gaming squad got to be feeling good, even though they're going up against the scary Cloud9.
Now, Gaskin, Optic have been perfect for the past couple of months. They really have. They barely dropped a map. Things have seemingly gone in their favor every single time. It doesn't matter what map or mode it is anymore. You know, it used to be live fire. Now it's pretty much anything you put in front of them. What is it going to take them down? Is there any weaknesses? Is there anything you want to see them step up on?
I think if you look at, you know, just how there are some new guys here on the stage. There are guys who haven't got World Championships under their belt. Will nerves start to kick in a little bit now? Because if they do fall into that same kind of situation they were in, you know, a few months ago when people were saying, Optic Game 5s, they can't quite get it done. If that goes back into their mindset, then maybe Cloud9 can jump in and steal something away. But to be honest, with how Optic have been playing, everything surely is leading towards a championship, right?
We've been saying it all season long. I'm taking this opportunity, but Dan, this is your time, my friend. It could be happening for you as one of the biggest Optic fans we have in this room. It could be happening. Well, I'll tell you what, someone else who is definitely a big fan of this team is Optic Hex, and we caught up with him earlier on to see how he's feeling about his team fighting for that World Championship.
What's up, everybody? Blaze here, and you already know I've been adventuring throughout the venue, and I had to stop by the Optic Gaming booth, but I got a special guest with me. I got my man Hex in the building. How you doing, my guy? We got the green wall up here in the grand finals, and you guys also took that Orlando championship home. How you feeling with the boys?
I'm feeling excited. The green wall's as loud as it's ever been, so glad to be in one more grand finals.
One more grand finals and maybe another world championship, because I saw that little bit of bling on your finger right there from back in the day, 2017, getting it done with the boys. What would it be like to win another world championship?
Well, first of all, thank you to my now Sentinels boys. They represented Optic very well. Obviously won us a championship ring. What would it be like to win another one? Look, I think it'd be great, obviously, for Lucid, for Trippy and APG, but, you know, Formo and I have had a friendship for the spans almost 10 years now, so to see him sort of accomplish what he accomplished in Halo, then Call of Duty, and now back to Halo, to his roots, it'll be a dream come true for him, so obviously I'm going to be super happy for my brother.
Yeah, no, that'd be epic if he can get a world champion there. And as we know, Halo Esports has been popping off, and we got a lot of things exciting happening here in the future as well. You know, what is Halo looking like for Optic Gaming in the future?
Well, happy to announce that come December 9th through 11th, we're going to be hosting a Halo Invitational at Esports Stadium in Arlington. Yes, sir. You heard it here first.
Invitational in Arlington. You already got the next event being announced. Optic's hosting it, and it's going to be a banger. What you want to say out there to the fans that's been supporting you guys and everybody out there in the green wall that's in the crowd right now in the chat?
Be louder than everybody else, and I hope that the next championship match is the best Halo match that Halo has ever witnessed.
Ooh, will it be? I think it's going to come through. Give it up for Hex to the green wall one time. That's going to do it for us, and don't miss out on that Optic tournament.
Optic Hex, confident as always with his boys up there. Obviously, why wouldn't you be? With what they've been able to accomplish the past couple of months, they have been lights out. That is for damn sure. So I'm not surprised with the confidence oozing from this guy. He's probably right at the front. If I know Hex, he's probably right at the front of that stage, looking right down the guys, just seeing how happy they're going to be, hopefully, when they stand up and cheer that they've won a world championship title. But on the other side of things, Cloud9 are hoping to put that dream to bed. They're hoping to crush Optic in this grand final. They have had the most incredible elimination bracket run. The true Cinderella story has emerged, and Cloud9 find themselves in a grand finals once again. Clutch, what do these guys have to do to take down Optic once and for all?
They got to get a win. They got to get a win early in this series. They got to build confidence, because this is the one team I feel like that has given Cloud9 a major problem so far in the past 6 months. That grand finals of Orlando was a serious exclamation point on can Optic Gaming get the job done. They made Cloud9 wash away in the grand finals, and I didn't expect that. I think Cloud9's been thinking about that grand finals these past 3 weeks, and they've been waiting for this exact moment. I think that they are in prime position to make this grand finals, like Hex said, the best one yet.
Now, I've got to say, Cloud9, they're not shy of the grand finals, right? They're used to this. But they have won previously with Renegade when they have got to a grand final situation, and yet to win with Bound. But it seems like Bound is pushing out as that superstar. Do you think it is time for Cloud9 to take that trophy once again?
It very well could be, but the problem is the green wall on the other side is looking strong as they have been since HCS Orlando. We can hear the crowd getting loud right now, but honestly, Lottie, I was talking to Tashi earlier before his death segment, and we were talking about Bound and the fact that obviously the newest member of this Cloud9 roster, but he seems to be playing even better than we've seen him all year, the Rookie of the Year. His comfort level just seems to be there. He's playing so much more free. He's making the plays. He's being aggressive and confident, and his team is thriving off of it. Penguin is having the event of the year. Eco, everyone is just playing out of their minds, but really the man to watch on Cloud9 is going to be Bound.
The big thing about Bound, it's his rookie season, not a lot of LAN experience. In the past, we've seen Bound kind of use the term overheat, and he overextends in a player. He keeps going when he hasn't been able to really make a play. He's given up that first death in some of Cloud9's opportunities in a grand finals at Orlando even. We haven't seen that from Bound. Not today, not this weekend. Bound has played unbelievable. If he can keep that up, this Cloud9 team is going to be a whole different team in this grand finals.
Halo fans, it is time. The stage is set. It is green and blue out there. Optic versus Cloud9. Who is going to lift this trophy? We're about to find out.
All season long, we have been on a global quest to find the best, and that has led us to this moment. Halo fans all around the world, are you ready to get the most prestigious championship in esports started? Coming to the stage first, looking to fly high and put their final opponent to sleep. Make some noise for Cloud9! We got Eco! Coming up next, the Rookie of the Year, looking to have an historic season. We got Bound! The man who is always there for his teammates and full of passion. We got Penguin! And looking for his second champion with his championship with his duo Eco, we got Stella! Cloud9, the gatekeepers of the grand finals, looking to do it again, back to back to kick off this season. But here in the World Championship, can they do it one more time? Make some noise for Cloud9! Now, it's time for their opponent. This team right here has been building a foundation brick by brick. Your Orlando champions looking to win another grand finals is out the gaming! for greatness, looking for his first world championship. We got Trippy! A man who has been underrated but now undeniable. Make some love for one of the greatest faces in Halo, APG! You got your Super Slayer and League MVP. Give it up for Lucid! And the FPS god looking to earn another world championship, but this time in a title closer to home. Give it up for Formo! And one last time as a whole, make some noise for Optic Gaming! Now our players are on the stage and they got it locked in. Seattle, y'all ready to get this one started? One more time, I know y'all can get louder. Y'all ready to get this grand final started? It's time to send it over to our casters to get this one started. On set and Brav, let's lock it up.
Thank you so much, Blaze, and the stage is set here in Seattle. All eyes on the prize. We've just seen both Cloud9 and Optic Gaming making their way to that main stage and that Halo World Championship trophy. They couldn't take their eyes off it.
They could not. The final two here, and you have to say these two teams in terms of overall performances have looked the best, and it's no surprise that we see them here in our grand finals at the Halo World Championship.
We'll start off by talking about our map rotation though, just so you know how this grand final is gonna work at home. We move from best of 5s to a best of 7. If Optic Gaming win this first best of 7, they will be your Halo World Champions. However, if Cloud9 win this first best of 7, we go again. And then it's all said and done.
That is right. How about the second that Optic gets on the stage, the green wall chance is already underway. You got Hitch with the low tom. The man has got the drum, and the green wall is out here in force.
The green wall is out here in force, without a doubt. And speaking of a force, that is exactly what Optic Gaming have been. Not just this tournament, but starting from the NA Super, they have just ascended to a different level. After that first championship in Orlando, now it just seemed like the trajectory was set for them to become a Halo World Champion.
It really did feel that way, and they've looked better and better, and maybe they've never looked better. As we take a look here, they are undefeated in 13 straight series. They are undefeated all weekend long, and they have only dropped one single game.
One single game, perfect in objective game types as well up to this point. But who else would be there staring across them? It's Cloud9, the guardians of the grand finals. If there's a LAN event happening anywhere in the world and Cloud9 are there, you can guarantee they're going to be in that grand finals. They've got a long road ahead of them, Andy, but if anyone can do it, it's got to be C9.
That's right. Let's not forget Cellar and Eco. They've been in this place before. They've held that trophy in their hands. They know what it feels like to become a world champion, and you also heard the Desk talking about Bound's rookie season. This guy has burst onto the scene, and what a story it would be for him to take a world championship in the end.
You'd have to make the argument it could be one of the greatest rookie seasons of all time. Bound making his debut, by the way, back in Raleigh, the kickoff major in Halo Infinite. Hey, we didn't even know what he looked like until that event, and now he's on the main stage in the World Championship final.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and take a moment to set the stage.
Let's do it indeed. There has been hundreds of days of Halo Infinite competition, and in that time, we have had thousands of teams enter, battle it out with regional champions crowned across the globe.
I mean, it's been incredible. We've all watched, whether here from the main stage or, of course, every one of you joining us from home around the world, as 3 separate teams earned those championships at those majors. But now, after 4 unforgettable days and a hell of a lot of VR ammo, we find ourselves with just 2 teams remaining, and I think a lot of players and fans alike, and certainly you and I included, believe this is the most competitive landscape that Halo has ever seen.
Not only is it a series of Halo Infinite for the best part of $1 million as well in the prize pool, it's a chance to be named the best, to join the history books, to join that elite group who can call themselves Halo World Champions. And as we look ahead to what we're going to see, it's only right we pay respect to the past before we get this series underway. The impact of the likes of the Ogre Twins, Wapshi, Strongside, Pistola, and so many more make Halo more than just a game for so many of us. And that, with that in our mind, we want to say it's a pleasure, it's a privilege for Bravo and myself to take you through the final chapter of what has been an incredible year of action. It's a Sunday night in Seattle, my friends, and you know what that means. It's grand finals time here. It's Optic versus C9. Let's crown a champion.
Here we go, baby. Trippy and Stellar on your screen. Both of them fighting here now for a world championship. It's a best of 7, and game number 1 is underway. It's Catalyst CTF, and both of these teams are undefeated in this game type in this weekend so far.
I mean, what a way to set the stage. Both teams have not dropped this map. It's going to give us a really good indication of how the teams are feeling and who's feeling hot as we head into the first map of our grand final. At the moment, it's going to be C9 who have the advantage. Penguin, who has been superb so far in this tournament. This man loves the Halo World Championships. Back in 2016, he had the highest KD, but he's going to have to take a neg-1 as the overshield gets back-whacked by Formal.
Wow, he tried to take the fast route in with the grapple. He gets back-whacked by Formal with the overshield. That's a huge play early on from Formal and the green wall.
Formal trying to put pressure on. C9 alert to it, though. You can see turtled up in their base at the moment. A couple of kills going their way, and Optic losing 2 players. It's time for Cloud9 now to try and think about moving forward as Bound picks up another. Optic on the back foot.
Still 3 dead here. Despite that early opening here, Cloud9 will keep the spawns rolling. Still 2 dead here. Trippy and Lucid fighting against all of Cloud9.
Look at this push coming in from C9 now. Trippy versus Eco. Eco uses that grapple to get out, and perfectly as well, because who is there to pull that flag to finish that kill? It's Penguin.
Oh, Formal off the respawn. That's a huge kill to stop the flag. If the flag crosses that threshold right there, it almost certainly goes halfway across the map. Bound now going to continue advancing the flag. However, 2 were dead. He needs to slow down and reset a bit.
Bound fully aware of the situation on the map. 2 players have fallen. However, a little play like that is going to maybe look to even things up. You've got Bound versus Lucid in the 1v1 battle. There's a spike grenade. Lucid just buying time for his teammates to get in position. Formal accepts the invitation, comes to join him, keeps him alive.
Should be able to get his return as well. Flag is also running now all the way across the other side. Overshield popping in a few, but not before Trippy's got the flag, and he's coming home.
Got some work to do first, though. You can see Stella overextended, and Stella and Eco get kills inside of the Optic Gaming base. Stella picks up another one as well, so Lucid and Trippy now thinking about combining together to get the kills to put the first flag in. Now they've got to worry about a counter cap, and Bounce back with a vengeance. He's got the next overshield.
That's the second overshield for Cloud9 here. That's great power of management for them so far in this game.
Bounce going to get the touch as well. APG in the death screen is 3v3 on the map. Bounce going to try and force this one forward, and it looks like the first strike is going to go to Cloud9. Bound, showing that he's not just a slayer, he can move that flag too.
And the C9 fans in the room getting loud as well. They want to make it known that it's not just the green wall that has a huge presence here in the crowd. Also Cloud9 fans getting loud after that first cap. They are the first to strike.
And Bound. 1v3, he comes out with 1, and he does damage onto 2 other players as well. However, Eco just couldn't locate his BR reticle where he needed it to there to clean up some of those kills. Optic stabilize here. They get inside the C9 base. Bounce coming off a respawn alongside Penguin, but APG, he's got that flag on the move.
Also kills coming in here. They just took down Stellar. Now 4 players up on the map, but they will need to prioritize these spawners who are going to be overextending right towards their base.
APG, one of the most experienced players, one of the longest serving Halo players that we have in the Halo Championship Series, is going to have to lean on that experience now, because as he runs this flag, members around him have fallen. Bound staying alive as well. APG takes him down. But you can see C9 on that return. APG maybe thinking about doing something sneaky. Penguin's there. Penguin gets the return.
APG goes for the repulse. It also repulses the flag, so the flag is reset. It's a great return from Cloud9, and that will let their entire team slow things down and breathe for just a moment. They will maintain that 1-0 lead.
We flip over to the point of view of the regular season MVP. That man's name is Lucid. Dancing around at the moment, but he's going to be taken to the death screen there after a nice beat down that comes in from Bound to give a couple of numbers here to C9. Trippy, the only player alive here for Optic. And once again, you can see he's got decisions to make. Eco's going for that overshield, and I think he's going to get it as well. C9 actually play the overshield. They do not get the pop, but they do also have that flag moved up the stand.
That's great pressure from Trippy in the end. The overshield will be played, but at what cost here? Here comes the flag, 2 dead. Penguin needs to slow play this. There's pressure on his flag.
Got to be careful here. Penguin knows that the pressure's coming in, knows that teammates are falling around him. First thought probably here for Penguin, get damage down, stop that counter cap opportunity. as Formal tries to take advantage of it. Here's Lucid, there's a double for him. Bound now last alive as Optic look to answer back.
Now Eco, your last player alive here, he's gonna be a spawner. Lucy gets the double kill, he gets the return, he also continues the run, doing it all as he's done all season. He's also 12-5 in this game.
Lucid has been in World Championship form most of the year. Takes just a moment, a stutter step, before securing the first flag for Optic. It's 1-1.
And beautiful response there from Optic Gaming. It looked like Cloud9 was really just holding off that pressure. But in the end, Optic strike, they tie the game up 1-1 here. It's a big part of denying that overshield as well.
Optic Gaming tying up the game at 1-1. The comms are going to sound crispy. It's time for us to jump into a listening now with Astro Gaming.
Yeah, we need to live.
There's a guy in our base.
They're going to get a ball here, probably.
I've shielded the shoulder. Joey, just live in their base, Joey. Live in their base, Joey. I can play pink, Joey. I can play pink team. Just live, Joey. Just build, just build.
I'm just getting up.
The right shoulder. Oh, he's jumping up right now, Tommy.
We got reach. You guys are flying in range.
Yeah, let's go back.
Right there with you.
One shot. Above you, field. Have shields. That's fine, that's fine.
Yep, that went one. We got plenty of time. OS and skewer.
Yeah, I'm not car. I need help. Help
Joey.
He went cuts.
Might be hiding in the corner, Brad.
Still cuts. Weak. Still our cuts.
Brad's looking for him.
They're Carl. There's gonna be two on me, guys.
Where are we gonna flag?
I just got melted from their main after main.
Two dead.
They're bottom mid.
One shot.
Let's show me pink.
Planner left just a little bit harder.
Yeah, I'm here, Dre.
Their door.
Yeah, just milk, Brad.
I'm gonna go pink, Dre.
Our door.
I'm here, Dre. I'm here.
As we jump out the listening and back into the game, it's Cloud9 who strike next. It's 2-1. So the team dressed in blue at the moment, but Formals are going to change that story.
He is. He's going to run this Ivy side. He knows he doesn't have the numbers. You can tell he's slowing down the run. He's going to double back to get a little more support before he runs this home. But both flags are pulled here, and both teams will try to run this on Ivy side.
APG gets the stop. APG with responsibility on his shoulders now. Has to be worried about his own flag, but also with assisting Formal to deal with these players from Cloud9. It's 4 dead for C9. They will get this return. But as you can see, it looks like C9 managed to get that flag back to base as well.
But Formal goes for the repulse on the kill and repulse the flag, and the flag returned during the repulsor there, so he's going to have to start the run one more time.
Optic Gaming inside of their base. Flag is moving though here from Formal. Couple of kills being picked up. He turns back, but he doesn't need to help APG as he picks up the double. But there is Bound being such a nuisance, but a trip ski for APG. That experience on display once again.
A killing spree as well as he brings his flag home. You thought Bound might have the stop. APG has something to say about that. They're looking to secure the game-tying flag.
He's got the assistance to run this one in SQL, and with 4 minutes left on the game clock, Optic Gaming tie this one up at 2-2. There's life in the green wall here in game number 1.
Look at APG's numbers. He's 18, 14, and 12. Those are world championship numbers. The man is looking to strike. Overshield still down bottom middle.
Full commitment there from Trippy to make sure that C9 did not get that overshield. Gave his life up for it. Made sure that it was even shields across the board. Trades just back and forth on mid-map at the moment. You can see that the intensity, the speed at which both of these teams are playing it, and that's something we spoke to Ecom about before this tournament kicked off. How do they match the pace of Optic? If they have to slow it down, they have to recognize it as quickly as possible, but they love to push the pace. He said himself, when we can play fast, we're gonna play fast.
Yeah, so far they're doing it. You might have seen Optics run in Orlando. You might have seen it here, and also C9 dropping down early. You might have thought maybe they're not up to the task. They are pushing Optic Gaming to their limit here. Tied up 2-2 with 3 minutes left.
And one of the reasons for that is Bound. 21 kills, leading the lobby at the moment for Cloud9. Trippy doing some work inside of his base, now turning his attention for a nice little double kill. Bound, that player I was talking about, is last alive, and he's having to wrap back here to stop that flag moving.
Bound, ooh, great name. Trippy is locking down his lobby. He knew the pressure was coming, somehow stays alive as well.
Penguin flies out to clean him up though, Lucid now. Thinking about rotating back and making sure his base is secure. Knows that APG is under pressure. And that's probably going to give the indication that's where the push is going to come in from Cloud9. Penguin and Stella trying to apply said pressure. However, it's been held off well by Optic Gaming here. A little bit of a reset across the map. Penguin, though, being so sneaky.
Good chance this overshield decides this next flag. It's going to be popping up in 21 seconds here. You can tell both teams just really showing each other respect in these moments as we wait 15 seconds till the next overshield.
Both know the difference between the two teams is so slender. It can be one death. Gives away an overshield. From that, you have that butterfly effect where the flag gets moving. And all of a sudden, you find yourself coming off a respawn desperately, trying to stop that flag. Stella's going to get the next overshield here for Cloud9. Not only that, he's got the skewer, and Optic have 2 players in the respawn screen.
Wow, they're spawning in the back of the base here. This is the opportunity for Cloud9 to strike. 150 on the clock. They've got all the goodies to play with.
Stella, vital to the success of this push. Still has a lot of overshield to play with as well. A couple of trades going in the favor of Optic, though. You can see that Stella's had to turn his attention from the flags and making sure the numbers are equal. There's one, but there's the pressure from Trippy. They neutralize the overshield. No impact here for Cloud9.
What a counter from Optic Gaming. Not only do they isolate themselves away from the overshield, but they pick up kills on other players there. They get 2 dead. That left Stellar to try to clean up the scraps. He couldn't do it. That's a great counter from Optic Gaming. We will stay tied at 2-2 with 1:15 left on the clock.
You see that Trippy knew there was someone near him. He just couldn't find where he was. Eco trying to nade him out at the moment. Lucid is there to help him out. And finally, it looks like Eco will be taken down by APG. But again, the last time we saw a flagpole feels like a lifetime ago now. Both teams just cannot get inside the base.
Absolutely, you risk a lot if you go for a flagpole at the wrong time. There's a very good chance of a counter cap. But as we say that, 2 dead for C9, and Former will start the next run.
Uses that grapple to just almost force it down that high hole. 2 dead here for Optic, make it 3 dead. Trippy last alive, the return will come in.
What does Trippy do here? 30 seconds left on the clock. That run will not go. He needs to make sure they play defense here and look for a little bit of damage and control off the respawn. 30 seconds on the clock.
Double push on the skewer side of the map here. Former will pick up that kill onto Eco, who was the player who fell just below him. Trippy, though, you can see, just sent something there. Whether it was communication coming in from Optic, someone saw Stella trying to sneak down, and Bound is going to keep him alive for now. The skewer could be a game changer here for C9.
Trade's going down here. Keep in mind, at 2-2, this overshield is going to be a big factor because we will see overtime likely here. Or on round 1 tie. 10 seconds left here. If we don't see a pull, we will go into an overtime.
Bound just about manages to sneak out with his life. Wasn't able to connect on that player in the back flag. We're into overtime. 2-2, the game ends. We said neither team have lost this game type. You can see exactly why.
Wow, I mean, we talk about a great game 1 here, the grand finals at the Halo World Championship. These teams so evenly matched here. Stride for stride, they will each put 2 flags on the board, and now we are into a 5-minute overtime.
First kill will go to Lucid. The restart of these overtimes is usually where we see the games decided. You have the power-ups on the map, you have the overshield, you have the skewer. Bound get a little bit reckless here, going for an Optic and just waiting. They're setting the trap, and it looks like Cloud9 are taking the bait. It's going to be Trippy who gets that OS.
Perfect timing there from Optic Gaming. 2 dead for Cloud9, and it's very different from our first game. You see a lot of power-up control coming in from Cloud9, but now Optic Gaming, they saw what they did off the opening. They counter that, and now Trippy might not know there's another player on the back flag.
Oh, he doesn't. Bound slides out, though. Bound makes his presence known, and Trippy takes advantage of that 2 dead hit for C9.
Trippy's running this.
Trippy with that kill has got that flag going.
Yeah, he's running this right at the C9 spawners. They don't care. They're taking it straight in their face. Keep in mind, this would be the game-winning cap.
And why doesn't he care? Because he's got Formal alongside him. Formal picked up 2 kills, and Trippy, it's a clear run home. Optic Gaming will win game number 1 here, grand finals in overtime.
Talk about the perfect timing push. Complete power of dominance from Cloud9 all game in that first 12 minutes of regulation. However, Optic Gaming, they learn from that regulation period. They come into overtime, they win the opening battle and the overshield, and they essentially win the game off the back of those opening kills.
Yeah, and it's just those little moments we always talk about. Overshield, that first pickup, it was almost as if Optic had remembered the opening strategy from Cloud9. They readjusted, and they baited that overshield. Maybe C9 looking at it thinking, Optic, I'm going for this. We might be able to steal in, but as soon as that thought comes into your head, that's where you play into the hands of Optic. All smiles for Lucid here, understandably so.
And right now you see the Optic fans, of course the green wall.
That's number one.
Strong numbers. He's actually Seattle's #1 Optic fan. Great to have you with us here. Brick by brick goes the green wall. The first brick is laid in the game types there. It's a best of 7, and they now have 1 game secured under their belt, needing 3 more to close this out. As a reminder, Cloud9 needs to win not just this best of 7, but another best of 7 to call themselves world champions. That's 1 game for Optic. Next, we set our sights on Slayer Streets.
Yes, we do indeed. Both these teams with so much history on this map, and Slayers have been so strong for Optic. However, of the game types they've lost this event, which there is one, it was, of course, that Slayer game type. So C9 have to keep that in mind and think about answering back in this series. But that is the first step, like you say, on the ladder, completed for Optic Gaming. Game number 2 is in front of us now. First to 50 kills here on the streets. If it's Optic, they'll be up by 2. Will C9 be able to answer back and equalize a 1-1?
That's a question. How do they bounce back? It was such a great performance. Keep in mind, Cloud9 with the lead there for most of regulation. They get upset there. We are now into game number 2 here. Slayer on streets. Optic Gaming leads 1-0.
All eyes on Bound as well. This man is going to go forward and he's going to be running at you. And already the speed at which he's in the face of Trippy means that Trippy doesn't even know he's behind him. With the kills being traded out, C9 actually find themselves on the back foot. The Penguin now has to turn his attentions to not only staying alive, but maybe using that Stalker to lock down rockets. But with that nade and the shields being taken down, that just allows Formal to move in and say, you know what? I'll take these in my hands.
Trippy and APG also pick up kills as well. 3 dead now for Cloud9. What a start for Optic Gaming off of, once again, a double kill on the Neons. Paves the way for a free rocket grab, and they capitalize on the damage and the man advantage. They now lead by 2.
C9 need to not panic here, though. Even though Optic have the weapons, they have map control. There are going to be moments on Street Slayer where you are going to be under the pump because you don't have control of said weapons. If you can keep that damage minimal, like C9 have managed to do, it's a great sign for you as a team.
It's great game management, like you say, from C9. They had 2 players dead. You had Formal with the rockets. On paper, that should be a huge Optic Gaming lead. Instead, Cloud9 has kept this close despite not having power weapon control.
2-kill lead now for Optic Gaming. You can see already the game has slowed down almost to a complete standstill between the 2 teams. Here's the flank coming in from Stella though, but there's a... Oh! APG! Turns and burns Stella. You cannot lose that one if you're Stella.
Very nice there with a thrust from APG. He's going to take down that battle. Rockets coming up in 26 seconds. Got to talk about a player like APG just dominating all weekend long, and of course Formal as well, anchoring this team. A huge part of that Orlando win, and now setting their sights on a world championship. Formal, the opening is 2-1.
Something to highlight here about APG as well. We've just seen him win that huge BR battle. This man's ability to switch his playstyle, depending upon if it's an objective game type or if they're moving into a Slayer, actually means that he has the highest KD for Optic Gaming in the Slayer game type. So what is normally the support player who doesn't mind doing the dirty work, he'll keep those deaths down and he'll keep those kills up when it comes to Slayer.
That's right, with the rockets up and Cloud9 able to bring this game back within 1. Let's get ready for an Astro listening here on the side of Cloud9.
Dead in 1, MPD 1, MPD 1, MPD 1. 2 top tower. 2 there, 2 there. Bottom tower, live guys, live. Nice. Back PD. One shot PD. I'm looking Petrie. Look at Avio. Can only be one there. One is on shot. He's benches 1 shot, APG. Here's the rock. Benches 1 shot, I got C-stairs. Okay, we're looking at it. Bench is dead. Watch out, trash. Driveway weak, Formal. One shot back at me. Trash on me. Driveway weak. Be real, 2 there. Okay, I'm pushing this guy. Yeah, I'm looking at Zan. He dropped. One does. Driveway somewhere. Keep living. Be real still. Keep playing together. Play tight. Yeah. I'm looking driveway. They ran away. Okay. Yeah, I've stuck. No, in tires, Kevin. Yeah, I know. Arcade and tires on me. Arcade, get ahead. Tires still. Arcade weak. I'm pushing arcade out. Watch out, arcade out. I'm one brain after live. Duck arcade, so 1 shot. 1 shot. Banana things. Nice shot. 2 tires. Dead end, I'm 1 shot. I died. Dead end, arcade, I think. Shotgun down B stairs. They're pushing B. They're trying to push into B. On this. We can be towards ice cream. I'm going behind you, Ben. There's a guy C-stairs, Kevin. Nated. One shot from C. I think they're both on the left. I'm coming in. 1 shot red room with thrust. He didn't die, bro.
As we come back into the game, out of that listening, it's Cloud9 who have taken the control. And as you can hear, it is Eco, the leader The IGL here for Cloud9, who is just calling the shots, and everyone responded.
There's Stellar stepping out here. He doesn't know that someone's in arcade as well. Somehow he scampers away. No, he doesn't. Lucid with the commando angle. Leaving to Lucid. Kills will be traded out, though, in the end. And lots of pressure from Neon's here and Tires. 4-kill lead still for Cloud9.
One thing that Cloud9 have done extremely well is make sure when they get numbers, they're taking advantage of it. But here's Trippy looking to turn something back into the favor of Optic Gaming. With that kill coming in from APG, it's 4 in the death screen for Cloud9, and now you're seeing just a 2-kill difference between the two teams.
Oh my God, just an absolute tug of war back and forth here. What was just about a 6-kill Cloud9 lead after the deficit is now just a 2-kill game. Optic Gaming has brought this back once again. This is how tightly these teams are matched, not wanting to give one another an inch.
And the way back into the game for Optic Gaming was that second set of rockets as well. You saw them in the hands of Formal, picked up 2 kills, and that's now 2 out of 2 power weapon pickups on the side of the green wall. C9 are going to have to look to improve that if they want to make sure this is as comfortable a win as they can find.
Look at this joust, just both teams just playing this slow. They do not want to give up any free kills, not letting any advantage go to the other way. This is one of the slower Street Slayers we've seen all season, and for very good reason. $180,000 on the line in this series alone. That's the difference in prize pool between 1 and 2, and it's a perfect time to get ready for an Optic Gaming listen-in as they trail by 2.
Have shields.
Make sure we're checking corners.
Okay,
they're all up, maybe? They couldn't go purple. They couldn't go They couldn't go purple. We were not watching purple.
No, I don't think they did. I think they're all inside, dude. Deadass.
One shot, one shot, Brad, one shot. Okay, listen, guys. I can use stickies for these rockets.
Okay, I'm absolutely, guys. I'm absolutely.
We need to back off. Brad, we need to back off this. Keep your shields, guys. Keep your shields. Don't leave.
Joey's trapped right now, though.
Yeah, Joey's trapped a little bit. Red right now.
Watch what we can do. We can red. There's 2 guys.
Yeah, cuts that shield.
Careful. Rockets, guys.
I don't drop these. Watch my purple, guys. You guys watch Slow down. Listen, slow down. I have rocks.
I got melted from top out.
Driving on me.
Tommy, you have rockets, right? He's just sitting on the stairs, Tommy.
He's one shot top out.
Yep, I spawned here.
We're all here. They could be purple. Yeah, they're behind us.
Help Joey.
No, he has 1.
Listen, they're still in sub, guys. They're still in sub. I'm gonna push out sub.
Top out or top weak down. That's fine.
Tommy is inside with the rockets right now.
One's Ivy. Hold their exit, Joey. Watch it. Could be in the corner. Hold their exit, Joey. Watch out.
Nice one, dead.
Another one's here somewhere.
He's back sub.
Barely, guys. We're weak in Ivy.
Yo, Joey, you're completely alone right now.
No, he's watching purple stairs.
Play purple, Joey.
No, we push up on purple.
He's one shot front sub.
3 guys on Tommy.
One shot front sub. All sub. Trash and Ivy. Chill.
Already pushing me?
One shot.
Absolutely, sir, guys.
Caution weak, Brad.
We gotta start running better together.
Start listening to each other, okay? Start listening. We're good.
Yep, slow down.
Bring this back very easily.
Don't move out too quickly.
I have spike grenades. Nothing. Go, Commando, we can go.
I can look Commando. Yo, railing. Cuts the trash. Cut the trash.
Weak 2. Commando on salute.
He's one bullet.
Commando. Nice. Yo, green jet with a soccer.
Rockets at 20.
Yep, speak. Green jet with a soccer.
They could get purple.
Heaven. Looking purple. I'm getting shot. Yo, somebody watch our purple.
Well, as we jump back into the game, we were listening to Optic, but it's all been Cloud9 since that listening, and it all stemmed from how Optic were almost baited into using both those rockets and getting nothing for it.
Absolutely. Here, look at Penguin just holding down the tires with the Bulldog and just doing all sorts of damage, shield in hand as well, and just keeps pumping and dumping, picks up 1. Eventually, he'll be taken down, but still a C9 5-kill lead, 37-32, Stellar with rockets.
Oh, but Formal's there to meet him. Where did those rockets go? Formal, he's got the Bulldog, but there's a trade coming in now, and just on that window shelf like a hot pie from a cartoon are the rockets, and Penguin finds them.
Look at that, rockets down bottom middle, 2 dead for both sides here. It's still just a 4-kill game as we get ready for the home stretch.
5 kills between the 2 teams. Stella pressurizing 2 players from Optic Gaming. How's managed to pick up that next rocket though? He's the man to watch with how grouped up Optic are here. It might not just be 1 kill, it could be 2 if he can find his targets. Lucid changes to the barrel rifle smartly to make sure that rocket is still in his hands. This one will connect. It's bound time!
Look at this, he's shooting some bodies as well. This is a rookie on a mission here. He leads this team in KD in this tournament. It's been an unbelievable performance, a triple kill late game with incredible rocket discipline as well. They now lead 44-37.
Bound is applying so much pressure here to Optic, but maybe that was a little bit too much in that situation. 16 and 10 in this game number 2 is Bound, but that death has opened the door now for Optic. It's a 5-kill game.
And keep in mind, with what we've seen this series, and especially this game has been back and forth. We have seen several lead changes. Penguin somehow stays alive and might even get away with a kill here. He's surrounded by players on Optic.
I'm pretty sure that all of Optic are one-shot here. Penguin's got a challenge, but there's multiple players inside a Tram weak. Cloud9 have the chance to push. They're gonna take that opportunity. Stella cleans up one. Formal trying to scarper away, but can C9 hunt him down?
Look at this, Formal just gets around the corner. 3 kills to go here for Cloud9. It's a 7-kill lead. As things will slow down for just a second, but C9 might apply the pressure yet again.
Bound has 18 kills in a game number 2 in a World Championship final. But Optic, we've seen them already pull off an incredible Slayer comeback. They have the rockets to play with as well. Good information gathered here by Trippy. He finds one. This game's getting closer. There's Bound again. Trippy, there's a trade from Bound. It's 1 to go here for C9. And Penguin will tie things up.
What a response from Cloud9. In the end, clutching up after back-to-back lead changes in a wild street. Slayer. Bound goes 20 and 12 in a grand finals game 2.
This man loves the main stage. He's looking at home up there at the moment, and C9, like we mentioned, they're in the grand finals for a reason. Optic had to work hard to stay in that game. That moment though, you can target it when you've got such talented teams on your main stage where the game swung. Optic had the play, they had the tools. Cloud9, the way they baited out both of those rockets, made the power weapon irrelevant, and then were able to collapse was quite simply brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant. An amazing response from the side of C9 to tie the series 1-1. And in the end, we'll take a look at some replays from that game, because my God, was it ever a fantastic game number 2 Slayer. Here's the last minute of play.
Don't have to worry just for a moment here. You can see the Bound thought he had enough damage to maybe just pick up another kill. But all of Optic being trapped inside a Tram here towards the end, it was this damage that actually came in from Penguin as well. You see, he jumps up. He knows he's got a thrust to play with as well. I think this is the only reason he makes this play. Look how he's getting do damage, but he can get out of there as well.
And then this, he gets lucid, so he's buying so much time. He's even shooting Trippy. He shot all 4 players on Optic at this point. He gets all the damage they need.
All the damage they need. The good thing here for C9 is they managed to collapse on that damage as well. That's the difference, right? We talk about damage, which is vital. If none of that gets cleaned up, it's just a -1 for Penguin.
Right.
And Optic have an opportunity to push numbers elsewhere on the map.
In the end, great control from Cloud9. And we got to say, as we have a second here, to talk about what just transpired in that match. During the Optic Gaming listen-in, how many times did you see Cloud9 players get away without trading? There were at least 5 or 6 examples on screen, and you and I looked at each other. We said, my God, the teamwork here. It was almost perfect late game composure, but look at this Bound trade. Once again, Bound will trade here in the back of A. That's huge to bring them to 49.
Yeah, that double kill from Bound. I mean, every single time we seem to see Bound in the kill feed, it's a double kill. A lot of the time, he's so quick at cleaning up one and then immediately turning his attention somewhere else on the map to put influential damage down to help out Cloud9 in those numbers situations. Speaking of numbers, it's 1-1 now in our grand finals, and we head over to Livefire for a little bit of King of the Hill.
And let's not forget, that loss there for Optic Gaming is only their second. Cloud9 have only issued Optic's second loss. It will be in Street Slayer. Optic was undefeated, of course, in that game type. Cloud9 had been 1-1. So to bounce back in that game type with great late game composure, pretty huge as we set our sights on King of the Hill on Livefire.
We do, indeed. This is an interesting one. King of the Hill as a game type, I feel like we've seen Cloud9 beat Optic in that final in Orlando, right? Yes, it was recharged, but it was the way they won it as well. It was such a devastating win. It was 4-0, and it looked like Optic were just completely played off the park. However, we have also seen C9 bleed a little bit. We take ourselves back to the game against Native Red, where it went down to that last overtime hill. Some crazy stuff is still to come, not just in this series, but maybe in this next game as we take a look at 2 key players on either side.
Key players, absolutely. Formal and Penguin on your screen. This is their King of the Hill specific Halo World Championship stats this weekend. Formal at a huge 1.30 kills per death.
And also big damage here coming out of both players here, both in the 6,000 club.
If there's one player you probably want in a control-based game type, where you're holding down angles, you're setting things up. I mean, this guy's been doing it for 10 plus years on different titles, right? Whether it's on a head glitch, whether it's on top of the pit, it doesn't matter. Wherever it is, this man knows how to hold down those angles, but the same can be said about Penguin as well. The damage output from this man cannot be matched by many.
I mean, especially we talked about it earlier on the desk, but his stats in Orlando were absolutely nuts. Even in a grand final that they lost, he had the highest assists in the entire tournament, and he was dealing so much damage. It's a very different story, though, here in Seattle. Let's not forget, Penguin was actually the kill leader coming into the day before Bound took that lead. So Penguin and Bound both dealing absolute damage, but the man on the closest part of your screen here, Bound, 20 and 12 in a game that they win by 5. That's a big momentum boost.
It certainly is, and I think the point that you're raising there is really vital to kind of elaborate on as well. The fact that responsibility of both kills, deaths, assists, objective is being shared now by all of Cloud9. It matches what Optic do so well, right? Whenever we look at damage stats, whenever we look at KDs, assists, whatever it is, there's always like a little bit of, you know, Lucid's usually got a few more kills, let's be real, but it's usually pretty even across the board for Optic. Everyone is comfortable doing every single role, and at this level, in a World Championship final, you need to be comfortable doing whatever it takes to win.
Absolutely, and you heard him say it in Orlando, and you might have caught it in the process as well, the Optic documentary series. There's one more job to do, and it has already proved to be a difficult one. These two teams tied 1-1 as we head into game number 3. It's going to be King of the Hill on live fire.
Chance maybe for Optic Gaming to go into the lead, or for C9 to start casting some doubt towards the green wall. King of the Hill first to capture 4 hills, or before that time expires, is where we're going to find ourselves. Now, live fire at the start of this game was an Optic haven. It was their home ground. You kind of almost had the posters of Optic Gaming up on the wall the way they played this. They never lost this map. That has changed slightly. Can Cloud9 change that narrative once more?
That is the question. Both of these teams also undefeated in this game type series. Is all tied up. Everything to play for here in the grand finals at the Halo World Championship. Starting things off with Bound.
Interesting to see what the opening strategy is here from Cloud9 as well. Oh! I mean, there's opening strategy and there's just insane individual skill, and you've just seen kind of both.
Absolutely here. That was 3 dead for Optic Gaming. Now Trippy is going to be the last player alive with the heat wave, though, on the key door, and already starts to deal the damage. Overshield still available, and great pressure, great positioning here from Trippy in the cuts.
Trippy's just weaving through the map at the moment. He's going to come in behind Bound and find one. The kill was cleaned up from Lucid as well. That should be an overshield going into the hands of Optic Gaming. So Cloud9, they fought for it, they scraped for it, but early time was also picked up by C9. So this is a chance for Optic to break and put a hold together of their own.
They're able to get early time, but in the end, you have to think Trippy was last player alive down bottom mid key door, and somehow off of the respawns, he helps his team lock down that entire part of the map. He gets a kill on scoreboard, he goes, cuts, shuts down dummies, and Optic Gaming get the overshield on the back of that heroic individual effort from Trippy.
And that's why we always talk about how important it is to make sure that last player alive dies as quickly as possible, because he can come back and do so much damage to so many. As C9 found out, at the moment though, Formal is just locking things down. C9, they might just be about to lose its first point. Optic up by 1.
Wasting no time, Optic Gaming, even though down to an early deficit, like we said, they take the advantage from the overshield, and they will get the first point on the board. However, off of the back of that, C9 looks to counter. They had 3 dead for Optic.
They had 3 dead, and they managed to clean the last player out of tower, but Lucid spawned just momentarily before Trippy was taken down. I'm not sure if they know they're here. They certainly do now. As Formal picks up 1, Lucid is causing problems back at the tower.
It's a heads-up play from C9. You can tell by the way that Bound checked that corner that the comms were coming in, that there's still someone here around tower. Bound and the team prioritize it. Overshield is up here.
Overshield is up. That commando is not moving from that overshield spawn. Stella trying to put pressure on Optic as well. This is a great play coming in from one of the smartest players in the game as well, to apply pressure from that key door. Use that heat wave, but Trippy's there to meet him, and Trippy will take him down.
Well, what a play from Trippy there. Penguin unable to help because his shields were recharging. Overshield still up. Here goes APG. Can't get it. That's a double kill for Bound.
Trippy's still alive though, still putting pressure on. Bound is down to 0 shields. He's barely got any help, but now he has. He comes out dressed in yellow. The overshield goes to C9.
Overshield goes to C9, but it's melted right away. It was a Bound versus Trippy 1v1. Bound wins that off of positioning here. A lot of points on the board here on the second hill for C9. They still control tower, and Bound still with the heat wave.
Trippy goes into distraction though. Bound turns his attention away. Lucid with the repulsor. Wow. Make Bound look a little bit awkward in the way that he gets that kill, but it's enough to get the job done. Now Bound is on the flank, and now he's got the heat wave. He finds one. APG, I'm sorry, you go down 2. It's 5 in a row for Bound. He's on a killing spree.
Oh my god, a killing spree from Bound. 3 dead for Optic Gaming. You have to talk about Bound hitting the repulsor jump at that timing. Actually got him out of the sight line of Trippy checking key door there on dummy door, and then he flies back and gets the double kill. It's just brilliant movement, brilliant timing from Bound.
The man is a movement magician, and with that play and with C9 picking up the kills they required, it's 1-1 now, but Optic have rotated to this next hill. The garage, but there's an opening pierced by a sniper rifle bullet.
And you were wondering maybe if this is a different C9 than Orlando. I think C9 has already told us that they're a very different team here. All 4 dead for Optic Gaming.
What a break that is from 1 bullet, a golden bullet. Fired by Stella to get that headshot. Now attention not only turns to the hill and the break for Optic, they've got to think about that overshield as well.
First kill does go to Optic. They do have the damage in the break, but we'll see if they can convert here to even more points on the board. Uh-oh.
Sniper rifle, BR, it doesn't matter. Stella just looks absolutely locked into this series. Formal's going to be challenging. Formal can't get the stick. Stella will take him down. It should be an OS now going once again to Cloud9. Lucid picks up 1, but it's not enough pressure to keep Stella off the OS.
What an absolute flood there from Cloud9 working together. They lose 2 players. They lose 2 players, but Stellar just walks in. Bodies Trippy as well. We'll see if he can finish.
The pressure coming in from Optic, though. It's a boxing match. The knockout blow is finally landed by Optic, but Stella went down swinging.
2 players dead here. Repulsor in the hands of Trippy. In the hill, he's going to get a little bit of recontrol here. 2 players dead for both sides, and out of that scrap, it will finally be Optic Gaming scoring it again. They trail just by a bit here on hill number 3.
Penguin flies in. The rest of the cavalry from Cloud9 about to arrive top middle as well, but Trippy's ready for it. Eco picks up 1. Bound last alive, though. The push coming in is unsuccessful, and now we are seeing a tied time on this 3rd hill. Brilliance from Optic on the whole.
Look at Bound stays alive for the scoreboard health. They get 1, they do not get 2 though. Bound, by the way, 11-5 in this game. He is picking up where he left off.
Flame now coming in from Eco as well. APG, he's close, and now you're seeing the break again. A clean break from Cloud9, and it was just in time as well. Look how close Optic were to converting this next point.
And guess what? Once again, it's Bound. He stays alive. Last player alive on the scoreboard. He gets damage on scoreboard and damage on window, and they convert yet again. Optic is not being as efficient in the 4 dead category as we have seen them in the past.
And Eco now looking to take Lucid down. My word, that thing melts. It's 2-1 now to Cloud9. They roar back in the game, and Optic have to watch him rotate to the next hill from the death screen.
2 dead here still off the break there. And Cloud9 is looking like they are starting to gain steam. Overshield popping in 8 seconds as well.
Scary thing here for Optic as well is that Bound is making a brilliant decision here. Pressurizing these players at the back of green, create space for Eco to pick up this overshield. If you get the overshield now, inside of that hill, there's a huge opportunity to make this 3-1. It's a desperate play coming in from Optic, but it is C9 who do get that next OS.
Look at this here, and heroic effort from APG, but still, as you say, still 2 dead for the side of Optic. Let's get into an Astro listening with Cloud9.
Okay. Watch on screen. Going more together. He's on the vent. He's on the vent. Nice, good shot, good shot. 2 dead. Keep living. I can hold tower. Watching smaller. Mode on me. Okay. I'm looking over. I'm gonna look at the jump. Yo, Nest bridge. 1 shot. C-box. 1 shot C-box. APG. And I got Nest again. Nest. APG's like pillars or something. Yo, tell me door now. I'll close on you. I spawn on you then. I can help you. Nade your big cut. Elbow weak. Elbow's weak. Big cut is 1 shot. Dummy door and bottom tower weak. Watch out bottom tower. Going top tower. There's a lot of them. He's tower box weak. Tower box blinking. Getting his shield back. He's aiming top mid. He's going down mid cut. 1 shot bottom mid. 1 shot pillars. 1 shot hill. 1 shot elbow. 1 shot elbow. APG. Make a play together here. Kills weak. One shot. Keep living bound. Yep. Getting in the hell. They're gonna be tower. I'm gonna go green when it's on. Bound. I've fallen behind you, bound. Actually, I'm gonna go to braid. Look at me. He's close. 2 dummy door. Hitting over braid. No damage. APG. One shot dummy door. One shot. Pillar. Make cut to top mid. I hear you. 2 guys C boxes. 2 guys tower boxes. I spawned there. I got backstab. One shot. Left and right. Yeah. I'm aiming it.
Well, back in the game then, and Penguin is the POV we're going to be watching because he's found Trippy without any shields whatsoever. C9 up 3-1 during that time, and they're inside of that next hill as well and looking strong.
Oh boy, a little ring around the Rosie for Penguin. He picks up a nice kill, and the C9 fans in the building, they love to see it. By the way, Cloud9 is outslaying 56-43 at this stage in the game.
Repulsor inside of the hill as well means that he can wait for these grenades to come in, or maybe he can take to the heavens. Trippy comes in for the break zone, 1 dead per side. Bound trying to keep pressure on that hill, and while this is happening, the distraction on the hill from Bound means that Penguin can pick up yet another overshield here for Cloud9. He puts Trippy in the dirt, and he's looking for more.
Nice job there, APG. Make sure to prioritize that overshield player. I think Bound will clean it up. He does another double kill, and it's 3 dead yet again for Optic Gaming.
How does he do it? It's just double kill, double kill, double kill from Bound. His ability to move from step 1 to step 2 means that step 3 is complete. Here for Cloud9, they're up 2-1 in the series, and that was a scary looking performance.
Scary indeed, and maybe the scariest thing is Bound went 21-10. Wow, in that game against Optic Gaming. Absolutely unbelievable. That puts him at positive 19 across the last 2 games alone.
This man wants a world championship. I'm sure that Stella and Eco have mentioned him before. It feels pretty good to lift one of those up, and I'm sure he's desperate to do it himself. The man who was questioned as the replacement for Renegade. After a couple of games here, maybe he is not the question, maybe he's the answer.
Absolutely could be, and right now he looks to be in World Championship form after that game that we just saw. Here's a look at some of the highlights there. Optic Gaming off to an early lead, but that story changed very quick.
Brilliant movement again from Bound. You're just going to see double kill, double kill, double kill every time that you're on his POV, but also we should talk about that one sniper bullet, that one shot from Stella that turned this hill into a C9 point. The ability to break is so difficult against a team who's set up so well like Optic. One shot with a sniper rifle, sometimes it's all you have to create that opening.
And even off the back, look at that. They scored the second hill and still up. Cloud9 gets 4 dead on Optic off the back of that really, really great timing the entire game from Cloud9, and we can't say enough good things about Bound. It feels like every time we see him, he's got a heat wave on the dummy door, and he does it again. He goes 21-10 with 10 assists to boot. He's also tied for most assists on the team. That is leading in every single category in the game. Absolutely unbelievable from him.
Now we move forward, 2-1 in the favor of Cloud9. Recharge will be the next battleground for both of these teams, and it's time for a little bit of Strongholds action. Now, this is a fascinating game to have up next. With the pace that C9 have been playing, if Optic cannot win the opening battle, find themselves down numbers, C9 seem to be clicking. As Stella said in the listening that we had back from Orlando, it almost seems to be like it's one mind at the moment.
It's true, and it feels like C9 wants to play the game faster and faster and faster. And as we talked about earlier, Bound has found that great balance between continuous, chaotic aggression and still doing damage that counts the most across the map. We're starting things off with Bound. He's positive 19 across the last 2 games.
Big moment for both teams. In this series, if C9 manage to steal away this game, it will be one more game until we reset that bracket for them. Optic, the last thing on their minds right now. They do not want to go through that.
Penguin picks up another kill on Trippy. That was a momentary 3 dead for Optic Gaming. Going to be an AC hold early on for Optic, though.
Bound's got away with the camouflage, though. You can see that there was a flood towards top A from Optic just to get early scoring in their hands. A bit of pressure is going to come in here. Formal has got the shock rifle. Bound is going to challenge. He doesn't care, but Formal matches the challenge. He accepts it and comes out on top.
Let's be honest here, Cloud9 has so far silenced Formal largely during this series. We normally see him pop it off, and maybe that's exactly what he's starting to do. Make it a double for Formal.
Sometimes you need someone to step up, and Formal said, I ain't here to lose this series. I want to gain a world championship, and now he is taking Cloud9 apart.
3 dead still for Cloud9 here. It's a trip cap, and let the points tick, tick, tick for the side of the green wall. They will continue scoring, and it's 51-0.
Full setup here as well. Bound's going to challenge once more, and he has to. He has to try and pressurize his shock rifle player. One shot missed. Means that Cloud9 have an opening now. Lucid trying to challenge. Stella picks up 2. That's 3 dead momentarily for Optic, and that is a chance now for C9 to get some control back.
And look at the opening here. It's 80-0 in favor of Optic Gaming, and Bound is 0-4. They've shut him down this game so far.
Yeah, and Stella just shooting the floor there to try and influence the spawn, bluff that pipe spawn, get everyone trapped over at C, but Optic already on the map. Optic already putting 2 players from Cloud9 in the death screen, and they're already turning B back over.
Yeah, looks like Optic is ready to play just as fast as C9 here. They will fall 2 dead, though. Maybe an opportunity for C9 to bounce back, make that 3 dead.
It's going to be 3 dead. They're going to play for B and C here. This is what Cloud9 do. All focus has to be split now from Optic. The communication has to be perfect. They're thinking, do we try and stop B? Do we try and stop C? What's the play call? The question is they can't do either. It's a trim cap now for Cloud9.
Cloud9 responding in a big way. They're trying to bring this game back, and they have Camo as well. It's Optic leading 87-26. Let's get into an Astro listening with Optic Gaming.
Yo, already back here. Backside.
Very weak bottom elevator.
Back elevator, 2 of them. Wrong camo there. Bottom elevator camo. Make sure we're looking at the same stuff.
We're still in the lead. We're still in the lead.
They have camo there, so remember that.
You should be out here like 6 seconds.
They're gonna push gold door, Joey.
Yeah, she's backside. Backside. I'm trying to watch Joey.
Neither me. Make it weak. Go. Half out. Make it.
You're gonna shoot nades, careful. That's sweet. We have 2 guys. Double stack somewhere.
Double stack.
I died in tower. I'm going Megler pit. He was going Megler pit. They backed off, guys. They backed off.
We're in tower.
We're gonna have to hit mid. We're gonna have to hit mid here.
Somebody play bottom?
Yeah.
Nice.
Hit mid. Run mid together. Balance.
He's got a sniper. That's it, B, guys.
Help me. He's in gold.
They got Glass and Commando.
Glass and Commando weak.
Commando shot. Take your time. Air shot. Play your life now.
We spawn long hole there and see.
Hoppy.
Try to weak bound. We gotta be.
Yeah, we gotta push
Try to weak bound.
Half you guys there. One dead. 2 dead, guys. So one fight for here.
Okay, take your time, guys.
I need help. We're here with defense in seconds.
They're gonna spawn silo, guys. They're gonna spawn silo.
We need it. Yeah, we need help.
Eco weak. over there.
Watch cross. Top is cross.
They're already long haul, guys. They're already long haul.
Tommy has got cross.
Nice.
Tower. I'm looking at
Camo's coming in. Yeah. It might be on Camo. We're looking.
As we jump back into the game, Optic turn over A, but not before C9 turn over the scoreline. It's Cloud9 in a slender lead at this point, and I have to say, Optic sounding a little bit flustered at times there.
Yeah, definitely. You even heard it earlier in the series as well. You heard it during that live fire game. Slow things down. Slow this down. We are still in control, and C9 is certainly applying the pressure, but only an 8-point game. Optic will resume scoring now, just down by 5 points.
APG trying to be sneaky here. He knows the bound is going to try, Penguin. He's going to make the play to try and convert. He's going to get the beat down. Penguin's there, but can't get damage. He is bound. APG, sneaky. Managing to stay alive and hold off the push from Cloud9, almost on his own there,
yeah. Also, look at the technical work there from APG. He so well times that play, gets one shot, doesn't take any damage there. It will be a lead change yet again. Optic Gaming takes the lead 125-110. Back and forth here in game number 4.
Now the kills are starting to fall in the favor of Optic. They fought and they battled back into this game. Trippy with a little bit of damage onto those players over the C means that Cloud9 have to readjust the game plan. AC the hold here for Optic Gaming. Looks like Eco and Penguin now desperately trying to work together to turn A back into the favor of C9. And if they can do that, they'll be scoring once more.
Look at Formal's numbers here. 14-7 in this game, showing up in a big way, and certainly the biggest that he's done all series long. Trades for Eco and Trippy.
Dude here, Found already trying to pressurize C here, trying to turn the attention away. APG and Formal just trapped inside a long haul here. Penguin's not going to let him trap there for long though. He's going to push him. He's looking for 2 here. He finds 2. Penguins on the hunt.
That's going to be big here. BC now in control of Cloud9 and making sure to get that reset as well. Optic Gaming still leading by 12 points, but C9 slowly crawling their way back yet again.
Bound just manages to snap off the head of a player there. BC still in the hands. Just as the game is tied up, Formal makes a play onto B, but he's immediately removed from the stronghold. Camo, the next focus for both teams is up right now.
It's a lead change yet again. Cloud9 will go into a very, very narrow lead by 2 points. By the way, back-to-back killing sprees there just about for Penguin. He's now 11-7.
By the time you finish the sentence about the lead change, it's back into the hands of Optic Gaming. That's just about how close this is. Penguin on a killing spree at the moment with this camouflage, finds another kill as well. That should be aid being turned back. And look at this, I love the play call from Cloud9. They say, Penguin, you've got camo, you go forward, we'll finish the cap. And now we can pressurize Optic.
Playing this slowly. Look at this. Penguin needs to be so careful here with the camo. He now has help coming in. He will start to deal the damage.
Brilliant. But it's almost as brilliant coming in from Optic Gaming, but Stella with that double kill is going to make things a little bit more interesting. Trippy left on his own, bound in a 1v1, but Trippy puts him on his back.
That's huge. Just look at the heat that we've seen from Bound all series long. They've actually kept Bound negative still in this game. It's a big 1v1 from Trippy.
Big push onto A here from Optic. Eco's going to be able to get the reset. It's a big play from Kevin Smith and the rest of the crew. Eco currently sat at 8 and 14. If you're looking at stats, maybe that's not the most impressive, but it's those plays. Jumping in a stronghold, getting the resets, the death is almost worth it sometimes.
Absolutely. Eco doesn't really care what's in the top right of the screen here right now. All he knows is they are leading by over 30 points. Bound picks up another one as well. That will be the opening kill.
Optic trapped in tower as well, the last two, and here comes Bound. Doesn't need to be asked twice. Hits the slide to get from A to B as quickly as possible. It's almost a signature of this man at this point. And look at this, they just cannot stop him.
Look at Bound, he's in a 1v2, he's so confident, the assist comes in as well. This is what he's been doing all series long. He's finally positive for the first time in this game, but they are now up 207 to 154.
Reset comes in as well, a triple cap. Here for Cloud9, 214 and rising, even with Optic inside of B and C. You have to wonder where these kills are going to fall. If it's around B, and it's going to allow Penguin to get the reset, then Cloud9 are going to be feeling good. It's 2 for 2 on the map.
They're even working on C as well here. Take a look here, Camo up bottom middle as well. 225 to 154. This game is slipping away from Optic Gaming.
And look who's in the kill feed with another double kill. His name is Bound. If you didn't know him before this series, get to know him now, because Cloud9 have another triple cap here.
Oh my God, you won't believe this. Cloud9 was down by 13 kills earlier on. They were down 36 slays to 23, and they are now trailing by 47 kills. My God, what a win.
What a win. A dominant win. A Cloud9-esque win. We've got a series on our hands, and if you are thinking maybe this is going to be done in 7 games, I've got some news for you. 3-1 to Cloud9. If they win this next game, we reset the bracket.
The question was, what Cloud9 would we get here in Seattle? And they have showed up in a huge way, outslaying their opponents in the end. They're 51 to 50, and a huge rally at the end of that match. Just totally run away with the game, and like we heard during the listening, it felt like they were just putting all the pressure on Optic Gaming.
Little moments, bits of timing. C9 are so good at it, just making sure that the last second there'll be a challenge on a stronghold, a little bit of damage across map, whatever it is. It formulates and equates to perfect teamwork a lot of the time. And now we have to talk about Optic in this situation, right? Because we were talking about the story coming into this event of how tough it is to get to the top of the pile, to win a championship. But as we all know, getting to the top is one thing, but staying there, it's even more difficult.
It is even harder, and you have to wonder, that Orlando win, did it come a bit too early in the season there, as they already tasted victory, but they want the World Championship? We'll take a look at some of the highlights from that game. Let's not forget, it was all Optic all the way early on. As we said, they were outslaying C9 by 13 kills at one point.
I mean, probably because of this man, Formal. The way he started this game, I'm sure the Cloud9 were like, it was that good, the Cloud9 probably weren't that bothered by it, you know? Sometimes it's just like, yeah, he's hitting everything. There's not much we can do. We're not making bad plays. We're just getting cut down by Formal. But from this moment, the first triple cap, one thing that C9 did extremely well was never let it get out of hand. It was always within touching distance. And then towards the end of that game, when they got that triple cap, when they started to put Optic members one after one in the respawn screen, Optic didn't have an answer. They could not get back on the map.
Absolutely not, and it just felt like they were just controlling the entire map. The plays from Bound at the end from Hydro to take on a 1v2 against APG and Formal, I mean, the confidence there, it's through the roof.
C9 moving around the map beautifully as well. The speed at which they get from point A to point B is unmatched by many. And now, I mean, there's a story behind this map in itself. Optic perfect on Aquarius Slayer. C9 lost that game 5 versus Native Red to fall down to the elimination bracket. And I say lost, they got stomped on it.
They got lost 50 to 35 against Native Red in that game type, so they will be very familiar with Aquarius Slayer. Just to set the table here, you will need to see Optic Gaming win the next 3 games straight in order to take the title. However, if Cloud9 wins one of those 3 games, we are going to a second best of 7, a grand finals reset.
Let me tell you, the energy in this room is starting to amp up a little bit as well. And that's what it's all about, that trophy in the middle of the stage. It's not often you get the opportunity to be in a grand final, let alone to go on and win the damn thing.
And how must Optic Gaming be feeling here? On top of the world, not only coming into the event, but undefeated coming into this series. Only dropping one map. Now they've dropped 3 straight here. Triple their total map deficits in a matter of a 45-minute period. But you see smiles on their faces.
I think that's important.
Yeah.
I think that's really important. We know how Optic want to respond, right? The worst thing you can do in this situation is get down on yourself. But in the battle of the main slayers, it's the rookie who is having the series argument of his life right now.
I don't know if we've ever seen Lucid with a negative KD ever in any stat card that's been presented this season. This is the first time we've seen this, and Bound is absolutely popping off at a 1.46. He is such a huge factor in these last 3 wins for Cloud9.
Incredible. It's amazing, isn't it? Like, this guy before the season started had never attended a LAN. Now he's on the main stage. Now we know what he looks like. And Optic at the moment, they know how it feels to go against him.
They certainly do. Just when they thought they might shut down Bound, right? They have a huge huge slaying lead in that last game. Bound is 0-4 to start the game. Maybe this is what they needed. Of course, Bound ends that game positive, and they end the game on a huge spree. Even in his player cam, you can just take a look at Bound, right? Talking to the team, ready to go. They know what's at stake here. Comes down to these final 3 games. Optic will need to win 3 straight, but let's remind ourselves, they are entirely capable of doing that. They're coming into this series with 13 straight series wins.
Well, let's remember as well, even if they don't win this next game, there's another 7 games potentially in front of us.
Right.
A lot of Halo to be played here in Seattle before we crown a Halo World Champion, but it's time to get into a game. It's time to see a little bit more of that. It's Slayer, 50 kills to win. If Cloud9 take this game home, we reset the bracket. Optic, they need a lifeline.
This is unbelievable here, and I think a lot of fans that have seen this tournament so far, you might not have expected the C9 lead at 3-1 at this stage in the grand finals, but that's exactly what we have ahead of us here. Aquarius Slayer will be your battleground. Optic needs this game and 2 more to stay alive.
Optic, of course, with that crazy comeback in the last few moments against Native Red. Native Red have put an influence on both the teams in this game, positively and negatively. But speaking of positive and negative, there's one man who's only in the positive. You can see his stats here. 1.46. Pretty much unbelievable.
Unbelievable indeed. Here's Formal trying to go away top middle. He always gets away with the camo. Formal's able to stay alive there with the camo momentarily. He will pop that, and now 1 kill lead for Cloud9. However, Formal with the play call.
APG there to help him out as well, and I don't know how Formal managed to stay alive in that situation. He was the last member on the map for just a second for Optic. So there's just one man you can't leave alive. His name is going to be Formal. He does so much damage so consistently. Important for Cloud9 to shut him down almost immediately.
3 dead for Optic Gaming. They do just that. Lucid was your last player alive, and that will still be Cloud9 leading by just 1 kill. However, Heatwave is in control. All 4 players of Optic Gaming are spawning back base.
And that has become the weapon now for the swings, right? This is a power weapon on this game, not just from short range, but from medium range, even long range. If you can connect the bullets, if you can lead that shot. Bound trying to be slippery customer that we know he can be to try and escape, but now he gets chased down. 7-7, Optic back into this one.
3 dead for Cloud9. Like you said, Optic not just back in the lead as well. Will lead by 1 and try to slow this down. APG anchoring top mid, Formal across the map top pink as well.
And let me tell you, this feels like a Slayer for a lot of money.
Yeah.
And you're asking why? That's because it is! Penguin, secondary life as a baseball pitcher, he connects.
3 dead yet again here. Formal is your last player alive, and just back and forth once again. We're tied up 10-10 here in game number 5.
Well, we're going to be challenging. Accepted. Stella knew the help was there. That's the only reason that Stella challenges in that situation. And as Cloud9 managed to get a 1 kill advantage, now the attention turns to top middle. The camo's about to be up.
Bound to take it down there. Lucid stays alive in the fridge. Once again, as you said, Heatwave going to play a huge role, and it does in that engagement as well. Looks like Lucid. He looks away for a second. I think we all panicked for just a moment. 2 dead here for Optic. 1 kill lead for Cloud9 now.
Who's going to make the move on the camo, though? Trippy might open things up. Eco's trying to move to top middle. Couple of nades going in, but you can see with the longer this battle goes on, the less utility these players have to play with. No more grenades. Can't flush those players off the top middle, and it looks like Eco might have just managed to get away with that.
Bound is pushing in. Lucid does not hit the first shot, and it costs him. It's a great push from Bound, and also Eco now with the camo. Can Cloud9 extend this lead by just a bit?
I love watching Bound play. The confidence, mate. Who does that? Runs across the map and takes the 1v1. Eco causing the distraction top mid, and Bound just thinks, maybe that distraction is enough for me to get that first shot. Finds out the heat wave is there, uses the thrust to get away. It's just perfect. Halo Infinite 1v1. I mean, the man is playing out of his mind at the moment.
He is now 3-kill lead for them. Camo runs out just in the nick of time here, and that's not good timing. Trippy forces the trade. Eco will get it. In the end, it will still be a 3-kill lead for the side of Cloud9.
Heatwave has been almost exclusively in the hands of C9 as well. Trippy trying to bait a little bit of damage. Survives for now. Bound just slowing things down for a second, waiting for that help to come in, and this is why Bound has improved so much in such a short time. Previously, Bound might have flown in there, knowing he had the heat wave and a 1v1 opportunity, but this time he waits for the help, and that help turns into a 1-0 trade instead of maybe a 1-1.
He tries to go in there, Formal will get the better of it, but I agree, Bound, we've heard him talking about how he's worked on that exact timing with this team for quite some time, and it is paying off in the end. Cloud9 now leading 22-19 in what would be a series resetting game. Let's get into an Astro listening with Cloud9.
Yep. APG. You in yellow. Bounce pitching base. MP1.
Camel's coming up.
P1 on 5 seconds. He's right here, weak. Two shot on P1. Camo, shocks are up. Two shot P1 on him. We bait it. Pick one again, there's one in there. On the right, shocks are up. Yellow P-jump probably. I got shocked nades. Two in the base. Yo, I'm looking at you, Camo. I'm looking at you. I'm dying. One shot, Trippy. Took about a mid. I need about a mid. Nice piece. He won the yellow, blue to your left, Kevin. To your left. Right here. For yellow. Pick one. Kill me. Almost pick one. Zen. Dead. I'm getting to the yo. There's a guy on my flag. Yeah, could be on Zen. Watch out yellow flag on the floor. Watch out yellow. Yeah. Absolute pando. I might be one trying to kill me. One's trying to kill me. Okay. I'm good. Getting out to blue P. Getting out to shocks. Shocks are up now. I'm going yellow. I have shocks. I'm looking yellow closet. Trying to cross down. Shrooms. Listen. One's yellow fridge. Yeah, 2 yellow flag. 2 yellow. I'm here above you, Brayden. Tell me if they cross. Can you tell me if they cross?
Nice kill.
Nice. Yeah, 2 yellow flag. Yeah, I'm going for 2. I'm shocking their base. Okay, I'm looking window. Watch the fridge. One's in the fridge. Okay. They're over there. They're Lucid weak. Hold 2 in fridge. 1 P tunnel. I'm looking P tunnel. 1 P tunnel. Commando. There's rooms. Front base, front yellow. Watch out for him. He's on your We never killed anyone, guys. There's two. Pick one, I believe. I got one. Two there. Yo, keep playing together. He's on the going fire. Both went courier. Front base, one shot. APD, brick. I kill him. On Nate, they have shots. I'm looking car. I'm aiming at. Top mid. I'm dead. Yellow car jump. Watch out your bombs out. One shot on the pistol. One shot on the pistol. He waves down. Just spawn there.
Camo 20 seconds.
Top yellow window. Yellow window formal.
Out of the comms and into the gunfire. It's 36-30 now. C9 up by 6. Every kill is massive at this point. And with Stella putting APG into the death screen, that lead has extended once more.
7-kill lead now. Look at Stellar's 12-7 here with a thrust in hand, and now starting to run away. This is the home stretch, and C9, you could say, has never looked better.
Camo off as well. Stella challenges. Penguins there as well. It is just a unit working almost as one mind, as Stella would say. Every challenge, there's help. Every push, the assistance is there, but Formal has shut down the camo. The camo is burnt, and the Apple Commission.
The Gaming wants to stay alive in this first grand final. They need to step it up, and they need to step it up right now. They're down by 9.
But the pressure just keeps coming in. Eco and Stella pick up 2. Bound's already up to top pick. He's got a heat wave, and Optica trapped in the fridge.
Look at this from C9. Bound knows exactly where he needs to be. He's just commanding pick side again. Picks up another one. See if he can clean up Formal and Frazier. Seconds away. Optic Gaming staying alive, but Cloud9 wants to close this out and close it out fast. They're only 6 kills away.
Positive 4 for Bound in this game as well. 14 kills, once again leading the lobby. Formal's doing what he can. 13-11, but there's another kill as the 45 kill mark is crossed by Cloud9. They are closing in. It's one team fight away for C9 to send us to a bracket reset.
Now 47 here, only 2 kills to go, make it 48. Penguins 13-8, 2 more kills to go for Cloud9, make it 1.
1 kill to go. Eco's managed to find where the spawns are coming in as well. All of Optic just trapped inside of this closet at the moment. Cloud9 are just going to get a trade. One push is all they need. Stellar's going to go in first. Big damage. Doesn't take damage himself. The defensive nade down come in. But Optic, they're not going to be able to do it. C9 reset the bracket here in Seattle.
Wow. C9 fans in the building, happy to see that. That's a big 4 games straight from Cloud9. After an early Optic Gaming lead in this series, they wanted to see none of that, and shush, 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 says Stellar. He is here for one thing, and that is a Halo World Championship. We are going to a second best of 7.
The bracket is reset, and after what happened yesterday, all of the insane Game 5s, the reverse sweeps, at this point, are we surprised? Cloud9 send us to a shootout. One best of 7 now to decide who will be the Halo World Champion.
One best of 7 for $400,000 here, first place prize. And it looks like all Cloud9 all the way in those last few games. And my God, what a Grand Finals one. Like you said, there's no other way this Grand Finals could have gone. After the day we had so far, after the entire weekend that we've had here at the Halo World Championship, this is the way the story had to go. The top 2 teams, of course, fighting in one final series to crown a champion.
It's been that intense. I had to lose the jacket. I think we're actually back in camera. I had to lose the jacket. It's too warm to keep jumping about and enjoying this action in the way that I am at the moment. C9 on fire. And here's some of the highlights from that Aquarius Slayer. This man's just playing out of his mind at the moment, Bound. I know I keep hyping on about it, but the difference between when we saw him at the start of the year to now, it shows you why C9 took that risk, right? It was a situation maybe they didn't want to happen, but they have found gold. They have struck gold.
They absolutely have, and in the teamwork category, I also want to highlight, we talked a lot about Bound and Stellar in that game. Let's not forget, Penguin was about +5. Eco was just about -2, but with the most assists on the team. Once again, Cloud9 is spreading all of the kills, damage, and assists across the team in a way that they did not do in Orlando. And it has shown to be hugely successful for them in Seattle in 4 straight wins against Optic Gaming.
Now, the concerning thing here for Optic as well is the manner of those defeats as well. It feels like game after game, that gap has started to increase. The loss seems to be a little bit, the win, excuse me, seems to be a little bit further away from them. C9 seems to be just taking over this series, and I almost feel like the break here between we go into the second best of 7 is going to benefit Optic more than it is anyone.
Absolutely, I think they need that mental reset. We haven't seen Optic on the receiving end of a loss like that in quite some time now, especially in that fashion. I think, Mark, we also got to mention that Optic was leading in almost every single game that we just saw in the last stretch, right? They are throwing away leads that Cloud9 is somehow bringing back in these heroic efforts, and they are here to play. That is for sure.
I love the way that Cloud9 are just applying pressure as well. As soon as they get that pick, you see them. They don't worry about map positioning too much. It's how quickly can all 3 of us collapse onto our next target and make it such a difficult situation. And you might be expecting a green wall if you were coming into this tournament. Well, it's dressed in blue, this series layout. Cloud9, after that first game going to Optic, win 4 in a row to send us to another best of 7.
And look at that series layout. I think if we're honest, and I think a lot of Halo fans are with us here, we were hoping maybe we'll get a Grand Finals reset at the last event of the year. We haven't had too many this year, that's for sure, and certainly not in LAN play. But how about getting one for the Halo World Championship? That is a hell of a series layout. Cloud9 just lays down the hammer 4 games in a row, and they reset the bracket. We'll take a look at a full series recap from your first best of 7.
I mean, the standout stats, the ones that jump off the page. Looking at the man who's crowned the MVP, right? 0.87 for KD in that series. That's going to have to change from Lucid. The same can be said for Trippy. The long-time duo. These guys have been teaming pretty much since 2016. That first championship that came their way just a few weeks ago. Well, this is another level. With all due respect to what happened in Orlando, this is the biggest prize pool of the year. This is the most pressure of the year. And this is where your performance matters most.
Absolutely, and let's not forget, both Trippy and Lucid were coming into this grand final on a 1.28 KD. Fantastic numbers into the tournament so far. Now they're both silenced with a KD below 1.0. As you saw, in that first grand final. And we have never seen a grand finals reset in a Halo Infinite major, and we have one here on Championship Sunday at the Halo World Championship.
Shout out to our graphics op in the back, making sure that they got the graphic redone and added in the grand final reset at the end, because like you say, we haven't seen that before, but this is the road that both teams have taken to get here, and it's so fascinating just to take a second to actually look at this right from the quarterfinals, because on the Optic side, it's nothing but 3-0s. 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. Taking down G1, Sentinels, Native Red. Close games in there for sure, but the series overall is not close. On the other side of the bracket though, look how hard it's been for Cloud9. I mean, game 5s, all the way through the elimination bracket. Fights against the likes of FaZe Clan to get themselves into this position. And you can see here, even Ascent, my European brothers, they pushed them all the way as well with that game that they took. But I think the big thing for Cloud9 for me is, with all due respect to FaZe, we've seen Sentinels and C9 going back and forth all year long. That performance, first game of the day against Sentinels, the 3-0 beating that they gave them, it wasn't really a close series. I think that just made them believe once more that having beaten two-time world champions, maybe it's their time to become two-time world champions.
I think so, and also look at the prioritization of the Slayer game types, right? Let's not forget, Slayers won Optic Gaming Orlando, you could say. And however, as we take a look at the game types in this series, Cloud9 controlled both of those Slayers in the end with great dominance. And we'll see now as we get ready for a second best of 7 between Optic Gaming and Cloud9. We wouldn't have it any other way. One more series for the title.
Well, starting off, we're going to go over to Recharge once more. We saw some Strongholds, but now it's going to be Oddball. Strongholds, of course, went in the favor of Cloud9, but the interesting thing for me is map number 2, that's Slayer Catalyst. That is the map where back in Orlando, Optic Gaming won the chip. That's going to be a good sight for them to see. Just a little friendly memory, you know, just gets those good vibes back. Game number 3 is going to be Strongholds Live Fire. That's going to be fascinating when we get there. And we head over to King of the Hill Streets, and you can all read at home, you can all read in the arena, you can see where we're going after that, but I'm not sure we're going to get right to the end. Although, you know what, actually, I'll take that back. There's a really good chance we're going all the way to Game 7.
Let's go all the way to Game 7 if we have our way here, and players now have to lock in and ice up for what may be a grueling second best of 7 between these two. They've been exchanging blows all series long, but really Cloud9 runs away with the first grand finals and a best performance we've seen from the C9 boys in quite some time. Let's take a look also at Bound versus Trippy. Like we said, Trippy and Lucid pretty close in terms of KD in this series so far, and they have been shut down in a way that's pretty uncharacteristic for the Optic Gaming team, and to be honest, uncharacteristic of players like Trippy and Lucid at this late stage of the season. There's going to be a big focus, if we're honest, on both Trippy and Lucid in this series, and the question of can Bound repeat what he did in the first grand final?
Yeah, I mean, the magnifying glass doesn't get any bigger than it does in a World Championship final, right? Your statistics will be picked away out. Even if you feel like you're doing everything right, when it comes down to those numbers, it's certainly going to tell a story. And Bound on the other side of things, he is relishing the situation. It's almost as if this is what the moment he was waiting for in the season, just to unleash what we've all been waiting to see. That is that perfect mix of aggression, but also knowing when to slow things down and help out teammates.
I mean, this is every Halo player's dream. Let's not kid ourselves, right? Make a name for yourself online, get picked up by a top team on LAN, and find yourself at a World Championship Finals where you just dropped the 1.46 KD against Optic Gaming, the heavy favorites. This is truly every competitive Halo player's dream. Bound is living it on the main stage right now alongside the rest of the C9 roster. They have been fantastic in these grand finals so far. Now they find themselves only 4 games away, but you got to think Optic's been locked in. They're going to get ready for this because when their backs are against the wall, often that's when they look their best.
And that's when you're looking to your leaders, right? That's like when you're looking to a man like Formal, someone who's been here before. He's been in those big series. He knows what it takes to mentally reset, to bounce back, to breathe some confidence back through some teammates. And on the other side of things, I can't think of many better tutors than Eco. If you're Bound and you're coming onto a new lineup and you're, looking to learn how to get into a grand final, to win a Halo World Championship, to win a major championship, Eco is the man that you go to. He knows everything there is to know about winning.
And especially if we talk about Eco, he talks about how when they go back in the lab after a tournament, there are very specific things they look at and they work on. Did we ever see that was the case in that grand final? Keep in mind, we saw Cloud9 get absolutely slapped by Optic Gaming in Orlando. It was not even close. However, it's a complete turning of the tables here so far in Seattle. Cloud9 clearly doing the homework to get ready for Optic Gaming, and they now find themselves in a bracket reset. Best of 7 for the World Championship trophy.
Well, the Optic Gaming fans certainly maybe been quieting down a little bit after that series, but if they're going to get back into it, they're going to have to get behind their squad now and lift them back up. For C9, the same can be said. If the crowd is behind them, can push them over the line, then maybe Eco, Stella can pick up their second Halo World Championship ring.
The question is, what kind of wake-up call was that for Optic Gaming? Are they ready here in this second best of 7 after losing 4 games straight? Can they bounce back and bring it to Cloud9? Here we are, your second best of 7 at the Halo World Championship.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Whoever wins this best of 7 will get their hands on that World Championship trophy. We're starting off with the point of view of Formal. This man is going to have responsibility on his shoulders to mentor those players on his squad through these tough times. A win here for Optic, and all of a sudden, things change once more.
We talked about Trippy here. Man on your screen with the camo needs to convert here alongside Lucid and put up the big numbers that we're used to seeing from them. But it's going to be 3 dead on the side of Optic Gaming.
Repulsor here for Lucid. Doesn't matter. 4-shot coming in from Penguin. That'll be enough to take down Lucid. Stella has the on-ball immediately. Back towards Pipe, and look at this perimeter setup already from Cloud9. They have got recharge locked down.
10 points on the board already here in Ball. Like I said, Pipe's hold, nades are coming in. Bound does so well to only take minimal damage from those grenades. He needs to hold Whirlpool, but 2 fall, so he knows he is the lone survivor. He'll be taken down, 3 dead. Stellar's your last player alive.
Speaking of the lone survivor, he's going to fall as well, so a perfect break comes in from Optic Gaming. 16 seconds, all the Cloud9 managed to muster up for what looked like some great map positioning. Now Optic have the opportunity to do the same to them. Shot rival also in the hands of Trippy here. He can make something work.
Yeah, it's also perfect timing there. They don't let really any points on the board here. Here we are tied just about 50. Trippy picks up another one as well. That's 3 dead, 4 dead for Cloud9 again. Formal's your last player alive.
Formal should move in and pick up this odd ball as well, and by doing that, you will see a lead exchanged here. It's a slender lead. Or maybe Cloud9 are going to shut it down. They cut him down in the pass.
Great pressure there, as you say. Formal thought he maybe was going to get away with that ball. Instead, the kills will be traded out. The ball will eventually be picked up by Cloud9 yet again.
C9 with that ball back in pipes. A couple of trades means that Formal's going to have to wait here. A little bit of help to come his way. There is that help, and it's help in the form of APG. One of the most experienced players. He's been doing it for so long, but also he's never felt a repulsor before in Halo titles, and now he is.
1v1 here for Eco for just a second. Eco wins the 1v1 against Formal as Bound is spawning glass as well. That might be a few more seconds on the board for C9. Leading 30-15. Trippy with his second camo of the game. Let's see what he could do here.
Very interesting here from Optic, but brilliant from Cloud9. I was about to say Optic allow ball time to go into the hands of C9. They focus their attention towards getting that camouflage, towards getting that power up to break. But C9 just fly across the map. They get the information and they eliminate Trippy before he's even fired a bullet.
You can tell Bound is ready for this long haul push as well. Just watching glass, watching low gold, making sure that no one comes through. They will maintain the man advantage after this kill. Still 2 dead for Optic. Cloud9 is continuing to steamroll. They're up 59-15.
Bound just scarpering back as well. He sees the information, he sees the cross. He thought now is, I know where the push is coming from Optic. I'm trying to get into position to help my teammate. Stella falls though. That means that Bound will not have the timing here. That will mean picks for Optic Gaming. 2 players picked off. Penguin now is going to get trapped as well. 3 fall for Cloud9. Eco has that ball, but somehow, with all the kills going down, look at Eco. He managed to scrape up an extra 5, 6, 7 seconds to put Cloud9 in a great position in round number 1.
Yeah, and then 5, 6, 7 seconds, as you said, brings up to 82 points right now. They have 4 times the points of Optic Gaming. Optic Gaming needs to make sure they are controlling the map here in terms of kills, in terms of damage, and these key sight lines to get back into this round 1.
Trippy got the ball in his hand, but this is somewhat of a transitional setup here from Optic. Trippy wants to get that ball back to Pipes, and that's why you're seeing that rotation now back towards the left shoulder of Formal. 1 shot here from Formal. And all of a sudden, the map's going to open up, make it 2. Eco, he's going to peek. Doesn't get deleted, though.
Let's see here. Trippy still has ball on Pipes. Look at Lucid, by the way. Lucid was just sitting elevator. He's still sitting elevator to pinch the batteries and Whirlpool and control angles. Now he's rotating into C to pinch the other way. Now look at the score here. 82-53. Optic Gaming clawing back.
APG shuts down Eco with that shock rifle, but my eyes are drawn to that camouflage. It was on the map a few moments ago. Did anyone manage to pick it up? I think it might have been bound. I think it might have been shut down, so no one on the map now with the camo. C9 trying to make the break. Penguin's gonna get caught out by those frag grenades, though. The remote detonation comes in. Eco now finds himself on his own, and Optic Gaming are starting to rally back here.
What was just a 60-point lead is now just about a 10-point game here. C9 gets the first kill to get extra damage as well. We might see this ball played in a moment if things get chaotic, but it's a nice win from Stella.
Stella is just locked in at the moment. Eco with his long-time duo picking up kills as well. Beatdown comes in to remove the shields. Eco there to clean it up. Stella and Eco working simultaneously at the moment to clean up these kills. Nobody can deal with C9 at the back of this turbine.
My God, just perfectly timing bait and switches from Cloud9 there. They will keep the man advantage over Optic Gaming, 85-71. It's just a 14-point game.
Difficulty here for both teams. That ball is in such an awkward position.
Ball take.
It's going to be Optic who pick it up through the players. And you know that the play call coming in from Lucy now is play tight to me. Make this as difficult as possible for Optic to be easy deaths here for Cloud9. C9 have to work away, but here comes the flank from Formal.
Bound does everything he can there. He tries to watch. Now look at the game. It's all tied up here at the 85 mark. Ball will be played bottom middle.
Ball gets reset. 2 minutes 25 left in this game. The next hold could be the hold that wins the game. Formal versus Penguin. Formal with a huge 1v1 win.
What a comeback from Optic Gaming, as we said, down by 60. Essentially a 60-point straight run to get right back in this, though. 3 dead. Trippy's your last player alive.
Trippy should fall here to Bound as well, but where is that oddball? Who's in position? One thing we do know from our point of view, of course, is that Bound gets that next power-up. He's got the camo, but we saw how quickly C9 were able to eliminate it. Bound needs to make a play.
Ooh, Bound shoots early on Lucid there. Lucid ain't always there. Oh, it's because Lucid's weak up top, of course.
Elusive. Look at him run away here.
Trying to get away.
Find him.
Oh, Lucid, he's not afraid. Challenges Bound, even though Bound has camo. Finally, that's cleaned up. Bound with great pressure. Almost gets taken down with the camo. We are still 1 point away here. Penguin will grab that off of the 2 dead for Optic Gaming. It's a rotate all the way to the back seat.
This is brilliant. This is something we're seeing more and more of now, using that triple stack just to give the cover from the spawners over at Elevator and towards the pipes. But the push now comes in from Optic. It's a little bit of a last-second push. Penguin's thinking about a play ball, and C9 might have just gifted a setup here to Optic.
All 4 dead. Look at the clock here. Right now, you're going to see a lead change. Optic Gaming will take the lead here with 1:22 left. This could be the final hold.
Optic have the ball in their hands. The push has to come in now from Cloud9, and I don't think they're going to be able to get vision onto Trippy. Optic take the first round in our second best of 7.
What a comeback from Optic Gaming. As we said, it was about 80-20 there, and somehow they win that first round. Maybe that's the momentum. Maybe that's the spark that Optic Gaming needed as they head into our second round of ball.
A comeback is almost, in my opinion, feels better sometimes than just a dominating win. It shows that you can put the pressure back onto C9. It shows that you can ask questions of C9 after losing all of those games straight in the first series. And now you're seeing maybe a little bit of desperation from C9. Optic have that camo. It's Lucid's time to step up.
I agree. I think you find that belief again. And speaking of belief, how about Lucid? 19-8 in this game. We talked about how he needed to step up in the second reset of the grand finals. He's 20-9. That last series was a wake-up call for Lucid. What a round 1. What a comeback from Optic Gaming.
Lucid in this first round has gone from almost anonymous in the first series to back to the monster that we know he can be. It's 2 more for him. He's 22-9.
My God, and if there was ever a question of his KD, as there was at the last series, he has answered in a huge way. He's 23-9. Let's get ready to go into an Optic Gaming listening.
Good shot, guys. It's all good, all good. Check's on nicely.
Ooh, and just as we join them there, looks like a player will drop out on the Cloud9 side, so it sounds like it will be a reset there, and of course, not exactly what we hope to see in that second game. And just as we join that listening, Optic Gaming leading by a few points, but the bigger point is the fact that they're able to get that first round on the board. And like we said, maybe a little bit of belief. You see the Cloud9 can bleed in a very big way, and I couldn't agree more. I think that comeback win means more than a dominant round 1 win. I think that's the spark Optic Gaming might have needed after losing 4 games straight.
Yeah, completely agree with you. I think it's so important in those situations. We could have seen a lot of teams might have folded, right? Yeah. A huge lead for Cloud9. Everyone starts trying to make hero plays, but Optic, one thing they've honed in on is making sure that is never the case when it comes to those big moments. That's what brought them the championship back in Orlando, and you just saw there's something more about this Optic team. It's not just, you know, skill, it's not just teamwork, there's heart there as well, and there's a little bit more steel. I talked through the season about the battle scars that have been gained by this team, by this lineup, the close losses, the heartbreaking losses, the series which you felt Optic surely has to win, and they come out on the wrong side of. That teaches you more than just your game. That teaches you mentally how you recover from those moments, and Optic is showing they are here for the long series.
Absolutely. As we look back on this season, there's countless times where Optic was down by 10, 12 kills and a Slayer, and they brought it back. You heard mid-season Lucid in interviews talking about how they have specifically been looking at situations where their back is against the wall, where they have to fight out of tough situations, and how do they master that? This is the ultimate challenge, right? Here you are in the World Championship Finals. You just lost 4 straight in a tournament where you had only lost 1 game so far. That's an absolutely wild trend to have to follow now, and we'll see what they could do in the Grand Finals, but they dig deep and they find that first round of recharge on them.
Yeah, I mean, it's even more shocking for Optic, right? Because they've lost, not even, you know, it's not the case if they've lost series because they haven't lost series, they've barely lost games.
Yeah.
So to lose 4 in a row, that's like a month and a half's worth of losses for Optic, it feels like, especially on LAN. And you can see that everybody who's here in Seattle, by the way, is still giving it the baked beans. They love the fact that we've got a bracket reset here, and I think they're enjoying the fact that Optic is showing some life as well.
Yeah, I think so. This is set up to be a pretty fantastic Grand Finals reset, and I think a lot of jaws dropped on that first series, certainly on the Optic Gaming side of the stage, but even in the room here in Seattle, and likely all of you joining us from home as well. Maybe not what you expected to see after Optic Gaming's performance so far, not only here this weekend, but also over the past few months of professional Halo. They have looked unstoppable. Cloud9, though, have put not just a crack in the green wall, they've taken a sledgehammer to the green wall, and they're looking to do it again.
So hopefully we can get back into this game as soon as possible. Just to remind you all at home and in the arena exactly where we find ourselves. Optic will be up 1-0. When we do get into the restart, you see players all back in the lobby. Just look over the shoulder there of APG's screen. And Optic locked in and ready to close out game number 1. For C9 though, again, maybe this little break is good for them. Just gives them a chance to rethink where they kind of let that one slip, because for the majority of that game you were looking, you're like, C9, they seem to have this round under their belts.
Right, they certainly did. It looked like they were picking up where they left off after that first Grand Final. And you think back to APG's quote on the main stage after winning HCS Orlando. And one of the first things he did within 30 seconds of hoisting that trophy was, it's not done. There's one more job to do. You've also heard Formal say it in the process. This is everything for this team. This is everything for the Green Wall.
So we can just get an update from the back. Optic will need 88 points in this round. They did have a 12-point advantage in order to take the second round and take a game that's in front of us. For C9, they will need all 100 points, of course, as they were down by that 12-point deficit. So just keep that in mind when you're watching that game clock at the bottom as it ticks up. 88 points, magic number. I'm glad I haven't been good with numbers today, as we saw on the desk a little bit earlier.
But this
I like
is great.
That's just 2 in the same one.
This is great work from you. I like that.
I'm trying to.
Optic Gaming fans here, not just in the front row, but all across the venue here. Packed house at the Halo World Championship in Seattle. Crowd goes way back, all the way back here to the casting booth. Do want to check in on the stats as well. Right before that game reset, Optic Gaming outslaying Cloud9 61-43. It was great slaying and map control throughout those rounds.
It gives us a chance here just to reflect on what has been a crazy week here in Seattle, right? I mean, yesterday was one of the most insane experiences I think that anyone who's watched competitive Halo would have been a part of. Yeah, at reverse sweeps, game 5s, and then here in Seattle itself, what an event this has been, Andy. I mean, we've got all the merch booths, we've got so much to do. We've had the Xbox stage, we've had famous faces from Halo past and present. It's been a wonderful time for sure.
As you see on screen there, Optic Gaming will lead 1-0 in round. Just in case you're just joining us, welcome to the Grand Finals of the Halo World Championship. Optic needs 88 points in this round to close it out due to the 12-point advantage at the time of the reset. Cloud9 will need 100. If Cloud9 were to win this round, we would go into a sudden death round number 3.
We would indeed. It looks like the players just get a few technical things sorted out here, making sure when we get back into the game, we don't have any more problems and we can get this Grand Final back underway. But one player we haven't really mentioned so far in the series is the man who's on your screen. APG quietly going about his business, but not having the huge impact that we've seen from him in some of those game types a little bit earlier on in the bracket.
Yeah, certainly also worth mentioning, APG actually leading the team in Slayer KD up until this series. He was a huge part of that. In Orlando, it was actually trippy, but here it's been APG leading specifically in Slayers. Now, as we talked about, keep in mind, 2 out of the 4 wins that we saw from Cloud9 were Slayers in that last reset. They will continue to be a huge part of this series, and I think if APG can find the same numbers he's been putting down all weekend, Optic has a very good chance of taking the title, but it will not be easy.
Another thing to highlight here for Optic, who better to sit behind you, right? Who's going to give you that guidance? Who's going to be the grand final? Who's won so many championships, I can barely add it. I've gone back to numbers again. It's never a safe place for me to be. That's, of course, Lunchbox, right? He's been in these situations. He'll have the perfect words for his squad here just to refocus them ahead of this next game.
Absolutely. Whenever you hear the listening to such a privilege with a guy like Lunchbox behind him, like we said, whether they're down by 10 in a Slayer, it doesn't matter. He focuses them up on exactly what they need to prioritize. And when you've got the cool heads of all 4 players on Optic as well, they generally find a way to dig deep and bounce back. However, it was all Cloud9 in our first grand final. Optic Gaming showing signs of life, and you have to argue signs of life that they desperately needed after that first grand final. Question is, can they continue it on? It's 1st to 4 here in our second grand final reset.
We apologize, of course, for the little delay that's going on right now. The Halo has been so good, it seems to have caused a tech problem at the moment. One of the PCs has exploded or something, but hopefully we can get it underway as soon as we can. Which think's going to be the guy to spark one of these teams back into life?
I think it's got to be Lucid. Let's not forget Lucid's numbers at the time of reset. We still have them. He was 24-9. He's back to the Lucid form that we're used to. We always see him dropping insane numbers, all the way to the point where we've kind of really come accustomed to that. 24-9 is an unbelievable stat line in a second grand final, especially after losing 4 straight. What a way to bounce back for him.
I told you numbers wasn't my strong suit.
Yeah, I was worried. When you started to handle the numbers, I was worried.
This one is not my fault. There is a correction from the stage referees, so it's going to be 94 points that Optic Gaming need. So just a 6-point advantage when the tech error came in. Cloud9 will need 100. So there's confirmation. You'll see it in a graphic pretty soon. That makes it official, although it doesn't technically because there was a graphic a minute ago.
Interesting there, though. That likely is why players were talking to station referees there, and a little bit of an extended delay here. You saw station referees behind each team. You saw Eco talking to a ref. You also saw APG as well. Likely the fact they wanted to check the tape, see exactly how much advantage there was. And as you said, only a 6-point lead. Optic will need 94. Cloud9 will need 100 in this round.
If C9 managed to get that 100, we go to a round 3, where both teams will need 100. But if Optic get that 96 points, then all of a sudden, things are back in the favor of Optic Gaming. A little switch on the spawns as well to make sure things are fair here. But as we can see on our screens, we're back underway. And C9, well, they're feeling the pain at the moment. And Stella will be the 4th player eliminated. And Lucid reintroduces himself to the grand final with a triple.
And what do we say? It's got to be Lucid here who steps up. He's doing it again. Incredible performance in that first game. Has to do a double grapple on the shock. It's not a problem. He will now control that weapon. And it's a solid start here for Optic Gaming.
APG in the feed as well. 3v3 on the map. Lucid turns away at just the wrong second there, but take that ball, roll away as he does the Scholar bounce. Stella's going to challenge. Lucid fancies a little bit of this himself, but Stella manages somehow to hold on.
Lucid almost goes over the top there in a flashy play with the grapple. He'll eventually be taken down. That's 2 dead, so it's up to Trippy and APG to lock down Pipes and goal.
Ooh, Eco sneaking behind enemy lines. Manages to pick up 1. Penguin's there for the support. And it looks like C9 have won the battle for Pipes. So you can see that off-ball is going to be brought back towards Pipes from Bound. Last player alive now is Lucid, and you can see that Eco's already sniffed him out.
Yeah, but right there, Lucid somehow gets the kill on top gold. Bound has to now chase that. Look at Lucid. This is how difficult he is to kill. Finally, he gets taken down by Bound, but it opens up some opportunity just like that. That's a perfect example of Lucid staying alive so that his team can push.
Brilliant. From Lucid, quite simply, buying those extra seconds to make Cloud9 overextend, put themselves in positions where spawners could put damage down. And from there, C9 barely got any time on the board, even though they got 3 dead almost immediately. This time they charged down APG to make sure it take fresh 4 dead from Optic Gaming. But there's the respawn once again. The ball now back in the hands of C9, and they're scoring. and that is ticking up over that double-digit mark.
Trippy tries to take advantage there, and eventually he will get the kill, but the ball should be rotated right now based on the position that we're seeing. Yeah, ball is rotated to C. That's a perfect rotate there for Cloud9. Formal might have the shock in hand, but he doesn't have the angles just yet.
He's got some help. And that's going to be in the form of Trippy. The camo's up as well. Not sure who managed to pick that one up. With the way that the kills have been going, you would expect it would be Optic, and that is indeed the case. It's 26-12 here. Optic Gaming have an opportunity to pick up the Slays to create some space on the map, though. Lucid with that camo is going to pick up some nice shots onto Stella to give a 2-man advantage on the map to Optic.
Also, Lucid with... Oh my gosh, he gets taken down! 3 dead, though, for Cloud9, even though Lucid falls. This should be an opportunity for Optic Gaming to get more points on the board. They're right now outslaying 20-14, and a few points away from tying the game as well.
Yeah, pretty significant if you're looking at those Slays, right?
Yeah.
Especially with the amount of time that has actually gone, but Cloud9 starting to answer back now. Lucid left on his own. And Lucid, once again, somehow left on his own, manages to at least get a kill, take someone down to the grave. But C9 with the break. They have the ball in their hands. And now you can see Penguin getting a lot of information, but unfortunately for him, it's too much information. 2 players fly at him and make this a more comfortable position and hold here for C9.
The timing there was much better from C9. Even though Lucid was the last player alive, they kill him really quickly. They grab the ball right away, and they're able to then play the ball. That will give Cloud9 a little bit more of a substantial lead in the comeback. They're up 36-21. Eco, one of the last 2 alive, though, on pipes.
Reminder that Optic Gaming only need 96 points here as well to close this game out. It'll be the full 100 for Cloud9. At the moment, it's looking like Cloud9 have control of pipes. It's somewhere where you always want to be focusing your attention for a team, because that is where that ball will ideally be brought up for that setup. That is where you're going to deny those lines of sight and be able to hold that old ball without too much of a challenge. But C9 do get challenged. Optic, they take control of pipes now, and with that grapple, Trippy's going to bring that ball back to Elevator, but Penguin manages to cut it down.
Wow, Penguin stays alive. Not only that, he goes from top gold to get the angle to kill the ball in Whirlpool as well. That will still give Cloud9 a man advantage. Bao now flies in. Everything having to do with Penguin's play there. 3 dead, though. Optic Gaming responds right away. Penguin is your last player alive. Again, it will finally translate to time for Optic Gaming. They're down by 10.
The first pick, though, once again, is going to be Penguin. Eco's still in the death screen, though, meaning it's 3v3 on the map. With how Optic is set up at the moment, there's going to be multiple BRs onto Stella as he tries to make his move in. Bound finds one. Formal will take him down as well, and even though he's got an objective in his hand, Formal is not adverse to killing everything around him.
3 dead here. Penguin's your last player alive. Formal, of course he gets the stick, and that will be a rotate here for Optic Gaming. That stick is huge. As we said, the last player alive, you cannot let them continue to do damage. Optic Gaming will now go into the lead here, 45-36.
Sheer Halo brilliance there from Formal. Managing to pick up 2 kills initially while having that old ball in his hands, and then turns his attention with no shields. Completely cuts off the opportunity for C9 to push through towers with that stick. But still a lead here for Optic Gaming. Cloud9 trying to get themselves into a position to get that old ball back with a 2-2 split across the map at the moment. APG versus Eco is massive. Forward picks up one as APG wins that fight.
Trippy with the immediate play ball there. I love that from Trippy. He's taking no chances. Even though the pressure was light, they play the ball immediately. These are the World Championships. You don't risk your play balls. 3 dead for the side of Cloud9 for a moment. Optic Gaming will continue scoring 65-36.
All of a sudden, that score is starting to tick up faster and faster. If you're a C9 player and you're a C9 fan, you see it getting further and further out of your reach, but here comes the break attempt. 2 dead, 3 dead, making Lucid the last player alive, but as we know, even though he's got an off ball in his hands, this guy is difficult to finish off. Bound will get there alongside Stella to make sure he's taken out quickly. Now C9 have the ball in their hands, and not only that, look at the setup they've got.
Yeah, 2-man advantage as well. Formal has to fight out of this against Penguin. That's a big 1v1 to get control. And look at the damage on Eco. He can't stay alive. However, the damage is done. It should be an opportunity for Optic to play off the back of that.
A lot of the time we talk about the likes of Bound, we talk about the likes of Stella with that shock rifle. Eco's got it in his hands now and he needs to make it work. He chases down APG. Couple of headshots here from Eco, and all of a sudden this round gets completely blown back out of proportion. And Penguin gets the power up as well, so C9 are fully locked and loaded. And they might be inching closer to maybe turning this one over.
Look at the rotate as well. The ball is played by Bound onto double stacks. It's a great play. They're just going to set the ball down as they start to lose the man advantage. Penguin with a lot of pressure here.
Still has that camera to play with. Reminder that Optic getting closer and closer to that magical mark they need to take this round. And of course, to take this game, there's a little tickle on the shoulder for the shot cry for the Trippy. Trippy's going to turn his attention to the ball, but maybe it wasn't the time to do it because the pick down comes in. Optic Gaming find themselves 2 dead. Penguin moves in on that odd ball, and all of a sudden C9 have control here.
Oh my God, what a comeback from C9, down by 20 or so points earlier. Penguin's able to stay alive. Eco also gets a double kill. And based off that double kill alone, this could be the round.
This could be the round. Stellar set up on this head glitch as well. A trade from Bound is brilliant for C9. It's 10 points for C9 to tie up this oddball game and send us into a sudden death final round.
3 points to go here. 97 on the board. Penguin likely just going to hold this, maybe play the ball off himself.
99.
Here, 99, 100. Cloud9 will tie the game, and we will go into a sudden death round number 3 to decide game 1.
Round number 1 was a crazy comeback from Optic. This time it's C9 who make that comeback themselves. We're straight back into the action though. Cloud9 looking about to maybe get some entry damage here for them. 2 players weak from Optic, but none of them being able to be taken down. Is 3 dead for C9.
It's a great opening from Optic Gaming here. Trippy's also going to have camo. He's had camo to play with a lot in this game. Now he's also got the shock in hand. Let's see what he can do.
Trippy just looking for targets at the moment, looking for anyone they can cause a problem to. Penguin's going to get that information. Smart decision here to grapple away and keep that shot camo in their hands. Smart, because you can do things like that. Eco's going to peek. In the words of Clutch, he's not going to learn.
24-0 already here. Optic Gaming looking good in round number 3, the sudden death round. Let's go to an Astro listening with Optic Gaming.
Make it red. One shot.
Battery, show you. Battery.
Option, 2 dead. That's 1 dead. 3.
Watch out, battery.
Weak batteries, guys.
That's fine.
2 dead, guys.
I'm running. Toss it out, Joey. Go. Fight, Joey. Fight. Absolute. One here.
King was absolute. Save that streak, guys. Save that streak, guys.
Bound is still on ball.
One tower, 2.
Alright, yeah. Wait, pitch goal. Pitch goal. Let's go. You guys are on ball.
We're going. We're going to go back ledger.
Neither.
Yeah, let's go.
Stellar.
2, all there. Okay, camp 125. We got it nicely. Let's set up a push here. Everyone, Joey. Nice spread. Very weak. Nice bench.
Yo, say last time. They're gonna be gold. Come in.
One shot. Sitting there.
Sneaky, half strong, stairs.
Give us that, guys. On tower right now, trying to use
Nice shit, Tommy. 2
play for ball. No, we have it. We have it.
I hear that. One ball.
Ball's alone.
He's gonna push you.
Top cap, very weak. One shot.
Well, back in the game, and it's Optic who have a lead, but it isn't a significant one. 37-22 the score, but Trippy has been in control of those camos.
He really has. He's been on top of them there. Of course, him and Coach Lunchbox working together to control that power up, and there he converts. He gets the stop on the ball and Whirlpool, and they will continue scoring.
Lucid trying to find that green gun. A new home, and he's looking for the body of a couple more players here from Cloud9. The lead is starting to grow, doubling up on the time that Cloud9 have managed to put on the board here with the rotation here from Trippy. That's going to force bodies from Cloud9 towards him. Optic lose 3, APG last alive.
Like I said, once again, not risking the play ball. Trippy throws that off, even though the shots were not coming in. There was not immediate pressure. He plays the ball perfectly, doesn't risk anything. They will stay in the lead, 53-22.
Great defensive nade from Formal. Had no right to win that one. Bound though, another double kill for him. Maybe this is the time for Bound to step up.
Bound still leading on the team, 21 kills to his name. Right now being outclassed though by Lucid on the other side of the stage, and that's the player matchup we were talking about. Lucid versus Bound right now. Lucid with the slightly more impressive numbers and the lead on the scoreboard as well.
Great thing here for Optic Gaming fans and for Optic Gaming themselves is the fact that with this lead and just under 3 minutes left in the game, they don't have to be too concerned about that oddball. They can play a little bit more slay heavy. They don't have to try and force anything. However, with 3-4 dead, shock rifle and the oddball, no reason not to pick it up at this point.
Great map management, great game management from Lucid there. He's going to grapple the ball, just swoop right into the Pipes area. It's another one on Penguin as well. Also grabs the shock. Now they're going to lock this down. As a reminder, this is 1-1 off of the reset. The winner of this round will win game number 1.
Now going to be last alive here. It's a fresh 4 dead.
Grab
And off
like
the back
everything.
of that, he gets that camo back in his hands. Camo, shock, Lucid set up for success here.
It's one of the first times on the HCS main stage that we have seen. Oh, should get this come on Penguin as well. That's one of the first times someone has grappled the ball and the shock and the camo. Just locking down this map. 10 points to go.
If Lucid hits a couple of shots here, Optic will go up by 1 in this series. Only 5 seconds or so left for Optic to close out this final round. 1 shot from Lucid, and it will be the game. Optic answer back. Life being shown here in the second best of 7 from the Green Wall.
And who did we say had to step up? It always had to be Lucid. There was only one man. He goes 27 and 19 in the end, and he's right back in this grand final.
You always felt it was going to be a matter of time until he introduced himself. Well, he's picked a fine time to do it for Optic Gaming fans. The first game in the second best of 7 in our grand finals goes over to the Green Wall, and all of a sudden their superstar has re-emerged as the player to watch.
A big boost for Optic in the Green Wall here. They needed that game number 1 after 4 straight losses. If you're just joining us, welcome to the grand finals of the Halo World Championship. It's been an unbelievable tournament so far, an unbelievable grand final, and I am loving this here. We are locked in for a second best of 7. The players on the main stage are locked in for here one final best of 7 as we take a look at some of the highlights from that game.
The shock rifle once again on recharge. It seems to be the thing that controls the narrative, the pace. With how talented everyone is with the weapon now, it's almost as if that is the swing, right? Yeah. Because you know a headshot's going to come in, you know that's going to be your pick. And towards the end of that game, the damage being done by Lucid, who also had the camouflage, of course, was just something that C9 could break through. This is the replays, of course. This is how close that first round was, but it was the comeback that was so impressive from Optic.
A few things that were, once again, so incredible to me. It's power-up control from the likes of Optic Gaming. They get camos. Even if those camos are burned or do not convert, they are still controlling those camos. Also great rotates that came in from Optic Gaming. And in the end, it was just great slaying control. If you look at the end of that last round, Lucid and APG were both 1 kill away from a killing spree when the game ended. That is beautiful control from the team.
Overall, and you can see as well that Optic outslaying C9, not by a huge margin, but just enough to get the time that they required. This moment, though, at the end of the game, this is where Lucid just took over for a few seconds. Sometimes it's not about just getting the kills. It's presence, it's damage, and keeping that oddball player safe.
Hide your kids, hide your wife, because they're grappling everything up in here.
Really
Lucid is just grabbing whatever he wants on the map and just locking down, showing up, as we said, in a big way in our second grand final, and the boys are happy to be back on top. The question is, can they do it 3 more times against Cloud9, which seems like an unsurmountable task given what C9 offered in the first grand final. Here's a look at your best of 7.
Let's look at this best of 7 then. A reminder to everyone as well, if you're just joining us, Optic won the first game in that first best of 7. Then it was all Cloud9, 4 back-to-back games to send us into this bracket reset. He's back. He's back, by the way, Lucid. That game number 1 was, that's the reason you want him on your show, put it that way.
Exactly it. He's back. The Lucid fans are back, and for a very good reason. Packed house here in Seattle. It has been an unbelievable championship Sunday, and that trophy will sit here on the catwalk of the stage. Quite a far distance, if we're honest, from the players, not just in terms of distance, but also in terms of games.
Yeah, a lot of time left in this series, but I want to talk a little bit about our next game type as well, because I mentioned happy memories, and that's what it is for Optic Gaming, right? This is where they won that Orlando Major. Catalyst, Slayer, Trippy and Formal combining for those final couple of kills to take down Cloud9. Now, if you want to rekindle that kind of memory, all of a sudden, 1-0 up in the second best of 7, you start to feel like maybe this series is leaning back towards Optic. But C9 have already proven that stealing any kind of game away, especially one where they beat you on before, they'll be back in the lab, they would have looked at that film, and they will be prepared for this game.
Couldn't agree more. I think whatever you were expecting of C9, take that, crumple it up, throw it in the garbage, right? Because even though we saw them lose early on in the tournament, a Game 5 to Native Red on the receiving end of a reverse sweep, we now see them not just on Championship Sunday in the Grand Finals, but truly on what could be World Championship form if they can repeat what we saw in that last series. And I think they're pulling out the last surprises, all the tricks up the sleeve. They saved them for last.
Yeah, and let's remember that first series, right? The Slayers, How strong did Cloud9 look in those Slayers? My goodness, it was almost as if Optic did not have an answer, but now maybe they've come up with something in the break between the series to try and counteract what Cloud9 brought to the table. It's time for us to get into our next map. Catalyst is going to be the setting.
Question is, can Optic Gaming change the narrative in the Slayer department? They lost both Slayers in that first best of 7. That was a huge reason why we saw the bracket get reset. This is an opportunity for Optic Gaming to not only win a Slayer, but also go up 2-0 and only be 2 games away from the World Championship.
I mean, we've already seen Catalyst once today. It was capture the flag in that first series, and that was an absolute banger. Let's hope that this game matches up to it. Maybe the pace isn't going to be the same, but the intensity and the meaning behind every single kill and every single death is going to be amplified even more.
Absolutely. Here, off the opening, we'll see where the damage goes. Lucid trying to play this slowly, has to be very careful of these grenades as he's pinged down to no shields.
0-0, 20 seconds gone. Now you can see the information being gathered by Bound. Eco gets the first kill of the game. That's massive because that pick means it's a 4v3. Plus there's an overshield about. Lucid has the green gun, but he's not going to be able to hit the damage. Another beatdown comes in from Bound, but he doesn't get the kill!
Bound turns away, thought he had the kill. In the end, they come away with a little bit less than they maybe had suspected. Because of that, it stays 4-2, and Optic Gaming, you could argue, get away with a little bit of murder to keep the game within 2.
Yeah, a little bit different situation for Cloud9. I think they'd be a little bit more pissed off if the fact that they didn't come out of that with at least a 2-kill lead. For now, though, they'll take it. It's a 2-kill lead. But with a minute gone in this game, it's only 6 kills. Now, if you were expecting a fast-paced game type here, you were mistaken. Every single kill and death here on Catalyst can turn into a 3 or 4 kill swing. That is why you are seeing the game played at such a slow and steady pace.
Great example there of Bound not overextending. Earlier in the year, you might have seen him get taken down there. However, instead, in this situation, knows exactly when to double back and not get taken down. The damage is big, though. Here he comes.
Bound doesn't need to be asked twice. He gets the damage, and now he flies. The rest of Optic are weak as well, and now you see the flank come in from Bound. He's trying to finish off the kill onto Lucid, but now he has to change his trajectory. Lucid, once again, proving how important it is to stay alive.
Look at Lucid there. He's finally likely going to be taken down. That will be a trade. Bound picks up 1, though, in the end. Cloud9 leading by just 2 kills. Yet again, Optic staves off the Cloud9 advance.
Get the feeling that in that situation, Bound was just desperate to have a frag grenade, anything but a plasma. It would have been so much more easy just to flush him out. Here comes the push down from Optic. But Eco, and alongside his teammates, was ready for that one. Lucid, though, he's staying alive just long enough to re-challenge Trippy with 2 as well. And Optic go into a 1-kill lead. Make it 2 as Trippy adds to his tally.
Look at that 10 to 8 here, and it's an overshield for Optic Gaming as well. Formal now with everything in his hands. Pulse rifle, overshield, and a 2-kill lead. If they get the right damage, they may collapse here.
And the information he just got, I was going to say, he knows Bound's waiting with that green gun, and Bound decimates the overshield for Optic.
Formal taken down. What a key timing there from Cloud9 to take down the overshield player, and Formal nonetheless. Trippy's taken down as well. 2 dead for the side of C9. They will tie the game and go back into the lead themselves. 12-11 now.
Wow, what a sequence that was. Let's just rewind for a few seconds as the players come back into the map. First of all, Formal gets the information. He saw the plasma pistol in the hands of Bound. He gets that information. I don't think he expects Bound to almost do something as crazy as slide straight at him with the damn thing. He hits the shot, and off the back of that Cloud9 collapse, and now you can see a lead going back and forth between these 2 teams. The speed of this game is slowly starting to pick up, 14-13. With a skewer here, that could be tied up very quickly from Stella.
Optic Gaming back into the lead by 1, but as you say, just back and forth between these 2. And with Cloud9 trailing by 1, but skewer in hand. Let's get into an Astro listen-in with Cloud9.
He's our top shoulder high.
One in the pit, one in the pit.
We're almost literally one shot. No, you need it, Kevin. Need the pit, need the pit. He's just top pit.
Here,
Flank.
3 here, 3 here. 1 weak in the pit. 15 seconds, guys.
Need it. No, 4 came low, guys.
2 guys top, 2 top as well, 2 top as well. 2 above you guys, you gotta go.
In the pit, Lucid, in the pit.
They're gonna go low.
It has grapple, Grapple.
Trying to get combo maybe? Yo, sword, on your sword, bottom sword.
Yeah, I'll put that over here. I'm trying to get out. 2.
Can we look high?
He's aping. Low. Low and direct. corner, low in the right corner. Everyone come not in the right corner, not in the right corner anymore. Lucy, Tommy had screw over there. Screw right, yeah.
He got sword. As he jumped back into the game, Penguin is facing down a swarm of Optic players. He goes for the challenge, but can he clean up these kills?
3 dead here for Cloud9. It's a perfect timing push there. Every single player on Optic Gaming on the same page. That will now give them a sizable lead. It's 23-17 in what has been an otherwise back and forth Slayer. Optic Gaming starting to pull away here, and one thing we have to highlight. Really rare to see. Penguin 1-9 in this game so far. He will need to turn that around if Cloud9 is to stand a chance.
He had such a strong first best of 7 as well, so this game just not going his way at the moment, but how quickly that can change. 23-17 your score. Pretty dominant lead here for Optic. As Bound once again with that plasma pistol in his hand, he's looking to just see the outline of an Optic player. If he can strip away their shields. That might be the damage they're looking for to push.
You can tell Optic Gaming, now they have this lead, they're really happy to just play the advantages, play these really obnoxious 90-degree angles, but the first picks do get traded out.
Here comes the push as well. You can see Bound wants to push the pace. C9 want to push the pace, but they're just falling one by one into the traps being set here by Optic. It's great patience by Optic. As we see APG now having to hold off another push coming in from Cloud9.
And also it's great timing from Optic as well. Now they're up by 8, might be more. Yep, it's 9, now make it almost 10. And Overshield popping in 10 seconds. That could be the dagger.
Overshield, as you say, the next focus for both teams. You have to wonder if there's a grapple in play, maybe to steal this one away, or maybe Formal's just going to walk across the light bridge, slam it into his chest and decide, I want to end this game now, I want to end this game quickly. 30-20, a 10-kill advantage, as Formal will make it more. He finds a Tripski! Penguins in front of him, Formal, oh, he almost got them all!
Oh man, you might even think Trippy almost might have gave it to him there, but this is a world championship. They take all 4 down. Now they are up by 14 kills. Overshield in hand for Formal, as you say. He's grabbing that OB like he wants to grab that world championship trophy.
And as these kills start to pile up, the chance here in Seattle, the volume starts to increase. The Let's Go Optic chant starts to begin. The crowd starts to believe once more in the green wall as they're up 39-22.
My God, here. And this is just a blowout here in game number 2. It would need to be a miracle from Cloud9 to bring this game back. 5 minutes on the clock, but it feels like Optic Gaming firing on all cylinders.
Formal has caught fire in the last few moments. It's another kill for Formal. Currently sat at 10-7. He had a very slow start to this game as well. But 7 kills to go. I mentioned how Catalyst, especially Slayer, has been a very happy hunting ground for Optic Gaming. This is the map where they managed to win that first championship for Lucid and for Trippy. Is this going to be the map now that puts them in a position where they can start to believe they can be Halo World Champions?
Couldn't agree more here. That might be, as we said, that game 1 they needed it, and now they look even better in game number 2. Just 4 kills to go before they close it out.
Lots of talk about Formal's performance, APG, Lucid, but it's Trippy who's taking over in this game number 2. Trippy's coming in at 15-5, the man is positive 10, and Optic only need 1. Oh, and he closes it out with 3. Steak is on the menu.
A steak dinner, a 20-kill win from Optic Gaming. We said they needed to step up in the Slayers, and they did just that.
Optic start to believe. The crowd start to believe. 2-0 in the series now to the green wall. 2 games away from being your champion. C9 got some pressure on their shoulders now. They've been the one who have asked questions of Optic. The question is there enough in the tank now for C9 to really challenge what has been a strong start to this bracket reset?
That is the question, and questions, as you say, certainly asked of Optic Gaming after that first grand final, and they only had about 5 minutes to reset. As we take a look at some of the highlights of the game, look at the opening here from Cloud9. They had everything. Overshield, the push, the man advantage, but somehow Optic makes the most of it, mainly because Bound looks away on that melee battle.
This is the moment for Bound, though. You saw that's where Form was like, okay, I don't have to worry about Bound for a second. You do have to worry about Bound for a second. He flies in, he manages to rip that Overshield off, but from there, that was pretty much the only good thing to talk about Cloud9. 1 by 1, they were getting picked off, and it was just down to that patience from Optic, right? They were always in great positions to get that first pick. Playing nice and close, and when you got Formal doing this, you don't have to worry too much about anything else.
And they're just flying forward there, and amazing control, amazing teamwork, and timing pushes coming in from Optic Gaming all game long. They are just absolutely running a clinic, and it is not every day you see a steak dinner on the main stage. That's a 50-30 win. And as you said, can we talk about Trippy for a second? Because when we talk about questions being asked, we'll go to his POV in probably just a second as he closes out the game. He'll end it with 3. The Steak-tacular, and Trippy will go 16-5 to end the game. After the first grand finals, we were like, where are Trippy and Lucid? They have arrived. Taking a look at the series layout so far. The green wall starting to get reconstructed here, brick by brick, 2 games on the board. I'm starting to believe Lucid doesn't lose 1v1, certainly not in the grand finals reset.
I mean, technically, Drew won the show match a little bit earlier in the year against Renegade. We'll have to see if he can continue with the fighting form we've seen in the last couple of games, but like you say, the duo, for so long, Lucid and Trippy, all of a sudden they're coming back to life. But as we look at this, let's think about this, right? Before that bracket reset, Lucid was missing. We were talking about Bound. How that has turned on its head.
This is the first time I've ever seen a stat card put on screen and the crowd cheering for what they just saw. Earlier today, only about an hour ago, Bound was on a 1.46 KD and Lucid was on a 0.85. That has completely flipped. Lucid now in control of the grand finals, and Bound with his back against the wall, down 2-0.
Incredible. Just what a reset can do, what some new game types can do, what a little break can do to the psyche of a team. Lucid knowing he has to be that man to step up. He has to be the MVP. If Optic want to come through this, and Trippy, he's dragging him through this series as well. He's saying, don't forget about me. This isn't just a Lucid show. All 4 players from Optic have returned to form at just the right time as C9 returned to the stage. I'm sure there was a serious team talk now for the guys that you can see on your screen.
That's right, as we said, keep in mind, of course, Cloud9 returning to the stage. In all these series, they do have optional breaks that they can take for water, etc. And that's also probably a tactical timeout from them, if we're honest. A little bit of a mental reset opportunity. We talked earlier about Lucid and Trippy being in a 1.28 KD coming into this series. They were negative out of the grand finals #1. And then how about Trippy doesn't just go up to 1.28, he just went more than triple positive, 16-5 in a Slayer, right? This is a completely different story for both Lucid and Trippy. Those were our players to watch. So far, they have stepped up and they know what's at stake here in the grand finals.
Well, 2-0 is where we find ourselves, and I'm gonna say, if that was a game type, if I had to pick a winner out of any of the game types that we saw, I think that's probably one of C9's weakest. I think the fact that it is such a slow pace, that you have to be so methodical, that you have to at times essentially do nothing, just doesn't work with the natural game plan that C9 like to put together. However, the opposite can be said about our next game type. Strongholds on live fire.
Yeah.
Boy, you can fly, and boy, can you make plays.
That's right. You cannot play this game type slow whatsoever. This will be a demanding game type. It will be a grueling game type, and it will be very different from what we just saw in that game #2. This will be pedal to the metal, and these players will be tested at a very high speed for the entirety of the game.
Time to refocus for all these players. The gameplay just moments away now. For C9, it has to be a turnaround game. For Optic, it might be one more step towards what almost feels like destiny for so many fans at home. Live fire is where we're going. It's time for some Strongholds action. It's game #3 of our second best of 7.
These two teams, what a fight it's been already. Our first grand finals reset in the entire year in any HCS major. How perfect to have it here in the grand finals of the Halo World Championship, game #3. About to get underway. Optic Gaming only 2 games away. C9 needing games on the board if they want to stay alive.
I see this game type, I see this map, and I see some of the incredible plays we have seen throughout this year. The question is, or any of the 8 players that are on our stage right now are going to be able to create something we are talking about for a long time to come. Off the break here, you see Optic strategy, fly towards B. Early scoring has to be their thought process.
Yeah, kills being traded out there. They will get B right away. They will put points on the board. You saw Formal's KD all weekend long, 1.46. Penguin, though, able to fly in there and get the back whack on back mud. That'll be 2 dead for Optic Gaming. Trippy needs to stay alive here at Pillars.
Stays alive because he knows that Stella is going to be able to access that overshield. The kills time perfectly, which means that now you're going to see the ends of the map being played by Cloud9. They're flipping over A and C. Don't be surprised to just see them control the overshield side of the map and try and trap the rest of Optic Gaming over at B. The push from Optic is in on C. That green gun's doing damage, but Stella answers back.
Yeah, Stellar makes sure to just bait and switch just a little bit there. Trippy with a great green gun to take off Stellar's overshield entirely. Formal still has one. He's still getting new comboed. Formal just staying alive back tower. He should be cleaned up. He is in the end. Triple cap for Cloud9.
Brilliant from Cloud9. The perfect start. They've got the weapons as well. Eco in the firing range right now. Can he find some targets? He hits one body and that's good enough. He has the information and now the rest of his team with the numbers and damage can push. Bound doesn't need to be arsewise. Flies in immediately.
Absolutely. There takes down Formal. Lucid tries to push it. Eco punishes him with a spike and a no scope as well. 4 dead still for Optic Gaming. This is complete control from Cloud9.
Now the attention turns to C. The dummy spawn came in, which means the Optic will be trapped over at the tower. Formal lucky to keep his head on his shoulders for a few seconds there. This time he gets bodied, but there's the nades coming in. Great team fight, great push coming in from Optic.
And now with this dominance here from C9, 78-17. Lucid's starting to heat up though. Hold the phone. 3 dead just as quickly as we say that, and that's what this man can do with the sniper rifle. Overshield popping up as well.
Formal gets an important kill. Bound's gonna be sliding now. Oh, narrowly misses that shot there, Lucid. Big responsibility for him to keep this overshield competitive. For Optic Gaming, not only is he going to be competitive by the looks of things, it's going to go in their hands as well. Bound eliminated by Lucid. That tower play, perfect positioning from Lucid, perfect shots. And now Optic are right back into this game. They have a triple cap themselves.
Look at the Lucid and Trippy duo here. They're grabbing the overshield. They're hitting all the shots. Playing together since 2016. They only secured their first event win less than 1 month ago at the Orlando Major here. Finally will be taken down, but it's a great run from Trippy. Optic Gaming still scoring, and they're right back in this. They're only down now by less than 20.
What a great start it was for C9, but what a great response it has been coming in from Optic Gaming. Showing the heart we know they have, but C9 also showing that this is a game type where they can be much more competitive than what we just saw. B gets flipped into their hands, the overshield's coming up as well. Trippy wins an important battle at the back of B. That means you can turn this one over. Not too much pressure going to be coming in. As you can see, the C9 have lost a lot of members. Optic Gaming will be scoring once more. AB in their hands.
Great dancing there from Trippy to avoid all the nades. He repulses up to avoid even more nades as well. He is the commander of back B, and because of that, Optic Gaming will continue scoring. Contested now, though. Oh, God, Bound does not waste any time. And he hits a double on APG on the sandbags as well.
I swear to God, sometimes Bound's playing on mouse and keyboard, and everyone else is playing on controller. The way that he whips that sniper rifle around corners is just something not many players can do. APG peeked for a second. And if you peek against Bound, usually it doesn't end too well.
Bound eventually taken down there. It's 2 dead, but it's still map control and control of the scoreboard for the side of Cloud9. They're all spawning up here in the house. Let's go ahead and get ready for an Astro listen in with C9, see if they can regain control.
Make cut coming down, make cut coming down. Up Braden, left Braden. Two there, bound, 2 outbounds in.
Watch out, Ariana with Obi, dead.
Nice.
Yo, some people are dummy, Do we get that Obi?
There's a guy in B.
Come on.
Spalder.
Let's go for Watch out, Go for C, go for C.
I shot him.
Let me see without him. You got a green gun here?
Go make cut.
I'm looking. Yeah, one side. That's I hear you. Back mother number. Watch out, back.
And nest. 2 nests, 1 big on me.
2 nests.
That's weak.
Watch out, MVP. Watch out, nest.
One shot C-box, guys. Going pillars, he ran pillars. He's nest shot. Pillars and nest.
Nest was weak.
Nice. Formal.
He's weak in B, 1 shot in B.
Where's Formal at?
He's B, 1 shot.
Alright, I'm going help in. Coming help in. Nade behind, he's in.
2 dead.
Is he behind, he's in?
I don't know.
Yeah, he's in B somewhere. I don't know. Is there him? No one here.
Okay.
Stop out, Lucid.
Keep holding down. Big door.
They're going left.
I'm mid-wing, 2 shots to your left.
Big door, APG. One shot Keto. Two big door.
I'm looking at the go B.
Maybe. I thought about.
Look at builder. One shot mid cut. Two shot mid cut. He's gonna have to use. Maybe this guy.
Almost gonna be C. He's a bit red tunnel.
I can look at this.
One key door. Yeah, I'm sitting B.
Jump back into the game as Eco falls from the skies onto the shoulder of APG. As Optic try and fight their way back into this game, but it's been a great little rally coming in from Cloud9. The communication, the intensity is there. The question is, will it be the same from Optic? Let's jump into an Astro listen in and find out.
Everything's going good.
Window.
So back window. Weak back window still high up. Right here. He's got a pulse as well.
He's one shot.
Next guy.
I'm capping, guys.
One shot. Last guy was pillars.
Okay.
Might go bottom center. We don't know.
Yes. We have OB. We have OB.
Tommy, 0 left. On me.
I hear you.
Nice. We gotta take care of him.
Get Tommy.
What are we playing for? We're pushing C.
Yes.
We are pushing. That's all.
Three here.
Nice. Two down, guys.
Nice.
Go B. We gotta make sure we touch. We gotta play for B. Brad's here.
He's still scamming away. You got that? Yo, I push this, guys. I'm hitting bottom mid. They're gonna spawn behind us. Maybe.
Hold then. Alright. I'm holding.
Yeah, we're good actually.
They might hit big door here. Watch it.
We need more help.
Okay, they're going key door, I think. Make sure we're top tower.
I'm gonna go have tower sign. I'm on this still.
Hear that? Just find info. That could be bottom. Bottom is open, guys. They're gonna hit green. They're hitting green. Two of them.
Hear that.
We might play for A.
Doing it. Yeah, one guy screen.
Inside of it. Yeah, we just gotta live, guys.
Scott's free kill. I dapped A flat. Top mid, bottom mid. Two bottom mid.
There's no way Formal just hit that. Absolutely perfect time to jump back into the game. Formal takes two players out on his own. C9-2 in the death screen, but not without turning the score back into their favor here. It is a slender 5-point lead. But with these kills, Optic have the chance to play on A now.
They do here. They're playing on A and they're playing on B here. It could be a trip cap if everything goes their way. They secure A off the kills. B will be reset in the end, but still 2 dead for Cloud9. It's a 2v2 on the map.
Formal sat at 12 and 9 at the moment to put these weapons to use for Optic Gaming. The lead back into the hands of the green wall. And with the ends being held, A and C, Formal's just got a job to do here, and that's just hold down one of these strongholds. Bound though, sneaking around the corner. Oh, Formal sneaking around the back.
Look at that angle that Formal plays. Bound had no idea he was in the window. And Formal doesn't even have to work too hard. A beautiful crafty back whack to maintain control. The house belongs to Formal.
Optic about to cross that 200-point mark. It is ever since those kills came in for the man on your screen. That little double kill, the weapons in the hands of Optic Gaming. C9 haven't been able to get back into this. Another overshield goes to Optic as well, and this is looking very good for the Optic fans.
And unsurprisingly, the Let's Go Optic chant rings through the arena here in Seattle. 3v3 on the map, but it's 211 to 168. Optic less than 40 points away from closing out game number 3.
Brown gets picked off as well. It's Eco this time, sat 6 and 14, who's not having the best of games for Cloud9. And when all of the Optic Gaming members are playing so well at the moment, you can't afford to have an off game. APG, he takes down one. Lucid cleans up the damage. Bound left on his own, and Optic are closing in on a 3-0 lead here in our reset from the grand finals.
My God, only a 5-kill or so lead in the slaying department, but that is not the case on the scoreboard. Optic Gaming completely outclassing Cloud9 in the late game. That's 3 dead. Optic Gaming here at 235 to 168. They will continue scoring on the BC hold.
One last push for Cloud9. If they don't win this fight, it will be game over. 3-0 the series lead for Optic. But Stella gets a pick. Formal has work to do. He's been chased down by numerous members here from Cloud9. Somehow he's still alive. But at the last second, C9 inside. APG sends him out though. Can they get the conversion? It's APG in a 1v1 for the ages. Stella's there as well. And it looks like Cloud9 have managed to momentarily get scoring on their hands.
But here we go now. BC, look at this. That's going to be it. C will get converted the last second. Now Optic will continue scoring, and they will finish the game.
Absolute carnage in front of that tower. But from chaos comes a win for Optic Gaming. The series stands at 3-0. They are 1 game away from claiming the Halo World Championship trophy.
Once again, it's a huge late game run for Optic Gaming, and you can almost see it in Trippy's face. 1 game away from the World Championship trophy and $400,000 first place prize. The late game composure once again is brilliant from Optic Gaming, even though we saw a huge lead early on for Cloud9. Optic Gaming answer back. They answer back in a big way, and these guys started putting on a show.
Once again, it's just a great illustration of how important it is to not only get the weapons, but put the damn thing to use. Optic in that final run, formal. Couple of no-scopes, couple of headshots. The heat wave running back and forth between those strongholds. You're always going to win those individual battles. But the carnage that ensued in that final moment, this play, by the way, from formal was about sneaky as you like. Just meant that Cloud9 could not answer back.
And for the killing spree as well there, Formal making it look easy. And absolutely great control in this fight. Look at the jump from Formal, by the way. Formal gets in to buy extra time, which causes absolute carnage to this APG. In the late game, you're going to see him. They're not even looking at him. He repulses out Stellar as well. Beautiful work here from APG on the pillars. He's going to stay alive as long as he needs to. Long enough for Trippy to come in and help finish the point. That is what they needed to secure it at the last second. Look, Trippy will fall as well. Actually, I think he gets the kill there on the rail. And they close it out, 250 to 173. We had all eyes on Trippy coming into the series. He just went 21 and 15 yet again. They are settling for nothing less than a world championship so far, and they're 1 game away.
I really hope that we can package up that replay from APG and show it to anyone who says stats are the only thing that matter. Because that is the perfect example of why the intangibles cannot be shown in that stat screen. APG and Penguin are player matchup, but I've got to be honest with you, the story's bigger than this. It's bigger than these 2 players, because this could be the final game of the Halo World Championships. Optic Gaming, if they win this, they win the whole thing.
My God, Cloud9 backs against the wall. They will need to win the next 4 games if they want to steal the Halo World Championship from Optic Gaming. And right now, that looks like an impossible task.
3 dead for Optic off the rip, though. This is a game type where Cloud9 have had some success in the past. Optic also, of course, won the North American Super on this game time with that crazy last-minute end. SVG trying to survive. Penguin threads the needle with the rockets, though. Power weapons in the hand of C9. I think that's just going to calm things down for them a little bit here.
Oh boy, speaking of wanting to calm things down, not so fast as Optic Gaming. They just caused absolute carnage there on the rail, so very few points on the board early on for the side of Cloud9.
Trade coming in. Optic still in the numerical disadvantage on the map. You see Lucid Formal. 2 players down. And Trippy now last alive. Great hold this early on from Cloud9. They're just commanding this balcony position. Stella doing some great damage. I mean, Lucy's just come off spawn there and already has to wait the extra 2-3 seconds with those shields coming back before he can really think about getting across the map.
Absolutely. Lucid trying to actually push here just up the middle. Eventually will be slowed down by the grenades. Lucid is your last player alive. 3 dead for Optic Gaming.
Still trying to poke out, still trying to cause some problems, Lucid. You can see the Bound is hunting him down. Stella's going to be able to clean him up. That's going to be a turnover of the Bulldog, I believe, as well. You see the ping already coming in from Cloud9. Weapons not only in their hands, but the kills going alongside them as well. At the moment, Cloud9 have somehow rallied. This has been almost a perfect hill for them. Trippy hasn't even got a kill yet.
Trippy doesn't have a kill, and Cloud9 is outslaying Optic Gaming 16-5 right now. Talk about a hot start to your game 4 when you have to win every single game in the series. Cloud9 now 16-6. I mean, this is the kind of tempo you need to set if you want to go on a big run.
We're inside of that next hill as well. The tram hill locked down by Cloud9. Maybe that's the key they were looking for to unlock this door. However, the kill from Trippy on those B stairs just to get the Bulldog back in their hand. A couple of kills are exchanged though. Bound picks up a double elsewhere on the map. And that means Stella gets another set of rockets, 2 in a row now for C9.
Yeah, big power rip and control coming in. Stellar stays alive off the first rocket as well. Maybe even gets another boom block from APG. Oh my God, a perfect boom block with the drop shield will keep him full shields on this push.
Bound, oh my God, how did he win that one? Formal now versus Penguin, and C9 seem to be winning the 1v1s all of a sudden. Trippy still alive at the back of the base. It's 2v2 on the map at the moment, but Eco is looking to challenge. Lucid picked up 2 kills elsewhere. That means that Trippy's going to slow down for just a second here, and you can see how he's valuing these weapons as well. Doesn't want to give the Stalker and the Bulldog over to C9.
Beautiful play from Eco. Eco has a challenge from front C. Bound hits the pizza jump to finish the kill on Commando. It's these little plays that C9 is stringing together that has them in the lead right now. Still 2 dead for Optic Gaming.
Difficulty here from this break for Optic as well is, yeah, you want to challenge mid-map, but you're going to go up against Bound with a Stalker rifle. 2 shots, you're no shields. 3 shots, you're dead. It's as simple as that. This weapon is so powerful when you're holding down this hill, but so is a push. When it's coordinated so well from Optic, 2 dead on either side.
Look at this now. Formal has to work alongside Trippy to lock this down. He knows the pressure's coming. Gets a perfect grenade on the Commando, so Formal will live to tell the tale. All 4 players on driveway and Commando for C9.
But this is just a distraction. You can see there is still a player alive. I think called the Commando. May have been eliminated. Eco might be the player causing problems elsewhere. He takes out Trippy. Formal with that Stalker is going to take another one down himself. Eco's still alive somewhere. And you can see Optic are trying to hunt it down. They cannot find him.
Eco just being, as you say, an absolute nuisance. Right now, might get pinched in the end. Still alive. Down here, he must be alive just below on the ATMs.
You need to find Eco when you're finding headshots onto Penguin. Finally, Eco appears, and finally, Formal takes him down. Stella now going to be eliminated as well. It's 4 dead for Cloud9. Optic Gaming holding this tram down. And you can see this might be the opportunity for them not only to get that point on the board, to level things up, but also get the rockets. That's exactly what they do. 2 in the chamber, 2 kills, going in the favor of Lucid.
Look at this now, just continuing to score and getting more ahead of the game. As you say, they tie it up in terms of hills, but off the back of those kills, they get full map control. It is another 3 dead for Cloud9. Optic Gaming starting to heat up here in game number 4.
Cloud9 against Sandbox right now. Every single fight they're running into. No battle rifles to be seen. It's a Stalker, it's a Bulldog. It's rockets in the hands of Lucid. It's so difficult to fight out of these situations if you're C9, but Optic taking advantage of every opportunity presented to them.
Questions were asked of Lucid in that first series. He now leads the game in kills by quite a margin. He's 11-8. Optic Gaming still with a lead here on this 3rd hill as well.
Scary moment here for C9 if they don't manage to break this hill. We know how it transfers over to that cafe hill. So close, not too much distance to travel. If you can pick up those kills and you can win this hill, you can transition so quickly with a great setup. But for now, C9 look to have broken the first time they put their toes in the hill. And you can see the last 2 players from Optic recognize they don't have map control enough to push.
Those were very, very important kills in the back of PD from Cloud9. They did not trade the kills out. They went 2 for 0. That is what led to this control here on the back statue. Penguin now sitting here on Neons. You can tell Optic Game is waiting for a timing push.
Penguin gets the information. Smartly backs down as well, but here comes the push from Optic. 2 players do fall though, so Penguin doing enough damage for a kill to be traded out. Bound now turning his attention towards the arcade. Trippy taken down to no shields, but survives for now. And by doing so, allows the rest of Optic to just flood in towards that hill. A clean break now. Cloud9, 3 members dead, and Optic with a chance to win the point.
A clean break, perfect baiting and switching from the entire Optic Gaming roster there. Trippy goes up on plants, does a bunch of damage, and then escapes with his live Formal with a double kill Stalker Bulldog combo. You do not want Formal with this combination if you are on the Cloud9 side of the stage.
It could not have happened, that kill, that double kill, at a worse time here for Cloud9. Not only do Optic get that point to go into the lead, they get the rockets, and Trippy! He goes to work!
Look at the value that they get from that double kill from Formal. Just like you said, they also get the rockets. Trippy somehow turns 2 rockets into 3 kills in the tires as well. Cloud9 is late to the party, and Trippy and Optic Gaming take advantage of that.
2 dead here. Cloud9 need to find something. They need to find it quickly. They need to find the kind of form that they found in that first series. But at the moment, APG said, you've talked about form, and you've talked about Trippy and Lucid. Now it's my turn to set up. He is flying at Cloud9, and he is taking everybody down.
It is 4 dead yet again for Cloud9 here. And Optic Gaming potentially on the cusp of a championship. Let's get into what could be the last Astro Gaming listen in with Optic Gaming.
Get the Brad. Green gen. They're gonna get nailed. They're gonna be able to contest. Nice job. All good. Nice, man. Nice. Nice, man. Nice. All right, got 2 minutes.
Listen. Let's play Slayer for just a second. I'm watching real. Yo, front sub, free kill. Literally throwing front sub. His benches.
Get him out of hill. We gotta make sure we change with the milk.
Nice. 2 benches, 1 trap. Full out.
Okay, just look, guys. There's more.
Rockets, get ready to grab him.
Can't go.
Round weak.
Tires still, Joe.
Rail back.
Caution. Two guys tires. Tires back to me. Back to me. Back to Soda. Green gen right now.
Rockets, guys.
Okay, listen, Joey has rockets.
Look at that purple.
We'll jump back into the game because it's 1 minute and 30 seconds until we maybe, just maybe, will be calling Optic Gaming your Halo World Champions. It's 3-1 at the moment, and Cloud9 are getting picked apart.
And you heard the play call there from Lucid. Let's play Slayer for just a second here. I'd say they're doing it for more than just a second over these last few minutes now. Oh, great shots from Eco there. Will be traded out for a moment. APG was your last player alive, but there's 1:19 on the clock, and Optic Gaming leads by 2 hills.
Such a difficult hill here for Cloud9 as well. The bottom middle hill, we know how difficult it is to lock down. There's so many angles that you could be attacked from, especially if Optic, like they have worked so hard to get themselves into a lead. Optic are thinking time here. C9 are thinking the opposite. We don't have time. That's our enemy, and we have to get points on the board.
2 kills for Optic here. They have the man advantage yet again. It might be 3 dead for Cloud9. Optic Gaming is going to let the time tick down on this hill without a doubt. Penguin, last player alive.
We are within 1 minute now of Optic claiming the throne. 50 seconds. Every second that passes, you know that the 4 gentlemen who have sat on that screen, dressed in their championship Sunday whites, are getting closer and closer to a world championship. Lucy just playing Slayer at the moment. C9 2 for 2. APG last alive here for Optic. We've seen some crazy stuff this weekend, and surely we can't see C9 come back now.
Let's see what APG does here. He's going to get damage, wait for his teammates to spawn. It is still possible. Keep in mind, the clock will freeze every time the Cloud9 gets in the hill.
C9, of course, want that first hill as well. They want it without being even challenged. But at the moment, Trippy says, you know what? I'm putting you all in the death screen. I'm collecting the rockets because I want to be on my way to collect a Halo World Championship.
The rockets might be the deal breaker here. You can't get in the hill because Trippy's going to give you the boom booms.
17 seconds left in the game. Trippy comes around the corner. Trippy cleans house, but leaves a little bit of rubbish on the floor as Bound has to be worked on.
Penguin's your last player alive. They're going to get this kill on front C, no doubt. 7 seconds left.
7 seconds left. The NA Super was the first step. It was this game type. Orlando was the second, and now the journey is complete. Optic Gaming, the green wall, stands tallest. As with just a few moments left,
Wait a second, you're
wait a second.
APG's headset was off. The game isn't over yet.
There's no way.
Somehow Cloud9, now we can say it, oh my God. It's a premature celebration even on the stage for Optic Gaming. They thought it was over. C9 was in the hill the whole time. APG was shaking, he couldn't believe it. They forced a reset there in overtime for just a few extra seconds. Optic had no idea, we had no idea. And in the end, now we can say that Optic Gaming are your Halo World Champions.
I mean, we said, right, this has been the craziest week. The craziest tournament of all time. What other way would you have it end? But now that we are finally at its conclusion, Optic Gaming are your Halo World Champions!
And here they go across that stage, smiles across all 5 of them as they approach the World Championship trophy.
It's been a long, long road for these 4 guys. And just a few weeks after the first champ, Optic Gaming are now champions of the world.
What a road for these 5. And then not an easy grand final here. A grueling, grueling bracket reset for them. Losing 4 maps straight. And now, after an unbelievable grand finals reset, they will hoist the 2022 Halo World Championship trophy.
Just weeks after a first title, a first major championship. For Lucid and Trippy, they become world champions. For APG, another championship. He's first Halo World Champion. But for Formal, he joins what has to be one of the most historic groups in all time. And that is going to be a double world champion. Formal, what a moment for him.
And look what Optic Hex had backstage in case we needed it.
My word.
It is the Optic Gaming chain now placed on Trippy and Lucid. APG as well. You got Hastro, Hex, Alumni, Optic Gaming ownership and staff coming to the stage as well, celebrating these 5 and what they have done as the confetti falls here at the Halo World Championship. It's Optic Gaming in the end, 4-0 in the reset. They will be playing for World Championship Pro. And here it is for APG as well, Formal as well. Everyone's throwing on the Optic Gaming ice, and that has got to feel good.
I mean, what a journey it's been. What a journey it has been. I mean, just a couple of months ago, people were calling them onliners, saying they couldn't get it done on LAN. Now they have a major championship, a world championship to go alongside it. And let me tell you, APG, that smile will not leave his face for quite some time.
I mean, he cannot stop smiling. He's also, you can tell, on the verge of tears there. He's got to be shaken. And that entire team could not be happier, could not be more proud, of course, Optic fans, of what their team was able to do this weekend. Lucid will hoist it again. And talk about resilience over the last 2 hours of the grand finals. Unbelievable stuff here from Optic Gaming.
The reset from Cloud9, who played their part in this story. They sent it to a second best of 7. They pushed it all the way. And they tested every single member of Optic Gaming, but Trippy and Lucid in the second best of 7 reminded us of just how good they are. That's going to do it all from Bravo and myself. It's been an absolute pleasure and a privilege. And of course, we send our congratulations down to Optic Gaming. Your Halo World Championships plays, it's down to you.
History has been made as Optic Gaming are your world champions. So much to talk about. Lucid, I'm gonna hand the mic to you first. As you're decked out in gold, you got a gold trophy, you are a world champion, the league MVP. How are you feeling in this moment?
I feel amazing right now.
Wow.
I feel absolutely amazing.
This is what it is.
My voice is shot now after all that yelling.
You know what? Let's pass it to your duo here.
Well, I do want to say that grit that we showed was, I don't think we've been put through that just yet, and I'm so proud of the team right now, and what we were able to do there. And we just pulled off, boys. We just did it. Let's go.
You did it. You did it. Trippy! You're a world champion now. What a season it's been. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling on top of the world right now, you know. To win like that after losing the series 4-1 first time around, it feels amazing. There's not a better feeling in the world.
Not at all. Not at all. Pass it on over here. Formal, you started your career here in Halo. We've seen you play so many amazing matches. You had a national championship in a different game, but you came back home and you got one for Halo. What does this mean for you?
I mean, these last couple years have been pretty tough in Call of Duty, so I don't know. This was just like a dream come true. I'm just really proud of us, and I'm thankful as hell for you guys, and I'm happy to take it home.
Nice, nice, nice. Now hand the mic on over to Coach Lunchbox in the back real quick and take the trophy from the GOAT over here on the end. Now, Coach, what was this series like? You guys went to a reset, but you came back and battled back. What was the turnaround going into that second set for you to 4-0 them like that?
Yeah, obviously they came out hot that first series. They handed it to us a little bit, but that shows why these guys are the best team in the game for the last 6 months. What a series.
What a series indeed. What a series indeed. APG!
Thank you.
APG, we've been watching your career for so many years. You have been a staple throughout Halo, and I know this World Championship is hitting you right to the heart. Talk to me about your journey and what this one right here means for you.
Bro, I honestly, this doesn't feel real. I've tried to I've spoken to Joey before we moved. We were talking about envisioning championships, and after everything we've been through this entire year, and we come out on top the last two events in a pretty dominant fashion besides the first series against C9, but I'm just so fucking happy. You have no idea. My words will not show how grateful I am for all of you, how grateful I am for my team, my organization, my girlfriend, my family. Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to all of our families that came out to support us, all of our girlfriends, everybody. I'm really happy that our families got to see the Greenwall crowd in full force. So thank you guys. Thank you guys, seriously.
Now, the man in the back who helped put a lot of this together, anything you want to say to the Greenwall fans out there who supported this team?
Thank you for supporting these boys throughout this journey. Obviously, this man coming up from Call of Duty and doing what he did. The green wall has never been as loud as it was today, so I appreciate you guys all for that. This one, as all of them, are for you.
One more time, give it up for the green wall as they are your world champions.
Optic Gaming, world champions by the end of the weekend. And we said, with this clean run here this weekend, it would be very, very difficult to take these guys down and to snatch that trophy from them. No one's snatching that anytime soon. Not with the work that they've been putting in, the dedication, the time, the growth that this team have been through. But Clutch, what a series that was. What a double series that was here in this grand final. I mean, it's hard to put into words watching what we're kind of witnessing on this main stage right now and how much it means to these guys, but how proud are you of Optic Gaming and what they've been able to achieve this season?
I mean, it's been an unbelievable journey for these guys. These guys have put in, like you said, so much work throughout such a long time, and the ups, the downs, the question marks all around them. The accolades weren't there before, but you don't need them. I mean, Formal joins this team. He brings that level of professionalism, that history with him, and for him to come back and impact Halo in this manner, for APG to get his world championship, for Trippy and Lucid to reach the ceilings that they have right now. I mean, what an opportunity for these guys. What a moment for the rest of their lives that this will be.
It's a first for so many of them up there. And I tell you what, Formal, he still got it. My God, has he still got it. And in grand final form as well. Just absolutely incredible. I just want to take a little moment as well to just kind of process what happened at the end there, Goofy. I mean, we saw the green wall get up. They thought it was done. They thought it was over. They were celebrating. It was 0 on the clock. The C9 jump in for the last split second, and things start to seem a little bit shaky for a moment there. But in Greenwall fashion, and how they've learned all season long to ice up, to clutch up when it matters most, and make sure the job is actually done. And that timer, it does go to 0, and they do win the championship.
Congratulations are in order for Optic Gaming. You're Halo World Champions. What a performance out of every single member on this team. We saw the emotion on the main stage, taking a look at the replay, the reaction of a little bit of confusion at the end.
Look, Lucid realizes, he points, he's like, wait, no, guys, sit back down quick.
We gotta play. We gotta play some games.
Of course it was Lucid to make sure that everyone realizes in-game leader, in and out of the game.
Yeah.
But what a moment that we just got to witness. History. Optic Gaming are your champions, and
dude,
what a series.
I just want to say what Formal has accomplished. And look, people on Twitter, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. I'm almost certain only one other player has been able to do this, and that is win a world championship in a completely different game, and then come here to Halo and win a world championship as well. Formal accomplished that as well as Shotzi. So that is some great company to have.
Yeah.
But on top of that as well, can we really just take a moment to reflect on the, I mean, guys, you played with Brad for years, and to see him finally get that freaking moment,
the emotion.
I mean, I'm almost about to cry.
I felt
honestly.
choked up watching that.
He deserves it.
I teared up when I got to see Bradley win. I've known Bradley since 2006. He's been doing this for 17 years, y'all. 17 years he hasn't got a championship. His name isn't in the banners. Well, guess what? APG, your name
It's written in stone now. It's in the banners. You belong with the champions of the past. I couldn't be more proud of that kid. I have no words to say about it, man. I'm emotionally invested, to say the least.
But you know, to just take a moment though to reflect on the series at hand, I do want to give a lot of credit to Cloud9.
Yes.
Right? They had a miraculous lower bracket run that I know they were not expecting to have to go through, but they showed a lot of grit. This run was incredible, but despite that, they still ran into that brick wall in the grand final reset, and that just goes to show you how resilient this Optic Gaming team is. I thought that genuinely, Lottie, I genuinely thought that Optic were in the mud. I was like, this is not good. This is not the result that they were hoping for. They were destined to win this championship, and it seemed like C9 were right there to stop them. But good God, way to play. Lucid and Trippy stepping up when they needed it. Every single player contributing. The coach go. Lunchbox, I love you, brother. So happy for you. This was unbelievable.
It just shows you how good Green Wall are. Because Cloud9 coming through the first series, resetting the bracket, kicking out some of the bricks in the green wall, making a tunnel, going through it. But the testament, this team, the way it was able to patch that wall back up within a matter of minutes, to turn it around, to take a series in that fashion the second time around, learning from the mistakes, going on the fly. We talk about adapting in this game so much, and that's exactly why. Because you can do things like that. And Optic Gaming, my goodness me, $400,000 richer in this prize pool. Cloud9 will take $220,000 home. We have a lot of money for a lot of our teams here who have played their hearts out, but no more than Optic Gaming, because Optic, they wanted that. They wanted it from Orlando. They wanted it all season long. They put in so much work, and they got it done, Clutch. They got it done. And what an incredibly clean sweep it was for them in the winners bracket run. And to do it the way that they just did it and show us the grit and determination they were talking about was insane.
Resiliency. These guys, their journey, their careers, it couldn't be that straightforward. They couldn't just go to the grand finals and 4-0 sweep and dominate. They needed a struggle. They needed to show something that they've been doing throughout their entire careers. The ups, the downs, and to come out on top, to figure
it had to be this way. Right, Goof? It had to be this way because Optic, at this point, they weren't really challenged. Even in Orlando, when they played Cloud9 in the finals, it was easy. It was easy. It felt like Cloud9 were kind of checked out at that point, but they managed to do it, Goofy. That's the crazy part.
Couldn't have scripted it any better. Like Lunchbox said on that main stage, the last 6 months, it's been all Optic Gaming. They've been the best team in the world, and they showed it here at the Halo World Championship. Looking at the KD leaderboard, I see a lot of green on there, and on the top of the board, it's the MVP, Lucid, leading the troops, 1.26, an absolutely phenomenal second series for Lucid. He struggled a little bit in the first one, but in true MVP fashion, he comes back when his team needs him most and performs when his team needs him most. And a 4-0 sweep for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, the bounce back, incredible. Trampolines on that stage for Optic Gaming. And the bounce back was legendary because what an incredible grand finals they put on for you guys. I mean, Cloud9, GG's, commiserations, what incredible effort from those guys. I think to come into that series mentally, knowing that they had to reset a bracket, to do so, that second series was very, very difficult for those guys. I think I want to give a lot of love to the teammates on that team because they have been through the ringer. Again,
and everyone
a second
doubted
place
them.
finish for them.
And everyone doubted them. You know, everyone said they're not passionate, they don't care. That's not true. That team cares.
Hey, Bound's going to be a problem for a long time.
Hell yeah.
If we learned anything this weekend outside of the green wall being the best, Bound's going to be a problem for a long time.
Bound proved at this event that he is, without a doubt, a big game player.
Yeah.
And I think that was the question mark that he had all season long when he was on FaZe. People were wondering if he was going to bring that same kind of tenacity to Cloud9 in place of Renegade, but without a doubt, he most definitely proved that. But I got to give a lot of love to Cloud9. They had a real tumultuous lower bracket run, but they freaking did it.
but obviously the day belongs to Optic Gaming. But it was just an incredible tournament through and through. The storylines, honestly, you'd think we would have scripted the damn thing.
I know, indeed. And I'll tell you what though, we have a champion bundle to celebrate Optic's win here at the World Championships. It does include the Halo World Championships 2022 MK.
Oh my God,
that thing's
armor
so
coating.
clean.
I know, it is
I didn't even know
absolutely
this was
stunning.
a thing.
We do
Now
have a
you know, Golden
battle
Boy.
rifle coating as well, and of course our victory laurel as well. Absolutely stunning stuff, and obviously Optic, they have their names on that one, so you will be supporting your World Championship team.
Pick that up in 30 minutes. 30 minutes, we were told.
Yeah, it's literally available in 30 minutes, so make sure you keep your eye on Halo Esports Twitter page
I'm
for
not
the
home.
official release of those, and you can just go into game, grab them, snatch them up, support the boys for doing this damn thing. I also have some extra special
let's
guests
go.
up here. Come on, get
Let's
in,
do it.
squeeze in, babes.
Let's squeeze in. Let's everybody squeeze in.
Squeeze in. What
Even
an
that guy.
incredible season this has been. Thank you so much to my team. Thank you, production. You guys are absolutely incredible. Optic
Rockstar.
Gaming, congratulations, champs. Our world champions here for 2022 at Halo. Thank you so much, everybody. We can't wait to see you guys next season. We love you all so much. See you all in December for LAN.